For those of you who haven't testified before a Senate committee, there are rules for testifying before a Senate committee. One of those rules is I get to set the time limit. And with the number of people that we've got, that time limit is going to be 3 minutes. This red, yellow, green light up here is going to time you. The green will be on for most of the time, then the yellow. And by the time the red goes out, I expect the next person to be on their way up. Senator Innes will be here in a moment to call the names out. What we will do is we will call the person who's up next and then 2 people after that, so that you will be prepared, so that there won't be a lot of people getting out of their seats, waiting for them to go to the microphones to do the testifying, okay? And if anybody wants to see the Senate committee rules, just go to the Senate website, go all the way to the bottom in that band at the bottom, and you'll see no repeating. If somebody else has already testified on something, and you can say, I agree with the person who testified on, and then give the subject, and then, okay? And for us to get through this, we're going to need your cooperation in doing that, and being as punctual as you're going to take a lunch break. And anybody that's still here, that'll give you time to have your lunch. And then we'll be back at 6 o'clock to start again. That also helps to accommodate anybody who couldn't be here during the day, that they would be able to be here in the evening. So that's part of the reason that we do this. But even if we did 3 minutes a person, that's only 20 people an hour, and you can see how many sheets we have. I've had a number of people saying, oh, gee, I've got to do this, or I got to do that, or, I'd like to go first, I'd like to go second. Sorry, that's not going to happen today, okay? So, with that, I will introduce the bill because I don't see Weiler here or anyone. So the House Bill 1 and House Bill 2 are the ones under consideration today. You need to restrict your testimony to what's in those bills, and we'll start off from there. So Senator Lang, would you read off the first 3 names?
Nancy Rollins, Robert Drummond, and Mary McLaughlin. If you could come up to the microphone, please.
Okay, and we'll keep.
Honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee, I'm speaking today to support the restoration of the New Hampshire Office of Child Advocate to the state budget. My name is Nancy Rollins. I am retired. I live in New London, New Hampshire. I have over 50 years of professional experience in health and human services as a social worker focused on administration and public policy. I'm a former New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services employee for 26 years. During my tenure there, I was the Deputy Director for the Division for Children, Youth, and Families for 1 year, and the Director of the Division for Children, Youth, and Families for 10 years. I completed my work at the department as an Associate Commissioner of Long-Term and Community-Based Services. After retiring from Health and Human Services and while working for the New Hampshire nonprofit, I was appointed by then Senate President Chuck Morse to the New Hampshire Oversight Commission on Children's Services. The Oversight Commission supports an effective, comprehensive, and coordinated system of programs and services for children, youth, and families, and also provides oversight for the Office of Child Advocate. As a member of the Oversight Commission, I was appointed to work with then co-chair Senator Booten to establish and enact a candidate selection for the director of the office. Following state statute, a hiring review committee recommended 3 qualified candidates to then Governor Chris Sununu for possible appointment. Maura O'Neill was appointed by Governor Sununu and confirmed in January of 2018. In 2020, New Hampshire instituted the Office of Child Advocate as an independent, impartial, public official with authority and responsibility to receive, investigate, or informally address complaints about government actions, and when appropriate, make recommendations and publish reports. Following the untimely deaths of Sadie Willett and Brielle Gage, while in the care of the Division for Children, Youth, and Families, the Oversight Commission and the Office of Child Advocate were created by legislation. The legislation received strong bipartisan support, championed by then Senator David Booten, a Republican from Hooksett, and Senator Carson, a Republican from Londonderry, both of whom were, and certainly Sharon continues to be, a stalwart supporter of child protection. Members of the legislature had the foresight then to understand the necessity of an independent, impartial entity to review child protection practices and systemic responses to child abuse and neglect. As a former director for the Division of Children, Youth, and Families, I strongly recommend the Office of Child Advocate restoration in the budget. This office's work is not redundant and could not nor should it be conducted within the scope of Health and Human Services. Yes, good leadership and management are critical at all levels, but they do not preclude the need for an independent, impartial, and timely review process. New Hampshire must retain the Office of Child Advocate to ensure continued oversight of the child protection system and support for New Hampshire's children's best interests. I thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the senators? Seeing none, thank you.
Robert Drummond is up next.
Just-
And Andrew Bernard, you're on next after, in queue.
And just an added note that if the senators do ask you a question, you'll be limited to 1 minute for your answer, and I'll gavel the senators if their questions are too long. So just so they know also, right? All right.
Honored Senators, my name is Robert Dumond. I'm a licensed clinical mental health counselor. I'm also a resident and homeowner in Bristol, New Hampshire. I've also been a governor's appointee to the Citizens Advisory Board for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections since 1999. And I'm here to oppose the proposed budget cuts for HB 1. Those cuts will portend grave, serious issues with regard to corrections. The mission of the Department of Corrections is to ensure safe and secure, humane supervision of inmates while promoting rehabilitation and public safety. This requires a well-trained staff that can effectively address the diverse needs of inmates, especially mental health, substance abuse, and security challenges. The proposed cuts threaten this in a very substantial way. As you know, in the last 50 years, there's been a fundamental shift in the way we treat people with mental illness. Currently in the United States, more people with mental illness are provided care and services in jails and prisons than the entire public and private psychiatric facilities nationwide. New Hampshire is not exempt from this. As you well know, we've experienced and we've been forced into compliance litigation and consent decrees to meet the minimum standards of constitutional care. As you all know, the Lamon decision was basically in effect for 25 years and continues to have legal authority and legal influence. The proposed budget cuts create some very serious violations, and there are 9 areas I'd like to identify. Removing the personnel who manage sentencing in the offender system increases the risk of procedural failures, eliminating compliance, oversight, criminal histories, and court matters. The cuts to the Employee Development Bureau hinder the ability to provide law enforcement training, certification, and also to meet the requirements of mandated decisions, such as the holiday decision. Cuts to the investigation units threaten the background checks for correctional staff and also jeopardize the well-being of staff and inmates because they will not be able to provide the investigative authority necessary. Deletion of the medical, mental health, and forensic staff will be catastrophic. This jeopardizes the ability of inmates and also the staff to control them and leads to violations of existing court orders, such as the Holiday and Woods decision. The elimination of 21 reentry and program counselors creates a vital difficulty for the Department of Corrections. Currently, there are 27 case managers who provide services around 8 facilities and 1 district office, responsible for things like parole, mental health support, and so forth. This will create a violation that will be unacceptable for all of us. New Hampshire has had the distinction of having evidence-based care that's provided quality care and has actually reduced recidivism from 48% to 40%. Commissioner Hanks has been an effective steward of taxpayer resources. under adverse circumstances. Comparing to states of similar nature, New Hampshire does an excellent job. I urge you strongly that we must create safety for corrections because correctional safety is community safety. The
Time is
proposed
up.
budget, thank you very much.
Next up is Mary McLaughlin with Sam Bergeron on double deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary McLaughlin, and I'm the interim board chair of the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts. And I live in Bedford, New Hampshire, and I am a retired commercial banker, but my sanity comes from my love for the arts. I want to acknowledge that there are a great deal of art supporters in the room today who wanted to testify. We've asked them to limit it to 3 or 4 people to testify in respect for your time. We're asking today for you to amend the House budget to reinstate the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts as a state agency and to restore funding in the 2026-2027 biennium budget. The New Hampshire State Council for the Arts was established as a state agency in 1965 to preserve and protect the rich cultural heritage of our state. The Arts Council is committed to ensuring that every New Hampshire citizen enjoys the cultural, civic, economic, and educational benefits of the arts. For the last 60 years, the Arts Council has provided grant support to artists as small businesses, arts and cultural institutions, and communities throughout New Hampshire, generating economic returns. The economic impact of the Arts Council is significant. The arts are a revenue generator for the state, providing a positive 5-to-1 ratio return on investment. In 2024, New Hampshire invested 73 cents per citizen in the arts and culture sector, contributing to an estimated yield of over $2 million in in-kind goods and services and over $50 million in payrolls of grantee organizations. The Arts Council has built a strong working relationship with veterans services and youth at risk. Our unique set of skills actually helps those state services to be more effective and cost efficient. Our smaller institutions and projects in New Hampshire's rural and underserved communities will be impacted the most without the capacity to make up the funding elsewhere. Our artists in residence projects granted to public schools are often the only arts education that some of our schools can afford to offer. These will be impacted. The Arts Council's extended reach to seniors and health-related programs in therapeutic art and music will be harmed. Outreach programs such as the Courier Museum's Arts for Veterans program to support veterans suffering from PTSD will be impacted. If the Arts Council is eliminated, our federal match through the National Endowment for the Arts will also go away. And if the New Hampshire State Council for the Arts is eliminated, we will be the only state in the nation without a state arts agency. Do we want to be known as the first in New Hampshire?
Sorry,
Thank you.
your time is up.
Andrew Bernard with Jonathan Sterling on double deck.
My name is Andrew Pinard. I'm a performing artist from Bradford, and I work for Ava Gallery and Arts Center in Lebanon. I speak in support of the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts. When human beings first looked up to the night sky, they wondered at its beauty. They wondered at its majesty, its purpose, its meaning. Those pinpoints of light, what do they do? Why are they there? Individuals began to connect the dots, look for patterns, and create stories that help them discover not only the world around them, but also within themselves. These stories help to explain the vast night sky and make it meaningful to their existence. Shared stories brought people together to discover, celebrate, explore, to process emotions experienced in the making and endurance of life, to navigate the world around them and bring them home. Art is both important and fragile. It should not be taken for granted. Art brings us together and builds communities by encouraging us to reflect, review, process, and engage with the world around us, to reflect on our purpose, to provide perspective. Art challenges, it inspires, it engages. Celebrating...
Hold on. Remember I talked about repeating? All right, we are in the Council of the Arts. We've had one testimony on the Council of the Arts. You need to summarize your testimony and then let somebody else.
I believe I have the 3 minutes to finish my statement. I will be going directly...
Sir, I believe I am the chair, and if you read the Senate rules, I'm the one in charge. So you don't tell me what I'm doing and not doing. I'm asking you to summarize your testimony and not repeat. Thank you.
Well, to summarize, making, celebrating, and experiencing art is not an elective. It's a vital and fundamental part of life. Everyone in this room has experienced art that brought meaning, joy, and delight to them and enriched their lives. Art generates economic activity, value.
Thank you, sir. Would you read the next name, please?
Next up is Sam Bergman, and Representative Chris Moons is on deck, double deck.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify before you. My name is Sam Bergman. I have the honor of serving as Executive Director of Apple Hill Center for Chamber Music in Cheshire County. Since 1971, Apple Hill has been one of the Granite State's bedrock arts institutions, providing educational and cultural services to hundreds of students every year on our idyllic 100-acre campus in the Monadnock region. Each summer, as many as 300 students from around New England, around the country, and around the world make their way to our campus. In our 54-year history, we have been proud to be not only a great global arts institution, but a great New Hampshire arts institution. And we have been greatly assisted along the way by the vital support of the State Council on the Arts. As anyone who's ever managed...
Again, if you come up and if somebody's already spoken on that issue,
Yes, sir.
you say, I support them, and you don't go on and speaking for the... If everyone does that, we're going to be here until midnight. And so...
Senator, I understand. May I...
You're going to be in... You'll be in order. You'll be in order. Summarize your testimony, please, sir.
Yes, sir. In the Monadnock region, sir, as in so many parts of our state, the tourism economy is critical to everything that we do, and the arts are a critical part of that tourism economy. The people who come to our arts organizations eat in our restaurants, they stay in our hotels, they patronize our businesses. That work is critical to our part of the state and to all rural parts of New Hampshire, as you know, Senator. There is a reason that every state in the Union, from Alabama to Wyoming, has an arts council, and the reason is that it is one of the savviest investments that a state can make. I thank you for your time, and I urge support for the State Council on the Arts.
Are there questions from the
Thank you.
senators?
Next up is Jonathan
questions?
Sterling with Doug McNutt on deck.
Good afternoon, Senate. My name is Jonathan Sterling. I'm from the great city of Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm a retired pharmaceutical research scientist, and I currently serve on the board of directors for the Nashua Community Music School. I don't wish to summarize everything that has been said. I did provide written testimony, which I assume has been placed on file with you guys. I'd like to offer 4 very specific things directly related to Nashua and the Community Music School, which has not been spoken about. If the arts funding is not reinstated and does not continue, then we have to cancel over 200 students that we currently have per month. With the arts money, we have grown from 200 students to 600 students per week. We also have to cancel all of our Title I programs in schools. We actually support the Nashua Public School System with music education. Third, all the community concerts, including student recitals, are open and free to the public. All those must be canceled. We have to reduce our school faculty by 10 people. They are pretty much full-time teachers at the school. And number 5, we have to reduce our capacity, like I said, to 280. So the need for our arts funding for our specific school is greatly needed. And in the words of Winston Churchill, none shall be gone. We will win this war.
Are there questions from the senators? Seeing none?
Next up is Representative Chris Munns with Lily Wellington on deck.
My name is Chris Munns. Before being elected to represent Hampton, I had the privilege and honor of serving as the CEO of one of the state's 10 area agencies who administer the state's Medicaid programs for individuals with developmental disabilities and acquired brain disorders. Together, the 10 area agencies provide services to approximately 12,000 individuals and families across our state. The budget adopted by the House will be devastating to those families. For many years, Medicaid billing rates did not change. Recent legislatures have made some progress in finally addressing that problem by passing Medicaid funding increases of 2% and 3% per year, but that has not come close to filling the funding gap caused by years of neglect. Now, rather than continuing to address that gap, the House's budget will cut Medicaid reimbursement rates by 3%. That will make the already difficult task of finding and hiring qualified staff to enable covered individuals to live independently in the community even more challenging. It also means that current staff, who are already probably being paid about what someone working at McDonald's is receiving, will have to take a 3% cut in pay on July 1st. If that happened to you, what would you do? I'd probably go to work at McDonald's. More pay, less responsibility. The House's budget will also be devastating to the 278 families of individuals who are on the wait list. These individuals are currently receiving services from their public school system. Under New Hampshire law, when they turn 21, the school system, literally at midnight, is no longer responsible for them, and all future funding must come from Medicaid. That is what the wait list is intended to cover. For the first time in a very long time, the budget the House passed does not fully fund the wait list. This is a significant step backwards. And guess who will have to pick up the slack? Family members of the individuals who need the services. Many of these are senior citizens who are dealing with their own challenges. Others will have to quit their jobs, creating additional financial challenges for families. These cuts will have a real impact on real people in our community. Some of them are friends, family members, and neighbors. All of them are our constituents. None of this is necessary, and it is not enough to say, as some of my colleagues in the House have said, that they do not like having to do this, but that we have no choice. This is a self-inflicted crisis. The House chose to give casino operators 70% of the revenues from new slot machines rather than the 55% Governor Ayotte proposed. Returning to the governor's proposal generates $73 million in additional revenue, more than enough to restore the 3% across the board Medicaid rate reduction, with about $20 million left over to help fund the wait list. An additional $32 million in funding for the wait list could be generated simply by freezing eligibility in the school voucher program at the levels proposed by Governor Ayotte in fiscal year 26. And the balance of funding needed to fully fund the wait list could come from the $85 million increase in the rainy day fund that is included in this crisis budget. Granted, staters deserve a better budget. Rather than saying we have no choice, please show our constituents the leadership needed to make that happen. Thank you.
Questions from the senator?
Doug McNutt with Kathy Stratton and Dr. Jeffrey Fetter on deck.
My name is Doug McNutt. I'm also a retiree. I'm here today in support of the Commission on Aging. I'm a member of that commission. Our commission includes volunteers from all parts of the state. I myself have over 35 years of experience in aging policy issues. Many of the members have experience of that level and more. We have nursing home administrators, home care administrators, and others involved in the area. I tell people that I now do for free what I used to get paid for. For example, one of the things we've worked very hard on is a system of care, an aging bill that was sponsored by Senator Gannon 2 years ago. That recognized that we needed to do a better job of funding and coordinating services for the elderly in New Hampshire. We are doing that. We worked on that bill. We worked on implementing it. We work on monitoring as we go along. One of the things that was included in that bill was increased funding for Medicaid services for long-term care. And so I also agree that that 3% funding cut for Medicaid needs to be put back together. I think that the work we do is valuable, and you would not be able to get the work done by a commission like ours without spending a lot of money. We will save you money in the long run. Please support the Commission on Aging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Lily Wellington.
Members of Senate Finance Committee. My name is Lily Wellington, and I am the Executive Director for the State's Commission on Aging. In 1925, the average person could expect to live for 59 years. Today, that average lifespan has increased to 79 years. A testament to the power of public health, medical innovations, better nutrition, and wise public policy. This remarkable extension of life now requires a fundamental shift in how we plan and build our shared futures. We must now proactively adapt our systems to support longer lives. At the heart of this endeavor lies the Commission on Aging. In the spirit of this work, we have spearheaded 2 specific projects looking at how we are aging as a state. One is the Multi-Sector Plan for Aging, a 10-year blueprint for how we intend to support aging in New Hampshire. And the second is the Community Transportation Needs Assessment, which is a statewide initiative looking at where are the gaps in transportation services. In closing, aging is the great unifier. Living is aging. I believe everyone in this room today endeavors to live a long and fruitful life. Funding the State Commission on Aging allows this important work to continue, ensuring that the work done today secures a better tomorrow for us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kathy Stratton with Dr. Federer from the New Hampshire Medical Society.
Good afternoon, Senator Gray and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Stratton. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Medical Society, which has a mission, a longstanding mission of advocating for patients and for physicians in care in New Hampshire. We have 2,000 physician members and 9 specialty societies that we're representing today, and we want to highlight the significant high-level healthcare policy issues in House Bill 2 that impact our patients, providers, and public health across the state. As you consider this bill, we ask that you support access to essential medical care and life-saving procedures, public health infrastructure that protects New Hampshire citizens, and policies that strengthen the state's healthcare workforce.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Federer. I'm with the Medical Society as well, and I wanted to just make a couple points to highlight. First, on medical access, we often think of Medicaid as a benefit, but it really is part of the infrastructure. It's more of the way that we deliver mental health care is embedded in how Medicaid works than many folks understand or realize. So when I look outside my office at New Hampshire Hospital, I see 2,000 offices in buildings that used to have 2,000 patient beds. All those patients did not go away with deinstitutionalization. They are living good lives in the community. And if our community mental health centers are unable to get the Medicaid funding they need, all those patients come streaming back into New Hampshire Hospital through emergency rooms. And that's what we don't want to see happen. HB 2 needs to value physician autonomy. And I'm here talking about the HB 94 language that's been included. The lowest level of government should be where decisions are made. We say that as a New Hampshire value. The decisions that happen between a patient and a physician should be made in the exam room, not in a legislature. And that is a value that we need to see in HB 2, I think. Public health measures, the language of HB 357 was added to HB 2. This would put decision-making about immunizations into the legislature. This already has legislative oversight through JLCAR and is not necessary and would slow down our ability to respond to things like measles outbreaks. Finally, we need to invest in the healthcare workforce. The state loan repayment program is critical to making sure we've got healthcare providers in hard to recruit for areas of the state. That needs to be in HB 2 as well. Thank you.
Next up is Katie Brissett with Jackie Cowell on deck.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to briefly speak with you today. My name is Katie Brissett, and I work with an organization called Early Learning New Hampshire. We are a statewide nonprofit, and one of our parts of our mission is to support early learning programs such as Head Start, Childcare, preschool, and also the children and families that they serve every day. So I wanted to briefly speak with you today. You'll hear from some providers directly, but something that we've done since the beginning of COVID is host twice a month Zoom calls with the childcare community. And each meeting we have roughly 100 providers come and they really share what's been going on in their world. And we've surveyed them and polled them and asked them, what's the number one crisis that you're facing? What's the biggest issue for you? And above all else, it is staffing issues. So recruiting and retaining good teachers at their programs. So we know that you're probably going to hear from other industries that are having workforce crisis as well. But one thing that's slightly different about childcare is we're the workforce behind the workforce. So we're there so that everyone else can go to work and do their jobs every day. And today I'm just asking that you consider supporting the $15 million that is currently in the budget. The House Finance Committee, Division 3, unanimously, bipartisan, voted 9-0 to keep that $15 million in there. And that's going to support the child care workforce, the recruitment and retention of those teachers, so that everyone else can go to work and continue doing their jobs as well. So thank you so much for your time today.
Next up is Jackie Cowell with Bob Getchell on deck.
Hello, thank you for taking our testimony. How do you do? I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire. I'll be really brief. My colleague Katie just spoke. What we're talking about, again, is that bipartisan House Division 3 unanimous vote, 9-0, to continue the child care workforce grants that help a child care business operation over and above their regular operations to make sure they can recruit and hire. And it's on page 1141 of your budget, $7.5 million a year. We hope that you will continue it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Getchell with Mary Doyle on deck.
Hi, thank you. I'm Robert A. Getchell. I'm standing here before you to do not cut my service out. And I talked to you about my case manager. She helps me with my vacations and other things. I do raise enough money through 5-cent cans for taking a vacation this December of it on it, and by this coming year, 26, you might have it. And I ask you, do not cut my services down. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair. I just ask if we can keep the applause down a little bit. Every time we have to wait an extra 5-10 seconds between each speaker, it's going to make less speakers being able to speak. So I'm just asking if you could please keep the applause to a minimum so that we can continue on. So next up is Mayor.
Just a comment. Every time we have one of these public hearings that lasts a long time, there are people who come and can't stay long enough to do the testimony because the testimony continues and continues and continues. That is one of the reasons we have a time limit. That is one of the reasons we restrict the repeating. That is one of the reasons we don't want you clapping and stuff. And that's all in the Senate rules for this committee. So please, for the respect of your other people who want to testify and are very low on the list, please.
Next up is Mary Doyle with, I think it's Carlene Ferrer on deck.
It's, just to clarify, it's Marcy Doyle. Thank you for having me here today, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. Thank you for your commitment to New Hampshire. I am here as the president of New Hampshire Nurses Association, as a registered nurse and as a mother to express full support for Momnibus 2.0. This is the only issue today I will verbally testify on. This is one of the most important pieces of legislation that you will consider this year, and I want to share why it deeply matters so much. For 5 years, I struggled to have a child, experiencing 3 ectopic pregnancies along the way. And in 2011, I finally welcomed my beautiful baby boy, who is now 13. However, those losses took an immense toll on me and my husband. One I fully did not grasp until Noah was born. Noah arrived at Southern Hospital via an emergency C-section. And at first, I was overjoyed. The first night was incredible, but by day 3, something felt really, really off. By the end of the week, I was overwhelmed, panicked, tunnel vision, and a deep sense of despair. I struggled in silence, saying very little to the healthcare team or even my fellow nurses. As a nurse myself, I felt like I should have been prepared. I mean, I was a nurse, after all. I had planned for this moment over 4 separate times, but nothing prepared me for postpartum depression. The one thing that saved me and my family was the Elliott Postpartum Group, a weekly class held by an incredible nurse. Surrounded by other mothers, some of who had already overcome their depression, and others like me just beginning their journey, I found the support I desperately needed. Groups like these are rare in New Hampshire, and I was fortunate to have access to one. You have the power to change that through the support of Momnibus 2.0, which improves maternal health care, expands peer support programs, and ensures resources are accessible across New Hampshire. Legislators, together you can provide critical support for new mothers like I once was. Please help strengthen maternal health and family support systems across our state. I want to thank you for your time and consideration today.
Representing myself and the New Hampshire Nurses Association. First, I'd like to just say that numerous significant budget cuts need restoration. Changing the funding structure for the alcohol fund, the 3% cut to Medicaid reimbursement rates, $19 million reduction in community mental health programs, suspension of the state loan repayment program, elimination of the Office of Child Advocate, removal of all general funds for tobacco control, and defunding of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, as well as significant cuts to the university system of New Hampshire. However, today I want to focus on HB 357, which was tagged on to the budget bill. This is a dangerous bill that will roll back vaccine requirements and remove the authority of the Commissioner of Health and Human Services to adopt rules requiring these immunizations. It was clear in the hearings on this bill that the sponsor and many of the supporters of this bill do not understand transmission of disease. They spoke about hepatitis being a lifestyle disease. Hepatitis is transmitted via mom to baby. Varicella can cause pneumonia and birth defects in pregnant women. There are 250 million people worldwide infected with hepatitis B, and Haemophilus influenza causes severe meningitis in babies. We all have the right to be protected from vaccine-preventable disease and death. It's unreasonable to leave this type of public health decision to elected officials who come and go and may be influenced by political trends rather than experts who dedicate their careers serving the people and protecting the people of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Next up is Carrie Duran, followed by Roger DeRocher.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today. As you can see, I am one of many wearing pink for supporting developmental disabilities. My name is Carrie Duran. I live in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. I am the legislative liaison for Lakes Region Community Services, but I am testifying today in support of my daughter, Katie, who just turned 14. She was born with a developmental disability of Down syndrome. She's coming into high school. We're making all of these plans, and you'll see in front of you that the testimony I provided was my daughter's resume. She just turned 14. She's ready to work, make her own money, become a valuable and productive member of our community and pay taxes, save up for college, an apartment. She wants to get married and have a family someday. And I'm here as her mom to make sure that she has every opportunity to do so. Katie has had the opportunity while living in the state of New Hampshire to have early supports and services, to have family support, and now she is part of the in-home support waiver. It is because of all of the support that the state of New Hampshire has provided that Katie is so fabulous, if I do say so myself. She is so accomplished. I know I'm her mom, I can't help it, but if we did not have these supports, she would not have the bright future that I know she's going to have. And I thank all of you for providing those supports and services for her whole life. And I would love for you to please consider to continue those supports. Please do not cut the services that my daughter needs to be successful. And I thank you very, very much for your time. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Roger Desroches, and on deck is Mary Roberge.
Dear members of the Senate Finance Committee, my name is Roger
You
DeRozier.
need to, there you go.
My name is Roger DeRozier from Concord, and I'm representing New Hampshire AARP. Supporting caregivers is a smart investment for New Hampshire because it helps keep individuals out of costly hospitals and long-term care facilities. Family caregivers are our spouses, children, siblings, and friends who provide $2.8 billion in unpaid care annually, enabling loved ones to remain in their homes instead of moving into expensive nursing facilities. They manage medications, assist with daily tasks, provide transportation, and handle financial matters, often at great personal cost. It is critical New Hampshire funds these three key programs in this year's budget that helps family caregivers continue their essential work: the New Hampshire Family Caregiver Support Program, Service Link, and Choices for Independence. The Family Caregiver Support Program provides information and respite care for those assisting loved ones with Alzheimer's and other dementias. Service Link serves as a single entry point for long-term support services, offering information and counseling to help families navigate care options. The Choices for Independence program is a fiscally responsible way to care for New Hampshire's older adults. That empowers caregivers, prevents costly institutional care, and fosters a healthier, more resilient New Hampshire. New Hampshire caregivers spend an average of 18 hours a week providing care, often at a personal cost of up to $7,000 annually. Without support, many face burnout and financial strain, making it harder to continue their vital work. Supporting caregivers is also an economic necessity. 1 in 6 New Hampshire workers is a caregiver, and without resources, many are forced to reduce their hours to leave their jobs. Strengthening support for caregivers helps keep them employed and stabilizes the state's economy. I am alarmed the New Hampshire House has cut Medicaid rates for providers. These rates have a direct impact on New Hampshire's ability to provide adequate care for our state's most vulnerable patients. We know that people prefer to age in place through programs like Choices for Independence, where providers care for patients in their own home. Not only is this what the patients want, but it's also a more cost-effective form of care. If New Hampshire cuts Medicaid rates, vulnerable residents will lose access to home care and be forced into hospitals and nursing homes, increasing costs and creating system-wide bottlenecks. Investing in caregivers ensures that older adults can live independently with dignity while recognizing and valuing those who support them. By funding these essential programs, the state can reduce costly institutional care expenses and promote a stronger, healthier community for all.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your consideration.
Next up is Mary Roberge with Corrine Bengeld from Stay Work Play on deck.
Good afternoon. My name's Mary Roberge, and I reside in Manchester. I do volunteer work for AARP New Hampshire, focusing on the issues for the 50 plus, and I also work part-time at a New Hampshire area agency. I'm going to talk about 4 things that I would like to say remain in the budget, and I will summarize. One is to increase the income limits and to eliminate the resource limit for the Medicare Savings Program. This is a valuable program, and it is a lifeline to a lot of people that are on Medicaid and have very low income. I also want to talk about the New Hampshire Family Caregiving Program. I do support what my fellow volunteer Roger said, and I will tell you that as my mom's long-term caregiver for many years, I'm well aware of the long days and the nights that you're needed to keep someone, a loved one, to let them have their independence, to let them have their dignity. I would also agree with Doug McNutt and the also conversations of continuing the New Hampshire Commission on Aging. This commission does serve as a voice for older adults. It ensures their needs and their concerns are heard at the highest level of government. It is nonpartisan, and it is transparent. It promotes the healthy aging and the improvement in the quality of the lives in the systems of care. And finally, I would like to talk about continuing the New Hampshire Prescription Drug Affordability Board. Since its inception, the New Hampshire Prescription Drug Affordability Board has focused on lowering the cost of prescription drugs in New Hampshire, reviewing many avenues of how they're going to reduce their costs. One way that the board has come up with is to join a prescription drug discount card program. This program, which is available in the state of Connecticut, has resulted in a $200 annual savings per person, and it has reduced costs of 18% on brand name drugs and 80% on generic drugs. This board is also looking into savings with biosimilar drugs. Funding the board is crucial. It will help to reduce the cost in the New Hampshire Medicaid program. I want to thank you all. I know there are a lot of people that want to talk here tonight, but these are programs that are very near and dear to my heart, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Corinne, followed by Kimberly Haley is on deck.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Corinne Benfield. I'm the Executive Director of Stay Work Play New Hampshire, a nonprofit dedicated to attracting and retaining young people in our state, a key demographic that drives our economy and scales our businesses. I'll keep my remarks very brief out of respect for your time and because I also echo a lot of my past testifiers' sentiments. But I wanted to highlight 3 priorities that reflect some of our call to action. First, university and community college funding. The proposed cut to the university system is not just a budget issue, it's a signal to our young people. When higher education becomes less affordable, fewer students stay in state, and fewer graduates build their futures here. These institutions are economic engines and workforce pipelines. We need to invest in them, not deplete them. Second, maternal health. Senate Bill 246, the Momnibus 2.0 bill, provides expanded Medicaid coverage for maternal, mental health, and critical wraparound services. Supporting new mothers and young families is not only the right thing to do, it's a strategic investment in New Hampshire's future workforce and long-term vitality. I ask that you please ensure that this remains in the budget. Finally, the arts. Again, I echo sentiments from the past art advocates and can summarize our support by providing the perspective from our constituents backed by data. Young people want to live in vibrant places, places with music, murals, festivals, and public art. The arts create belonging, they strengthen community, and they drive local economies. They are not luxuries, they're a magnet for top talent that New Hampshire vitally needs. The young people we serve are paying close attention and are rooting for a budget that reflects a bright future for New Hampshire, further driving retention of this key workforce demographic. Thank you again for your time and for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is Kimberly Haley. On deck is Lori McIntosh.
Hello. I'm a master licensed alcohol and drug abuse counselor. I'm also a New Hampshire certified prevention specialist. I've worked in prevention for nearly 37 years. And the current, I'm here to ask that you sustain the alcohol fund as budgeted by Governor Ayotte. The current plan that you have to use money from the opioid abatement fund to fund drug and alcohol services in New Hampshire is going to fail miserably. First of all, not supporting the alcohol fund, it's a law, right? And not supporting it is unethical. You create a law and then you violate it all except 1 year. In 2023, was it fully funded at 5% of New Hampshire gross alcohol sales. New Hampshire benefits a great deal from the sale of this legal drug. You have some amount of responsibility to help clean up the aisle, aisle 5, the mess on aisle 5, because we have a lot of people suffering. The alcohol fund is intended to be a comprehensive kind of plan where there's a three-legged stool, okay? We have treatment, prevention, recovery. And the current plan right now, if you don't fund the alcohol fund, is the only people that are going to get services are the people that have addiction to a narcotic. So nobody else who might have an addiction to crystal meth or might have an addiction to alcohol is going to get supported services. So it creates a big problem. And speaking of prevention, people just don't start off, oh, I think I'm going to develop a substance use disorder because it sounds like fun. These are things that develop over time. There's risk factors that are related to it, such as experiencing trauma during childhood, having grown up with families with addiction, and in New Hampshire, we have about 1 in 4 kids grows up with addiction in their family in the state of New Hampshire. And also we have kids that become lost.
Your time is up.
So I'm asking you to please fund the alcohol fund so we can support young people to have healthy lives. Thank you.
Next up is Lori McIntosh, followed by Nancy Lord on deck.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak, Honorable Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Lori McIntosh. I'm from Dover, New Hampshire, and I'm here today I'm also representing Our Place NH, which is a nonprofit. I've already given my testimony, so I'm just going to speak quickly, that we are attempting to build housing for adults with developmental disabilities, and I'm not sure if you know that there's a huge housing crisis for this group. Most of them are living with their parents, and their parents are getting older, and we are all freaking out about where our kids are going to live when we are too old to care for them. So I banded together with a group of parents 5 years ago, and we started working on a housing project. We've bought property, we're ready to start building, and now we're looking at our pro forma budgets, and it hurts because it's going to be really hard to do this housing anyway, but if you cut Medicaid and if you make room and board harder to get, it's going to be almost impossible to have this be a fiscally viable project. So I'm asking you to please keep the Medicaid funding. These adults can be functional people in the community who are doing great things, and we need to support them by providing supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Nancy Lord, followed by Brian Rill on deck.
I'm a single parent of an autistic boy,
Get a little closer to the microphone.
and my son is on the low end of the spectrum of autism. He depends on people to help him with his daily living situation. So I have him in an enhanced living situation with 2 home care providers through an area agency. And I depend on funds for this because I cannot take care of my son myself. And he's, in all likelihood, he's never going to work, and he's always going to have someone take care of him 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Brian Rill. On deck is Tiffany Cladu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. For the record, my name is Brian Rill, and I'm the president of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, proudly representing over 2,000 active and retired firefighters throughout our state. Today, I come before you alongside representatives from other key public safety sectors, including municipal police officers, state police, corrections officers, and parole officers. A few of them are behind me here this afternoon. Together, we represent the New Hampshire's unified commitment to the safety and security of the citizens and visitors of our state, and we all strongly support the inclusion of the Group 2 retirement provisions in House Bill 2. In 2011, the New Hampshire legislature enacted significant reforms to the state's retirement system aimed at improving its long-term financial stability. While well-intentioned and largely successful, these reforms introduced sweeping changes to the benefit structure for employees already in service, changes that fundamentally altered the terms under which they had been hired and the benefits they were promised. The impact of these changes has been profound and far-reaching, creating an unintended ripple effect throughout public safety in New Hampshire. Many of those affected, commonly referred to as Tier B group, have expressed deep concern and frustration over the changes to their benefits, which they had worked hard to earn, leading many to seek employment in neighboring states or to leave their profession entirely. This exodus has threatened to undermine the integrity of public safety in our state, leaving the rest of us to pick up the pieces. Given that word of mouth is the most powerful form of advertising, reinstating these benefits for those who had earned them should be seen as the most effective strategy for retaining senior leadership and attracting the leaders of tomorrow. Doing so would send a strong, unmistakable message that the state upholds its integrity and intends to uphold New Hampshire's status as the #1 state for public safety. Moreover, the New Hampshire retirement system's recent budget presentation shows encouraging fiscal trends. The unfunded liability has been steadily decreasing since 2020, and the funded ratio continues to improve over time. Most importantly, the implementation of the retirement provisions as outlined in House Bill 2 would neither increase the unfunded liability nor raise contribution rates beyond their current levels. This restoration does not signify a step backwards from 2011 reforms, but simply represents a refined approach that balances public safety, fairness for those who are already in service, and fiscal responsibility. The reality we face today is undeniable. New Hampshire is struggling to retain some of our most highly trained and experienced leaders. It has been widely acknowledged that many of whom have left the profession have done so because of the midstream changes to their benefits. This is not merely an issue of policy, it is a matter of balance and fairness for those who have dedicated their lives to protecting our communities. We are deeply appreciative of Governor Ayotte for making this issue a top priority in her budget. The retirement provisions included in HB 2 are a critical step toward preventing the continued loss of some of our most qualified and committed leaders that fulfill the promise made to those who serve and protect this state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Tiffany Cladu, followed by Lori Duff.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Gladue, and I'm a registered nurse and the Director of Long-Term Supports at Granite State Independent Living. I'm here today to ask you to say no to cutting Medicaid funding in New Hampshire. Many of the individuals I serve don't just need a little help. They rely on Medicaid-funded care for their very survival. These are not optional supports. They are critical, life-sustaining services that keep people alive, safe, and in their homes. Many of our consumers cannot bathe themselves, get dressed, transfer safely out of bed without assistance. They need help preparing meals, grocery shopping, accessing clean drinking water, and getting their medications. Some cannot reposition themselves in bed, which places them at risk for pressure sores and infections that can become life-threatening. Others require physically invasive bowel programs or catheterization because they cannot urinate or have bowel movements on their own without the assistance of a caregiver. Without the support, their lives would be at risk. The care provided by these services allows people with disabilities to maintain their well-being and live with dignity and safety in their homes. While personal care services are non-medical in classification, they are medically necessary in practice. Without them, people are at risk for hospitalization, displacement from their homes, or death. These services are already stretched thin. A rate reduction in reimbursement means providers will be paid less for the same medically necessary work. This does not only impact agencies, it directly impacts the people receiving the care. Lower rates make it harder to retain and hire qualified caregivers in a field that is already underpaid and undervalued. When we can't find staff, consumers go out without care. They miss showers. They are not repositioned. They develop wounds. They are left alone when they need help getting out of bed, using the bathroom, or eating a meal. They face medical emergencies in their own homes with no one there to help. So while a rate cut may appear on paper as an administrative adjustment, the reality is this: it compromises people's ability to get the care they need to live safely at home. It threatens their ability to survive in the community. And the people providing this care are not doing it for the money. This is not a lucrative field. Caregivers accept the financial burden of this work because they believe, like I do, that people with disabilities deserve to live full, independent lives with their personal care needs wholly met. If we cut funding, we're not making a small adjustment. We're cutting into services that keep people alive. Real people will suffer, and real people could die. Thank you for your time and your service to our state.
Thank you. Next up is Lori Duff, and Alex Kay from AGC-NH is on deck.
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Lori Duff. I'm the Director of Older Adult Services at Easter Seals, New Hampshire. As a provider serving more than 500 older adults in their homes, we implore you not to cut Medicaid. 51% of the older adults that we serve receive CFI Medicaid services. This includes your neighbors, your friends, your communities, and your constituents. This includes Mrs. H, a 96-year-old woman crippled with arthritis who has outlived all of her children living on a fixed income of $832. This also includes Mr. K, an 84-year-old who had become so socially isolated, he was considering taking an entire bottle of heart medication to end the pain of loneliness. The longevity revolution is here and growing. Please don't pull the rug out from underneath them and make them fall. They deserve better. We ask that you reconsider the cuts to the Medicaid program. We are grateful that Governor Ayotte has also put into the budget the continuation of this State Commission on Aging. In closing, we ask that you continue to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may. So if anybody's in the audience, they've opened State House Room 103 on the first floor for audio. So if you can't hear, you want to go sit in another place, you don't have a seat, there's room downstairs on the first floor in State House Room 103 if you're able to listen to it. Next up is Alex, and with Megan Brabeck from the Save Children Action Network on deck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Katrubis. I'm here to represent the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. We are an association comprising 115 commercial contractors and related companies. I'm here today to provide testimony on the budgets for New Hampshire DOT, DES, and Fish and Game. First, let's talk about DOT, specifically the turnpike system. This is a system that comprises about 90 miles of limited access highway, with 36 miles being part of the U.S. interstate highway system. The last toll increase, which funds this system, occurred in 2009 for Hampton and 2007 for other select locations. Unfortunately, this flat funding model is not sustainable. Critical projects like the Bow-Concord expansion are being deferred, which poses significant public safety, economic development, and quality of life concerns. The severe congestion on I-93 through the capital city has been well documented by the New Hampshire media. In September, the Concord Monitor published an article entitled "The Price You Pay as Weekend Bottlenecks Grow, More Cars Get Routed Through Concord Neighborhoods." More separate from the turnpike system, the highway fund is also under considerable stress. Beginning on July 1st of this year, $20 million in revenue earmarked for rural paving and rural bridges will be redirected to cover the Salem to Manchester I-93 debt service. While New Hampshire is reallocating federal funds to cover this gap, this still results in a $20 million reduction in the construction program. This leads to fewer projects, less paving, and not as many bridges being repaired. This reduction not only delays much-needed infrastructure improvements, but also impacts local economies by limiting job opportunities for construction workers in related industries. The New Hampshire House did include some very modest DMV motor vehicle increases, many of which haven't been adjusted in 15 or 20 years, and we do support those actions. However, we do oppose the removal of the state safety vehicle inspections because that removes almost $3 million in general fund and highway fund revenue. In terms of the DES budget and the Fish and Game budget, as you know, there's a significant proposal in House Bill 2, sections 2 through 8, that involves the reorganization of land development permitting in the state of New Hampshire. It suggests consolidating certain functions at DES, Fish and Game, and the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. The reorganization will create a one-stop shopping for those organizations, those 3 state agencies that issue permits for regulations such as protected wildlife, rare plants, endangered flowers, and AOT permitting. Additionally, the proposal includes a 60-day time limit for the DES to review permits. This streamlined process, we believe, will help improve.
Your time is up.
All right, sir. All right.
Next up is Megan Brayback, followed by William Walker on deck.
A little high. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Brayback, and I am here with Save the Children Action Network today to talk about childcare. As a mom to a 2-year-old, I know that childcare in the Granite State is unaffordable for most working families. The average cost for a family with 2 children under 5 is nearly $32,000 per year, or about $2,700 a month, which is more than what most residents pay for housing or health care, leaving families with little in case of an emergency or to save for their future. Parents with reliable, quality care miss fewer work days, they're more productive, and they're better able to provide for their families. According to a recent study, the New Hampshire economy loses an estimated $500 million each year from lack of childcare for infants and toddlers. Recent polling shows that nearly 3 in 4 voters believe the state should do more to support working families by improving access to quality, affordable care. The Child Care Scholarship Program is one important piece of that puzzle. This program puts childcare in reach for working families. I was thrilled to see that the Senate unanimously passed Senate Bill 243, which was a common sense measure that improves efficiency in the scholarship process. But unfortunately, House Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs has just sent that to the floor with a recommendation of ITL. I ask that you continue to support the solutions put forward in that bill and include them in this budget. However, the scholarship can only help people access childcare if there are spots available near them, and the childcare industry is facing an employment crisis. Wages are low and tuition is already as high as the market can bear. The state needs to take action to support this industry. That's why I urge you to restore the $15 million childcare workforce fund. You've already heard from my colleagues about the work that this does for recruitment and retention of childcare workers. Right now, the average pay for a childcare worker is $15 an hour, which is less than most fast food jobs. Childcare is critical to a strong and vibrant economy. Investment in childcare is a high return investment on child development, care businesses, and the economy overall. In fact, 86% of New Hampshire voters view funding for the childcare and preschool system as a good investment of taxpayer money. 82% of voters support continued state funding to recruit and retain childcare and preschool teachers, and nearly 2 in 3 New Hampshire voters say that they would have a less favorable view of their legislator if they vote to cut this funding. I urge you to make the right choice for New Hampshire families and our economy. Invest in childcare. Realistically, what we need is increased investment in this sector, but we are asking instead to maintain current levels of investment. This is a bare minimum compromise that your constituents need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is William Walker with Bishop Dunn on deck.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Will Walker. I live in Hollis. I live there with my son, who's 26-year-old, an adult with autism. I'm also a legislative liaison for Gateways Community Services out of Nashua, but here I am to represent myself, my wife, and my son. The proposed House budget puts my son's future at risk. All said and done, and I want to talk about a number. This number is 91, okay? All said and done, the House budget reduces the developmental disability space by $91 million. Okay? At the same time, the proposed House budget appropriates $91 million for education freedom accounts. I'm not here to speak against, please, I'm not here to speak against education freedom accounts. That debate's already been done. I have nothing to add to that debate. All I want to say is let's compare. Start with a zero bar. Add $91 million of appropriation for education freedom accounts, take $91 million away from the developmental disability space. The difference here is this: with education freedom accounts, people have an alternative choice, a free public appropriate education. In the developmental disability space, there is no alternative choice. The choice is homelessness, it's extended hospital stays, and in the worst cases, it's death. Okay, if the Ways and Means Committee cannot come up with funding that's appropriate for our space, I ask you to please consider making a choice where we have funding people that have no choice versus funding people that have a choice. Okay, so what I would like to see, please, and I urge you to please bring back Governor Ayotte's proposed recommendations for funding the developmental disability wait list, eliminating the 3% rates cut that's been proposed by the House. And I also look for housing stability APN, the room and board APN requested by BDS. With that, you will help secure my son's future, and please, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bishop Dunn, and on deck is Laura Vincent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Senator Gray, and members of the committee. I'm Bob Dunn, the Director of Public Policy for the Roman Catholic Diocese of Manchester, and I'm here today on behalf of Bishop Peter Labashi and also on behalf of Thomas Blonsky, who's the President and CEO of Catholic Charities New Hampshire, to register a few comments on House Bill 1 and 2, and I've provided written testimony to the committee. Just a couple of points here today. As a general matter, I just want to ask that you do your work on the budget through the lens of a preeminent priority for the poor and those who are in need. As we have said on a number of occasions up here, the principles of human dignity and the common good are the cornerstones of our body politic. Even if you just look at Part 1, Article 1 of the New Hampshire Constitution, we can glean that from there. And so as a result, we hope that the aspects of the budget that furnish care for those in need, especially on the foundational areas of housing and healthcare and food, will be properly funded. And in particular, we ask respectfully that the Senate reject what was in the House-passed version of the budget concerning the 3% cut to Medicaid providers, the funding reductions for DD services and residential placements for children and community mental health services, and the elimination of the Office of the Child Advocate and the elimination of the positions within the Department of Corrections. And lastly, I just would like to draw the committee's attention to some written submission that I've also given to the committee concerning the nursing home bed moratorium, which is in the middle of House Bill 2. It is a section that the House added into House Bill 2 that was drawn from House Bill 548, a bill which the Senate HHS Committee has appropriately, unanimously recommended as inexpedient to legislate. So we hope that that language will be removed from House Bill 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up is Laura Vincent, followed by Robert Woodward. I'll just let everybody know we have 238 more speakers.
My name is Laura Vincent, and I live in
Man, you need to get closer to the microphone.
My name is Laura Vincent, and I'm a longtime member of a local school board. I also have 3 children who were educated through and graduated from public school. I'm very concerned about the funding situation for public schools with the expansion of the education freedom accounts, which are funded through the Education Trust Fund, and thus will draw money away from the public schools, which are funded through the same trust fund. I'm also concerned about the recent effort to pass state legislation creating tax caps on education funding in each town. It is my understanding that this effort has been put aside for now, but I fear that it may be resurrected. If so, this will limit the amount of funding through local property taxes. While this legislation may reassure taxpayers that they will not be taxed out of their homes, it creates a very scary situation for our schools. Together with the EFA expansion efforts, this has put our schools in a type of a vice. As money flows out to EFAs on one end, the money obtained through local taxes on the other end will start shrinking. Special education is protected by federal law and so rightly will receive funding. However, for most students in public schools, funding will become more and more inadequate and educational opportunities will become more limited. I strongly believe in local control. For instance, I believe that requiring school districts to have cell phone policies is acceptable, but I believe it should be left to each district to develop their own cell phone policy. Likewise, I believe that states should not mandate tax caps for local towns, but leave setting property tax budgets for education to the voters of each district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Robert Woodward with Andrew Harmon on deck.
My name is Robert Woodward. I'm not the real Bob Woodward. Thank you very much for your time. I know it's a disappointment. I'm a retired professor of health economics, endowed by Forrest McCurley, who's a well-known retired nursing home director here in New Hampshire. I'm here to speak on behalf of the New Hampshire Prescription Drug Affordability Board, which is a nascent or newly formed organization. We've had an executive director now for just over a year, and I will supplement the comments that the AARP has already spoken on behalf of the New Hampshire, we call it PDAB. I point out that we've already talked about a $200 savings that was realized by each member of a prescription drug discount card in Connecticut. This would now be 2023, that we have proposed be adopted for all citizens here in New Hampshire. We've made the proposal to Governor Abbott, and I know not, perhaps our executive director will come and speak on the status of that. But it is a proposal that has been made. My supplement will be to say, wait a minute, if the objective of the board is to provide guidance to the legislature and with respect to state employees, how we can reduce the cost of prescription drugs. The proposed Array RX discount card in Connecticut saved $200. There are, I am told, something in the neighborhood of 22,000 state employees in New Hampshire. If approximately 1,000, just over 1,000 of those, 6% actually were to enroll this optional discount card, that would cover the budgetary cost that's at discussion here of $250,000. If a larger proportion, we would end up not only costing the budget money, but having a return of about 400% within the next 2 years. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next up is Andrew Harmon, followed by Bob Scully.
Step up towards me. Come right around. There you go. Oops.
My name is Andrew Harmon. I'm a resident of New Hampton, New Hampshire. And I would like to echo some of the earlier sentiments regarding transportation. I happen to serve on the Regional Coordinating Council for Community Transportation in my area as the secretary, though I am only representing myself today. The money that is used to help bring in grants to cover a lot of the programs that provide transportation in the state has unfortunately been left out of the budget in HB2. And if that is not restored, many programs, including one of which I rely heavily upon, as there is literally no transportation options in my town in New Hampton to get to critical meetings, which is a volunteer driver program, would go away. They have to raise about 50% to match those grants. I'd also like to talk about the Medicaid impacts, in particular, the proposed 5% increase. I work as an independent contractor, incredibly part-time, working with a company out of Canada to provide accessibility testing for people with visual impairments. I'm lucky if I make 10 hours a month, and I would, as every single week brings a different amount of work, sometimes not at all. I don't know if I would qualify for the proposed work requirement hours, and I would not know how much I would need to save to meet this up to 5% increase, let alone who I would pay it to or how I would go about collecting it and reporting it. So please do not follow these cuts. Please restore the Medicaid, and please help restore the money to the transportation. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Bob Scully, followed by Representative Laura Telereski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bob Scully. I represent New Hampshire Motor Transport Association, a trade association representing truck owners and operators in New Hampshire. I am here today to oppose a section of House Bill 2 that increases truck registration fees and other DMV charges to the tune of $60 million in a biennium. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak here today because the New Hampshire House did not afford us the opportunity to have public input. There was no hearing in a public policy committee in the House. It was introduced during the House Finance Committee. So this is a very, very significant increase in fees. There seems to be some discussions that fees are fine and taxes aren't. If you're the individual, the money's coming out of your pocketbook, it's the same thing. So I passed out 2 handouts to you. One of them is from the amendment that was distributed in the House that listed 55 fee increases totaling $30 million a year. On the back of that is a spreadsheet identifying the current rates versus the proposed rates. And then I handed out the impact to our industry, very specifically to the trucks and the weights of the trucks, and the truck fact sheets for you to consider. I won't go over all that. That's there for you. And I would kindly ask you in HB2, these fees start on page 115 and end on page 120. Would ask for your consideration to remove them from House Bill 2. Thank you very much.
Next up is Representative Laura Telereski, and on deck is Mayor Donches.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm Representative Laura Tulersky of Nashua, and I'm just going to touch briefly on a few aspects of the DHHS budget that I find concerning. 1 in 7 Granite Staters rely on Medicaid, including people with mental health and substance use conditions, pregnant women, children, people with disabilities, working families, and veterans. For children, nearly 90,000, or 1 in 4, are covered by Medicaid, and the program pays for 22% of all births in our state. Instead of adding barriers like premiums or cost sharing, we should be doing what we can to support these lifeline programs. Requiring the lowest income residents to start paying 5% of their income for care forces impossible choices, leading many to forego treatment until they are in crisis, driving up hospital costs and straining our healthcare system. Those costs will fall upon all of us. Last biennium, we raised Medicaid rates in a way that made a real difference. Providers told us they could increase their wages and retain staff, improving services and reducing hospital bottlenecks. A 3% rate cut now would erase that progress that we've made. And at minimum, we should flat fund Medicaid rates to maintain the gains that we have made. Medicaid, including Granite Advantage, has proven to keep families healthier and our workforce stronger. It's added thousands of good-paying jobs and has helped people manage and prevent serious health conditions. I'm also concerned about cuts to community mental health services and in our fight to battle substance misuse. These services are the backbone of our system of care, keeping people out of crisis, supporting recovery, and helping meet the state's mission of ending emergency department boarding for psychiatric patients. Cutting funding undermines all of that. Finally, the New Hampshire Family Planning Program has played a vital role in keeping our state's rates of unintended pregnancies, teen pregnancies, and STDs among the lowest in the nation. In rural areas like the North Country, these clinics are often the only source of affordable care for cancer screenings and birth control, and I urge you to please restore that funding. The DHHS budget, particularly the programs that I just mentioned, exists to protect our most vulnerable and serve those most in need. Let's not move backward. Every Granite Stater deserves timely, affordable care without the risk of financial ruin. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Mayor Donchis with Representative David Creasy from Hillsborough on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Jim Donchis, the mayor in Nashua, and I am here to talk about the funding for the retirement system changes. I certainly support the retirement system changes that were made for the police and firefighters. But I wanted to ask the committee to follow the governor's recommendation and to leave in $27.5 million per year of funding, and specifically to change the House budget back to the governor's proposal to direct 50% of the new slot machine revenues in order to fund those retirement changes. Secondly, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask for a change with respect to the diversion of $10.7 million from the opioid abatement trust fund. This would leave no money to fund grants to cities and towns and organizations working to mitigate the opioid crisis and the crisis of addiction that has resulted. These are some examples of what the city has used the money for, typical of other cities and towns across New Hampshire. We funded supportive housing for individuals in sober living with these funds. We assisted people who were trying to get into, or that we've gotten into recovery with deposits and rent so that they have a place to live and can maintain their recovery. We've done the same thing with bus passes and travel costs. And we've also supported community organizations that address prevention, treatment, and recovery services. And none of this would have been possible without the opioid abatement trust fund. And again, I just reiterate, this is what Nashua has been doing, but this is typical of what is happening across the state in all of our cities and towns who receive these funds. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will conclude and go to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You. Next up is Representative Parisi, followed on deck by Donna Hajar.
Excuse me. I am here with several other mayors, I believe.
Unfortunately, what we thought we were going to be able to do, because there's so many people here, we're going to go by the list strictly, and you'll have to wait your turn.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Gray and the members of the New Hampshire State Finance Committee. I am Representative David Priest, and I represent the District 17 of Hillsborough County in the city of Manchester. I am a member of the New Hampshire State Finance Committee, Division 3, Health and Human Services. I'm here to voice my opposition on both HB 1 and HB 2. But since my time is limited, I cannot go through the list of each of the items that were approved by the House and speak against them. So I'm going to focus my comments on the budget items that have devastating impacts on my constituents and on every community and their working families in this state. Suppose New Hampshire is generally interested in fighting for the families, which I've heard time and time again. In this case, eliminating the Office of Child Advocate, Childcare Workforce Support, the Council of Aging, and Family Planning Services, not to mention reducing funds of Medicaid, does the opposite. The House budget harms New Hampshire communities and their working families. We pride ourselves with a strong economic development position, and the U.S. News and World Report currently ranks the state as number 12. The economic category considers the state's business environment, labor market, and the infrastructure, affordable housing, access to higher education, and overall community economic growth. Our economic standing will take a major downfall if we cut state aids for municipal wastewater and funding for the Department of Transportation and Tourism Development, if we raid the Renewable Energy Fund and eliminate the New Hampshire Council of the Arts, the targeted block grant programs that provide services for each of the communities in New Hampshire through the Regional Planning Commission. And then finally, Partners in Housing program, the only program that deals with the housing crisis that we are dealing with, and they're eliminating it. We need workforce.
You're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap, that would be great.
Thank you. I urge the state to approve HB 1 and HB 2. Oppose these and consider a better budget. Consider the governor's budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Donna Hajar, and on deck is Gina Rowland.
Good afternoon. Thank you for seeing us today. My name is Donna Hajar. I own the Learning Path Child Care Center in Salem. I'm here on behalf of the 25 teachers that work with me. 100% of the grant dollars that we were awarded goes directly to monthly bonuses for our teachers. And today, they want to thank you for acknowledging the importance of these grants. Sarah, our infant teacher, a single mom with 2 daughters, uses her monthly bonus dollars to pay for extracurricular activities and the equipment needed for her girls. Jenna uses her bonus dollars to pay for materials and extra college courses so that she can further her ECE degree. Sally, Carolyn, and Chris tuck their bonus dollars away for unexpected home repairs. Miss Stephanie just bought a new home and will use her dollars for improvements. And Marissa, she's saving to buy a home. Miss Kay uses her bonus dollars for rent and to pay down her credit card bills. Katie uses her bonus to help finance her home, and she believes that the relief of this extra bonus dollars at the end of the month helps her focus in the classroom because her financial stress is lessened. Rachel and Laura are grateful for the bonus dollars that they put toward monthly essentials and unexpected occasions. And Brianna and Kaylee, 2 college students, are using their bonus dollars to help with college expenses. Please notice that nobody is spending carelessly or frivolously. Essentials only. Please keep the $15 million that the House put in to continue this much-needed grant. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next up is Gina Rowland, followed by Bill Bloom.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Gina Rowland, and I'm a sister and the guardian of a 57-year-old woman who has Down syndrome named Serena. I'm a taxpayer from the seacoast of New Hampshire, and for years we have trailblazed to have her seen as a valuable member of society, worthy of basic human rights, proper medical care, and spreading knowledge about people with differences. We cannot allow this progress to be undone by these cruel budget cuts. You are not just cutting Medicaid. You will be attacking the very foundation of human dignity and community. These cuts, the 3% wage reductions, the failure to raise the room and board, the staff retention crisis, they're not just numbers. They are direct assaults on the lives of New Hampshire's most vulnerable people. They are a slow and quiet pushback towards institutionalization. That is not budgeting, that's abandonment. Let's be clear, in 2015, the state of New Hampshire had to return $20 million in unused federal DHHS funds when we had $73 million in the surplus. That was put into a rainy day fund. That money could have kept services running and families together. And so here we are, trying to balance the budget on the backs of people who cannot fight for themselves. This is not about fiscal responsibility, it's cruelty. If you want to root out the fraud, start where the real money bleeds. Look to the pharmaceutical price gouging, the bloated hospital overcharges, the insurance company loopholes. Don't come after the people who rely on you to protect them. Start there, instead of your so-called easy fix back of the budget cuts you propose. The 46 to 90 million to be cut from the Department of Health and Human Services, the 14.7 million to the Department of Justice, and the 600,000 to the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. Human Services workforce is the backbone of this state. You cut that and everything else falls apart. You're not just cutting services, you're ripping apart the very fabric of New Hampshire. And that, my friends, is a road to fascism. This is not a plea. It is a demand for accountability, decency, and vision. Please don't pretend you care about the vulnerable if you push forward on these cuts. Reverse these decisions. Pay your workers what they deserve. Raise the room and board rates, and stop threatening the people you're supposed to protect. Because we are not going back. We are not backing down. And we will not let you turn New Hampshire into a place where we turn our backs on the most vulnerable among us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gina. Next up is Bill Bloom. Next up is Bill Bloom, followed by Julia Nye on deck.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bill Blum, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. A small business owner and also the board chair of 603 Equality, which is an advocacy organization for the Pride community. I'm here to talk about the amendments that are to the budget that are only going to harm our community members, our most vulnerable community members, for no reason other than discrimination and hate. You've heard testimony from lots of people in lots of different places in both buildings up here in Concord about why what is being presented is only going to harm us and not help anybody. I live in Portsmouth, and I know that it's a safe and welcoming community, and I want to continue to make that happen. And unfortunately, there was real harm that came to my community last week. There were 2 people who have jumped off of the Piscataqua bridges and ultimately took their lives. One of them jumped off the 95 bridge and was identified. The second one jumped off the Sarah Long Bridge and remains unidentified for privacy reasons. I will tell you that the superintendent of the schools in Portsmouth sent out a letter letting everyone know on Sunday an 8th grader lost their life just a few days earlier. Connect the dots, if you will. I don't think that that person did that because they lost the number of dolls that they were promised from 30 to 2 during Christmas, or any other reason other than the obvious. I encourage vital funding to be put back into the 988 number for crisis. I was on those calls in the beginning stages a couple of years ago when they were brought into this community, and I think that is a vital resource and a low-hanging fruit that you guys can restore funding to that is so desperately needed so our kids do not cause harm. Second, I really, really am challenged with elimination of the Office for Child Advocate for no other reason than they did what's in the name. They advocate for our children. That office was invented or thought of because there was harm to our kids that the DCYF people didn't do. Eliminating that position without a solution to the reason it was funded doesn't do anything other than put more harm to our kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bill. Next up is Julia Nye, and on deck is Christina Warner.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Nye. I'm a resident of Laconia. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking as a resident of New Hampshire who supports full Medicaid funding. I'm speaking as a resident of New Hampshire who supports funding for the arts. And I'm speaking as a resident of New Hampshire who supports full funding of the judiciary system. I'm a retired attorney and I worked 30 years for the New Hampshire Public Defender Program. And I see how a lot of these services are intertwined in the community. So I just want to note my support for that funding. I also have a personal story to tell. I was born with severe hearing deficits. I could not speak or hear when I first entered the school with hearing aids, with 5 or 6 years of intense speech therapy. From the special needs program, I was able to learn how to speak and articulate. The investment in special needs and services pays off. It pays off by having contributing members of the community. It pays off by having a safe community for the vulnerable to live. And it pays off in terms of having a good community and a loving community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Christina, followed by Joseph Freeman.
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Christina Warner, and I serve as the New Hampshire State Director for Reproductive Equity Now. This February, my mom passed away from metastatic breast cancer at only 62 years old. As her only child, I'm at high risk of developing breast cancer during my lifetime. Thanks to my private insurance coverage, I was recently able to receive a breast cancer screening and be referred for genetic testing. This type of cancer screening is one of the many preventative services covered by the family planning program. This August, I'm getting married, and my fiance and I hope to start a family in the coming years. Thanks to my access to birth control, he and I are able to plan when to make one of the largest transitions of our lives by becoming parents and to ensure that my health is strong before pregnancy. Again, this type of care is one of the many services covered by the family planning program. The thought of every Granite Stater not having the same opportunity to access preventative health care due to the elimination of New Hampshire's family planning program keeps me up at night. I sit before you today to urge you to fully fund this program. It allows thousands of New Hampshire residents to access low or no-cost cancer screenings, birth control and other preventative sexual and reproductive health care. It has a 53-year of positive impact and reduces unintended pregnancies while supporting those who are or want to become pregnant to have healthy outcomes for both themselves and their newborns. This program supports moms and families, which is a shared value across our state and party lines that must be reflected in our state budget. By gutting this program, thousands of our most vulnerable neighbors will have few or no options when making decisions about their family planning. And once again, our trusted community health centers will be asked to do more with less. Please fully fund this program and keep life-saving health care accessible to all Granite Staters.
Thank you, Christina. Next up is Joseph Freeman. And on deck is Lorna Roy.
Good afternoon. I humbly come before you today on behalf of individuals with developmental disabilities who cannot be here to speak and advocate for themselves. My name is Joseph Freeman. I am a registered nurse as well as the executive director of the Kimmy Nichols Center in Plastown, New Hampshire. The Kimmy Nichols Center was started by parents early 1970s as a resource for children with significant disabilities who had nothing available to them except placement at Laconia State School. These are parents who banded together, created their own resource. As a result of that, an agency was developed and has lived to this day over 50 years as a major provider of services for adult individuals with developmental disabilities in the southeastern part of New Hampshire. You've heard ample testimony about people with developmental disabilities, the need for services, the need to fund the wait list, the need to prevent cuts to Medicaid. As a registered nurse, I deal with the healthcare needs of our individuals as well as many community members. And the search for Medicaid providers is desperate, especially for people with any kind of specialty services. Any cuts to Medicaid is going to further diminish that resource. I also want to very specifically support the wait list for people who are waiting at home for services, who are amply supported out of the kindness by parents who have given up jobs, who have had to curtail their resources and attention to other family members. But very specifically, the Kimmy Nichols Center provides housing in 10 staffed residences in the southeastern area. These are residences that we were asked to provide in accordance with the area agencies and with advocacy from the state for people who needed housing. Right now, only 6 out of our 10 residential programs receive room and board funding. Room and board funding is for things such as food, rent, utilities, snow plowing, maintenance, lawn maintenance. These are things not covered by Medicaid that the state has had the responsibility for. Right now, in the state, less than half of the residential providers receive room and board funding. It is a crisis. My agency alone has a deficit of over $400,000 from last fiscal year into this fiscal year. We are facing a deficit into the next fiscal year automatically of $140,000. As a small nonprofit agency, we cannot sustain that. Our board of directors has already voted to close programs if room and board funding isn't fully funded for our residential programs. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up is Lorna Roy, and on deck is Don House.
Can I ask for clarification on the name?
Lorna, R-O-Y.
Good afternoon, Senators.
Right.
I concur Chris Moans and
Ma'am,
Joe Freeman's
You need to get
presentation.
closer to the microphone.
Okay. All set?
Close.
Closer. Good afternoon. Is that too close? Good afternoon, Senators. I concur Chris Munns and Joseph Freeman's presentation. My name is Lorna Roy, and I live in Salem, New Hampshire with my husband and son, Matthew, who requires 24-hour supervision and care. If these funds were cut, It would be devastating to our family. We would be unable to keep Matt at home with us. We are older and unable to address all of his needs. We are trying to keep him home with us, and these programs make it possible. For one, his physical and emotional needs wouldn't be met. His contagious smile would disappear, and he could become agitated and confused as to why he can no longer be with his friends and help them. In turn, he could slip into self-destructive behaviors and become easily irritated and sad. He would be wondering what he had done to cause this to happen. I wouldn't want him to slip into a state of depression, and neither would you want that for your children. Living through COVID has woken us up to the valuable programs that he is in. This helps him to fulfill a life filled with happiness and true value as a member of our society. Everyone needs to be valued and appreciated. Before I go, please close your eyes and imagine you being him. Wouldn't you want the people that have the power to help you to what to do is what is right in their hearts without any hesitation? Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Next up is Don House. On deck is Courtney Tanner.
Good afternoon, senators and members of the public. This budget is terrible. It cuts programs and services that working families rely on while raising costs on those who can least afford it. This feedback is based on my 4.5-year experience as board president for Belknap House and a Town of Belmont Budget Committee member. Belknap House is the only homeless shelter in Belknap County dedicated exclusively to families. It provides families safe shelter and empowers them to become self-sufficient and independent by providing them opportunities for education and access to community resources. And last year, we helped 14 families, and 6 of those secured housing. This proposed budget provides no new funding for housing. It cuts the Housing Appeals Board, which helped expedite housing projects. Belknap House is dependent on available and affording housing so our residents can move into their homes and apartments as they obtain the skills they need to be independent. Without more and better affordable housing, more families will succumb to homelessness. There aren't enough shelters today to service all the families that need help. This budget makes it worse. Most of the residents at Belknap House are dependent on Medicaid. Taxing Medicaid recipients adds a burden to families already struggling with debt. It forces families to make tough decisions about spending their limited funds on food versus health care versus rent. Education funding vouchers are already diverting critical funds from our public schools to private schools and religious schools. The net result is higher property taxes for communities like Belmont. Higher property taxes get passed along as higher rent for families who can't already afford to buy a home. This puts even more strain on the housing markets. The proposed reduction in funding community health centers will impact the services that some of the residents depend upon. Belknap House works with over 50 social service agencies that assist families with various services. Federal and state budget cuts to these programs makes it more challenging for families to receive the services they require. Eliminating the Office of Child Advocate is one example of the cut that adversely impacts families in New Hampshire. Belmont's a small community, and for the second year, it's running the default budget because town voters don't like and can't afford higher property taxes. This budget shifts more educational funding and social services to the town. The net result will be even more higher property taxes just to maintain the current level of services. I'm asking you to find other resources to fund programs instead of cutting them. Why do all the other surrounding places able to find more funds and New Hampshire doesn't? The proposed New Hampshire budget will impact the most vulnerable families in New Hampshire the worst. It gives breaks to those who have the most wealth and are not paying their fair share. The budget results in more housing insecurity, food insecurity, and wealth inequality that already exists. The current budget is a disaster
Your
for
time
those
is
who
up.
can't afford it.
Sir?
I urge you to debate for
Sir,
New Hampshire.
your time is up.
I'm all set. I'm all done.
Thank you, Don. Next up is Courtney Tanner, and Margaret from the New Hampshire Commission on Aging is on deck.
Good afternoon. For the record, Courtney Tanner. I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth Health. Thank you very much for hearing us today. I want to raise up a couple of different points that you haven't heard yet today. Dartmouth Health has a number of hospitals here in the health system. We have over 600 hospital beds here in New Hampshire. And at any given day, we have 100 patients that are not able to leave our hospitals, not because they're not ready for clinical discharge, but because they don't have community supports and services. So that might mean that they are unable to access a long-term Medicaid bed, they need a public guardian, or they don't have the right in-home supports and services to be discharged back into the community. And so we've been working with a small coalition on a number of bills to help support our patients to get back to the community that they need, and I just want to raise up a few of those here today. It's my understanding that they've been laid on the Senate table to be incorporated into the budget, so I want to thank you for that, for the Senate support. First is Senator Avard's Senate Bill 127. This bill would make meaningful investments in our public guardian infrastructure. Second is Senator Rochford's Senate Bill 131, and this would create a revolving fund for our long-term care providers so that they can draw down and receive these patients that need to be seen in a long-term care facility as opposed to staying at the hospital and have pending long-term Medicaid application processes. The third one is Senator Ward's Senate Bill 288, when this would really help us to understand what are the long-term needs for these patients that need acute care and then are stuck in beds and are unable to discharge back into the community. So it's a council, if you will. And we really believe that this coalition of bills is really going to help us to discharge patients to the right care at the right time. One of the things that we are concerned about in House Bill 2 as it came over to you is the elimination of the Commission on Aging, as well as a number of small entities, including the Office of Child Advocate and the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. You've heard today that those are really essential to the work that we're doing, particularly for vulnerable patients that we are serving. We also are concerned about your 3%, the House's 3% cut to all Medicaid reimbursement. That would really hinder our community providers' ability to provide care, and we would be concerned about receiving more patients. We would also have some concerns. We would ask the Senate to restore the $19 million reduction to community mental health centers and really look at the change to the alcohol fund structure and the tobacco control programs. Finally, I just want to put one other thought into your mind as you consider the budget. With all of the federal uncertainty, we have great concern about what would happen to our state budget if the FMAP changes. This is the federal match that comes to states, and New Hampshire is one of 9 states that's a trigger state, and so we do have concerns that if we do see a federal reduction, that Medicaid expansion would no longer be there.
Thank you, Margaret. Next up is Rich Gula, and on deck is Rebecca Hoskins.
Chairman Gray and members of the committee, I'm Margaret Frankhauser.
Sorry,
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. I'm Margaret Frankhauser. I'm a resident of New Hampton. I also am the Director of Aging Services for JSI Research and Training, and I'm a member of the New Hampshire Commission on Aging as a volunteer member. I'm here to speak to the committee on the continuation of the Commission on Aging, and I will limit myself to comments that were not made by others about the commission. New Hampshire and the country are experiencing a very dramatic demographic shift toward an older population. Importantly, New Hampshire today is the second oldest state in the country if you consider the proportion of people aged 65 and older. So this is an issue we cannot ignore because this is who New Hampshire is and will continue to be. Not only are we the second oldest, but we have one of the oldest counties in the entire country. The oldest county in New Hampshire is Carroll County, where nearly 1 out of every 3 people is 65 or older. For the state at large, 1 out of every 5. When I was born, 1 out of every 12 people was 65 and older. Data show that in 5 to 10 years this will continue. This is not a blip made by the baby boomer generation that will disappear when baby boomers pass from this earth. This is a new demographic trend that will continue as fewer children are born and more people are privileged to live to older ages. Today's older adults are more diverse, they're better educated, and healthier and more productive than in any generation before us. And those additional years provide an opportunity for this state. They also provide challenges, but they provide opportunity. Yet many of our systems, our housing system, our social service system, our employment system, are really configured for a very different age mix in this state. The New Hampshire Commission on Aging was created by this legislature to inform the legislature about important issues related to aging. It has done its job very well. It's an extremely inexpensive, efficient, and effective commission. It is overwhelmingly staffed by volunteers. We encourage you to continue with this commission so that New Hampshire can be prepared for the population that not only exists today, but will exist in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret, and I apologize to you. Next up is Rich Gula, and on deck is Rebecca Hoskins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. I want to thank you for your service to the state and all that you do. I'm here today. My name is Richard Gulla. I represent 11,000 state, county, and municipal employees here in New Hampshire. I submitted written testimony, so I'm just going to highlight a few things in that written testimony, and along with that testimony, there is a packet. There is an article that was printed in the New Hampshire Journal today that I penned regarding the state budget, but most importantly, there's a packet in there from members at Department of Corrections telling you what they do for work and how the drastic budget cuts would impact safety and services to that agency. To be clear, we have deep concerns with the House versions of House Bill 1 and 2, and we fully support the governor's proposed budget, and it is our wish that you, to the best of your ability, back the governor's version of that budget. I'm going to highlight a few agencies. Department of Corrections. House proposes a $35.4 million cut. To be clear, this was done with no input from the Department of Corrections. Government cannot be effectively run by anonymous sources, nor should budget cuts be proposed by anonymous sources. That's not how we do things here in New Hampshire. We are open, we are transparent, we can do better, we must do better. Cuts like these are going to jeopardize the safety of the inmates, the corrections officers, and the general public. Litigations from these cuts would outweigh any savings. Department of Health and Human Services, $269 million cuts from the governor's budget. Others have spoke to the impact of that. Public defenders, this is a constitutionally mandated service. The more you can invest now, the less we will have to pay later with contracted services. And you'll hear more about these details later today from others here to speak. Other agency cuts, all these figures are in millions. Judicial branch, 7.9, Environmental Services, 6, Department of Justice, 14.7, Information Technology, 10 million, New Hampshire Retirement System, 8.7, Legislative Branch, 1 million. This undermines core government operations and administrative capacities. My colleague from the firefighters talked about the Group 2, so we also support the Group 2. And in conclusion, we obviously would like to see some sort of COLA for our Group 1 retirees, and I want to make every effort to clear up any potential confusion relating to online sign-in processes for these two bills. My members are in full support of the Group 2 fix. However, we are clearly against the cuts proposed for DOC, for example. We recognize the fiscal pressures, but cuts cannot be the target of essential services and workers. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rich. Next up is Rebecca Hoskins with Karen Blake on deck. Rebecca, going once. Is that Rebecca? Nope, going the other direction. All right, we'll move on to Karen Blake. Karen here. And on deck will be Frank Campo. Thank you, Karen.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'd like to just start off by thanking you for having the screens. It is very difficult usually for me to attend public hearings, and this has been a godsend. Thank you very much. Please use them. Please encourage others to use them as well. So again, my name is Karen Blake, and I am from North Woodstock, New Hampshire. In full disclosure, I am also the Director of Community Partnerships for Community Crossroads, and I am the co-chair of Northern Human Services Family Support Advisory Council. I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about my little family. My adult son and I live in our little town, and he gave me permission to speak about him today. He is currently eligible for the in-home supports waiver. He is going to graduate from high school exactly a month from today, on time with a full diploma. We couldn't be prouder of him. But we are now facing an uncertain future for him. Once he graduates from high school, he will no longer be eligible for in-home support, and he must transition to the adult developmental disability waiver. But as we've seen in the House version of the budget, young people like my son may once again have to wait for services. The in-home supports waiver only has about 300 spots, and it is not an entitlement. There are kids waiting for my son to come off in-home supports so that they too can have a chance. So my son will go from having a robust life, learning and interacting with his peers, a vibrant member of his community, to likely sitting on my couch most of the time without support. My son's transition from in-home supports to the adult DD waiver is not a surprise. We've been planning for this day on time since he was 14 years old. This is likely true for all 278 individuals who are slated to come onto the adult DD waiver in the next 2 years. While we talk about the impact to my son, we also have to recognize the financial impact of our little family of 2. As a widow, I am now solely responsible for keeping a roof over our heads and food on our table. What can I do when I already have to take time away from my higher paying job to support my child? Not only is this putting his future in jeopardy, it's also putting my financial future in jeopardy. I would like to thank you all. I have a larger testimony that I will pass in, as well as testimony from people from Community Crossroads too. But my testimony was my own. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next up is Trooper Campo. On deck is Elvin Eli.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Committee. My name is Frank Campo, and I'm representing the Troopers Association. And I'm here to speak today in support of the retirement provisions for the middle tier. And I want to speak about something that has not been discussed earlier, and that is a concern that if this provision passes, that there will be a mass exodus of public safety personnel retiring. I think a lot of that is coming from the unknown. Fortunately, we have a long history to refer to and relieve some of the fear that our public safety personnel will be retiring. Prior to the retirement changes in 2012, public safety officials in New Hampshire routinely worked 20 to 25-year careers, and it wasn't uncommon to see some work even 30 years. But what we've seen in the past 10 years are public safety workers leaving service before they even get to 20 years because it simply isn't worth it to stay due to the changes made in 2012. If this retirement provision for the middle tier is to pass, we will again see our police officers and firefighters staying for 20 to 25-year careers simply because it's worth it to stay. Additionally, the way in which this legislation is written, it would not even be possible for all the members of the middle tier to retire immediately. There is a phase-in each year over the next 10 years. Some may be eligible to retire immediately. However, the overwhelming majority will not be. Each year, a new group will be eligible to retire, and that last group will not be eligible to retire until 2034. That's 9 years from now. So the restorations of these benefits will not cause a mass exodus. It will actually serve as a retention tool. If this passes, you will again see police officers and firefighters serving 20 to 25-year careers. And this desperately needs to happen now as the communities across the state are struggling to keep their first responders. So I would urge you to pass this provision in HB 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper. Next up is Elvin Eli, and on deck is Representative Wendy Thomas.
Okay, I'm Elvin Ely, and this afternoon as I listened, I didn't hear anything that I didn't agree with. I think we need to fund the arts, the youth, definitely no Medicaid cuts. If you got people that are sick or going to die, you just can't do that. I believe we should fund our seniors, our public schools, alcohol fund, firemen, policemen, whatever. But I think we also have to have priorities. And when somebody is going to die, or when somebody's going to be homeless, or when somebody's going to be sick, that's a priority. And we have to prioritize needs over wants. Some things are needs, some things are wants. And it seems like we're living in a time now when the political belief or the political wind is move fast and break things. The problem is the things we're breaking are people. And we may not be able to fix that. And so I just want us to think about that. And I don't see that as a good strategy when death or people just being broken is involved. Budgets are moral documents. They show you what you value. And either they're moral or they're immoral. And I think we need to take care of the least of us first. And then we'll get to the powerful at some point. And nobody should be getting a tax break until we take care of those in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elvin. Next up is Representative Wendy Thomas, and on deck is Stephen, and I apologize, I'm going to brutalize your name, Bozinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I also sit on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. I'm here to oppose what is planned for New Hampshire's REF and RPS. Stealing $10 million from the dedicated Renewable Energy Fund, REF, is stealing from New Hampshire's renewable energy future. That money is intended to be used by New Hampshire to fund renewable energy projects which bring in good jobs to our economy. Renewable energy projects ultimately reduce the energy usage, making us less reliant on fossil fuels. By gutting this fund, you are ensuring that New Hampshire ratepayers are locked into paying exorbitant prices for non-renewable energy sources, stealing money from a dedicated fund to cover years.
Would you not stop using the word stealing? You know better than that.
Stealing money from a dedicated fund to cover years of fiscal management is like cutting your nose off to spite your face. It will help no one. Regarding the RPS, which is the Renewable Portfolio Standard, HB 219 was rolled into HB 2. It eliminates new solar from the RPS, and it eliminates solar RECs, which are renewable energy certificates. New solar is covered under Class 1, but existing solar will be prevented from generating RECs. This move undercuts the fiscal incentives, the financial incentives that make solar investments viable, especially for homeowners and small businesses. By preventing existing solar from generating RECs, the bill devalues prior clean energy investments and discourages further growth into the sector. This move threatens jobs in the solar industry, undermines the state's climate goals, and leaves New Hampshire's lagging behind in the regional clean energy economy. How can the Senate or New Hampshire ever be okay with this? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Steve, and on deck is Representative Mary Hacken-Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the committee. My name is Steve Bozinowski. That was actually really good, the way you pronounced it, so thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon, and thank you for the service to our great state. I'd like to talk to you about a very specific part of the budget, something I believe is a really innovative approach to an important service, 988. First, let me give you a little background information on me. 7 years ago, I moved to this great state, to the town of Amherst, to combine households, my wife and I to combine households with my daughter, son-in-law, and 4 young grandchildren. I've been retired for 7 years after a 40-year career in high tech. Something else about me, 15 years ago, I lost my 21-year-old son to suicide. Jeffrey was a wonderful young man, and I miss him dearly. Over the last 15 years, I've gotten quite involved in the suicide prevention community, first in Massachusetts, where we lived, and for the past 7 years, here in New Hampshire. I currently serve on the New Hampshire Suicide Prevention Council. I've learned a lot about mental health and suicide prevention over the past 15 years. The people that I have met that do this work, the mental health providers, the public health officials, are so dedicated and passionate about their work. I have so much admiration for them and the work that they do. A couple of years ago, the Granite State implemented a new program, a game changer. It's the 988 Suicide Prevention and Crisis Lifeline. Not only does 988 direct the proper resources to people who are suicidal or in mental health or substance misuse crisis, but it also frees up police officers to do the work for which they are trained. But 988 needs to be funded properly, and SB 255 does just that. I'm here to remind you that the Senate HHS and the Senate Finance unanimously supported SB 255, and it is critically important that the language from this legislation is included in the budget. Look, you don't want more guys like me struggling after losing their son to a mental health crisis. Adequate funding for 988 will help to decrease the number of tragic suicides in our state. Please make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next up is Representative Mary Hacken Phillips, and on deck is Devin Quinn.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Mary Hacken Phillips of Hanover, and I rise today in opposition to HB 1 and 2. As a member of Division 2 in the House Finance Committee, I'm troubled by a number of choices the House majority made in passing its version of the budget. But today I'm focused, and this testimony will be on one specific concern I have with a policy change added to HB 2 without a public hearing or fiscal analysis. HB 2 adopts a policy called a diversity, equity, and inclusion ban in public schools and public spaces without a clear definition of who and what are covered. The unfunded mandate fails to detail plans for terminating existing contracts and reporting, which puts New Hampshire at risk of demanding the exclusion of certain classes of people from public life and learning. It is not clear whether the ban will prohibit programs designed to assist students with learning disabilities, disabled individuals needing accessible voting or parking, low-income residents seeking legal aid or housing, veterans accessing their earned benefits, and religious communities needing accommodation. As a member of the New Hampshire Bar, I understand this ban creates great legal exposure for the state and consequences. The ban will open the door to litigation for breach of contract, discrimination, and non-compliance with federal law, to name a few causes of action. So now New Hampshire has been in this position before, as we know. New Hampshire recently defended another vaguely worded piece of legislation found to be discriminatory by our courts, and taxpayers were forced to foot that approximate $3 million bill. So voting for another vaguely written, allegedly discriminatory law does not pass the test of fiscal responsibility. That $3 million should be spent on supporting the community college system, the Office of the Child Advocate, the Department of Corrections Parental Education Program, or the Commission on Human Rights, for example. Here's the takeaway. Legislators working through this difficult budget year should be laser focused on solving problems and not be distracted by stoking culture wars that turn back the clock on our civil rights. So I urge the distinguished members of the Senate Finance Committee to eliminate the so-called DEI ban and instead focus on providing as many existing government programs and services as possible to granite staters without disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Devin Quinn, and on deck is Brendan Williams.
Hi, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Devin Quinn from the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, where we invest in equality and opportunity for women and girls in New Hampshire through research, education, advocacy, and grant making. And we're also here with many letters from women in New Hampshire that's being passed out to you now, explaining how the budget impacts women and girls in New Hampshire. Arguably, everything in the budget impacts women and girls in New Hampshire, but I want to take a moment to speak to three things specifically, and that's Medicaid, the family planning program, and opportunities to invest in maternal health. In New Hampshire, women are more likely than men to be enrolled in Medicaid, and in terms of mental health, women are more likely than men to experience anxiety and depression, but women are also more likely to seek and get help and treatment for mental health as long as providers and healthcare is available to them, and cuts to Medicaid do threaten women and girls' ability to seek that care. Next, the family planning program supports reproductive and sexual health services like STI screenings, birth control, cancer screenings. It's been working in New Hampshire and is worthy of our investment. And finally, the opportunity to invest in maternal health in the budget through Momnibus 2.0. We know that 11 maternity wards have closed in the last 2 decades in New Hampshire, and the leading cause of maternal mortality is actually behavioral health and substance use, which is different than other states. And so the Momnibus proposal offers every single aspect of that, offers a fix to a gap in the maternal health care system. Every single fix or gap is a tool for providers, for moms, or for families that truly does represent an opportunity to save the lives of mothers in New Hampshire. So we thank you for your support and investment in moms, women, and girls in New Hampshire in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Next up is Brendan Williams, and on deck is Kathleen Bigford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brendan Williams, President and CEO of the New Hampshire Healthcare Association. On behalf of facility-based care, we would ask that you preserve the funding level for nursing homes that Governor Ayotte compassionately had proposed. We would ask that in House Bill 2, you do reject the 3% Medicaid funding cuts that would affect not only nursing homes, but also the choices for independence providers that nursing homes are dependent upon in an intertwined system. The Cedar Crest Center for Children with Disabilities in Keene was flat funded in the budget. We would respectfully ask that it be given a 2% annual funding increase, which in total would amount to about $250,000 in new funding to help it with wages, and also the increased tariff costs for durable medical equipment and supplies that this facility is dependent upon for the very intensive pediatric care that it provides. The Senate has before it Senate Bill 131, Senator Rochefort's bill, which would make provisional payments to nursing homes during the pendency of Medicaid applications. We would ask that there be an appropriation for the revolving fund for this bill. Money would come into that revolving fund, money would go out. At the end of the day, there would be a state expenditure of a lasting nature because if in fact an application was disapproved, providers would repay the fund. But this would help, as Courtney Tanner said, hospitals with their ability to discharge into the nursing home care setting. I have also quantified for all of you the amounts owed for unreimbursed care in Senate Finance Committee districts. It's $4.5 million to date for nursing homes in the districts that those of you here represent. And I can assure you that it's absolutely untenable for a facility to be owed as much as over $900,000 for care that it is already provided, and to have over a dozen residents in-house for which it is not being paid at all. So those are really the asks that we have within the budget. Again, I have submitted to you written testimony that quantifies some of this. And finally, I will say that we're probably the only group that you're going to hear from today that would ask for you to increase the fee on us in order to be able to assist the Department of Health and Human Services with the processing of Medicaid applications. The details of that are also within our written testimony. Thank you very much for your public service.
Thank you, Brendan. Next up is Kathleen Bigford with on deck Tom from the New Hampshire Public Defender's Office. Is Kathleen here? Oh, there she is. And again, on deck is Tom from the Public Defender's Office.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Kathleen Bigford. I'm from Bradford, New Hampshire, and I live in the Kearsarge Regional School District. I'm here today to ask a question that is not rhetorical. How will passing a state budget that decreases funding for public schools, increases local property taxes, and includes policies that harm students and communities help parents, students, and communities participate in democracy? I've watched as opposition to harmful education policy has been voiced by thousands of Granite Staters loudly and clearly and still be ignored. Today, I am delivering a public petition signed by myself, along with 1,930 other Granite Staters, on behalf of New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. Over 195 New Hampshire towns are represented, 95% of students, and every Senate district. This means every single legislator in this room has a constituent who signed this petition asking you to invest in public education and to this is miswritten, sorry. The programs outlined in this budget lack financial and academic accountability, and worse, they do nothing to address the very real concerns that Granite Staters are screaming at the top of their lungs, pleading for action, only to be dismissed. The voices represented in this petition shows that there is not a single legislator in New Hampshire who isn't ignoring a constituent by continuing down this path. To close, I will repeat my question and ask one more on behalf of the 1,930 Granite Staters represented in this position. How will this budget help New Hampshire students and taxpayers? Do you think you will be reelected if you continue to ignore fair funding? Thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next up is Tom from the New Hampshire Public Defender's Office, and on deck is Holly Stevens.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tom Stonich. I live in Londonderry, and I am a proud public defender working in Manchester. I am here to implore this committee to fund the New Hampshire Public Defender at our prioritized needs budget, and to remind the committee that public defense is not an optional line item, but a constitutional mandate. Fully funding NHPD is simply good math. It is a savvy business decision. Over the last several decades, the New Hampshire Public Defender has developed infrastructure to provide public defense across the state. There is no other program that can do what we do. And there is no other program or service that can do what we do as cheaply and as efficiently as we do. No matter what cuts come from this cycle, the state will need to provide public defense. There is no getting around that, and there is no getting around its costs. The only question for this committee is, should the state spend what it needs to with NHPD, or should it spend millions more doling out money to private attorneys? At $37 million, NHPD can represent all criminal defendants, putting aside conflict cases, and represent people at arraignments and specialty courts. This will reduce costs for the state and increase public safety. If NHPD is funded at the House recommended $28.8 million, it might have to reduce its caseload by 22%. Our estimate is that the state would have to pay an additional $15.6 million to private lawyers to take those cases. The 28.8 number does not make financial sense when you know the service is required. That is a bad investment. That is waste. At 32.6 million, NHPD will not be able to hire new lawyers, stopping the efficiency that our program has relied on for decades. And that won't hurt us in 10 years or 5 years. It will hurt us now. We will have to reduce the number and kinds of cases we accept and the services we provide, and the cost of paying private lawyers to handle those cases is estimated to be an additional $10 million to the taxpayers. That is waste. If we go down this road, this state, New Hampshire, might not have an affordable and comprehensive public defense option. We will either look like high-cost Massachusetts or inadequate Maine. NHPD is not a profit-making organization, but we are a cost-saving one. And to deliver our expertise, our statewide reach, and our cost efficiency, we must be fully funded. If you sent every case out to private lawyers that we currently take, the cost of providing public defense we estimate would be $71 million. We can do it for 37. Spending taxpayer dollars in this way is not just right, it's wise and it's savvy. Please fund the NHPD.
Thank you, Tom. Next up is Holly Stevens, and on deck is Virginia Nosif.
Chairman Gray and members of the Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Holly Stevens, and you know me as the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire. I usually wear an orange badge right here. Today, I am not providing the testimony for NAMI. I'm testifying in my capacity as a resident of Deering. I'm here today to pass along a message that I heard last week at the Philbrook Building, that the Philbrook Building not be sold. I was so moved by my experience that I would be remiss as a friend, as a neighbor, and as a resident of our state to not pass this message along to you. I was in attendance at a legislative event held at the Philbrook Building last Friday that was also attended by the folks who lived there. I walked up to the counter where the beverages were being passed out and asked for a bottle of water. A woman sitting at the counter handed me a bottle of water and asked me if I was a senator. I told her that I was not, thankfully, to be in your position. And I told her where I worked. And she said to me, "Can you please tell them not to sell my home?" I told her I would. And so today I stand before you to pass along her message. She is asking that the provision regarding the sale of the Philbrook Building be removed from the budget. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Holly. Next up is Virginia Nosif, and on deck is Barbara Brunell.
Good day. My name is Virginia Nosif. I'm a small business owner, and I live in Conway, New Hampshire. I'm here to ask for increased funding for our mental health system. 4 years ago, my 24-year-old son, who was hallucinating, waited 2.5 weeks in a windowless room in the emergency room at our local hospital, Memorial Hospital in North Conway. There were no psychiatric doctors or nurses in that hospital, and the community clinicians from Northern Human Services checked in by video. He received no treatment whatsoever except food and water for 2.5 weeks. Imagine going to an ER with a broken leg or stroke and receiving no care for 2.5 weeks because the proper medical treatment was not available anywhere in the state of New Hampshire. Every person we spoke to, from New Hampshire Hospital to the ER to Northern Human Services, told us it was someone else's responsibility and that the system was broken. How had mental health care come to this in our state? I was angry, overwhelmed, and ashamed of our state. In our case, at each step of the way, from crisis to stabilization to transitional support, we met with roadblocks. If there had been more inpatient residential capacity, my son would not have languished in crisis in an emergency room. If the community health centers had staff that made competitive wages, my son could have received immediate services and better treatment from experienced professionals. If there had been supported and transitional housing, people wouldn't be falling back into this same cycle of crisis in an underfunded and overwhelmed mental health system. We've made progress in the past few years, and I thank you for that support. But please stay the course and provide the funds to treat and care for all psychiatric patients in a timely, effective, and respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Next up is Barbara Brunelli, and on deck is Timothy Weeks.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Brunel. I'm a mother, a retired public high school teacher, and a proud mental health advocate with NAMI, New Hampshire. Along with my husband, I am the legal guardian for an adult family member who is diagnosed with a severe persistent mental illness. He lives at home with us, and for him, Medicaid is not just a program, it is a lifeline. Thanks to Medicaid, my loved one has access to critical services such as medical care, mental health counseling, vocational rehab, prescription medication, dental care, transportation to and from his medical appointments, SNAP benefits, and inpatient and outpatient hospital programs when he is in crisis. These services have been life-saving. They've helped guide him on a path toward healing, supported by hardworking, dedicated clinicians, therapists, and social workers. He is steadily reclaiming his strengths and working toward a future filled with hope and purpose. Our family, like so many others across the state, depends on these supports. In New Hampshire, roughly 183,000 people rely on Medicaid. That's about 1 in 7 residents. This is not just our story, it's the reality for thousands of your constituents. If Medicaid in the state is cut, the consequences will be devastating. Thousands, including my loved one, could lose access to essential medications and psychiatric care. They could wait weeks for a hospital bed in times of crisis. They would face greater risk of stigma, decompensation, homelessness, incarceration, or even death. This is also not just a mental health issue, it's an economic issue with far-reaching implications. Cuts to Medicaid would lead to the loss of thousands of jobs across hospitals, clinics, treatment centers, pharmacies, and assisted living facilities. They would force some healthcare providers to shut their doors, limiting access to care for everyone, including those with insurance. It would have a ripple effect across other industries as well, such as retail and construction and manufacturing, as families and workers struggle to stay afloat. It would ultimately result in long-term damage to our state's economy and public health, damage far greater than any short-term budget savings. You probably heard the phrase, "Not all heroes wear capes." My loved one and thousands like him are heroes in my eyes. They face daily struggles most of us can't begin to imagine, and still they hold on to hope, contribute to society, and work toward healing. And even heroes need support. Please don't take that away. Don't let funding cuts be their kryptonite. Medicaid isn't just a budget line, it's a lifeline, and it keeps families alive, families together, people alive, and communities stable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barbara. Next up is Timothy Weeks, and on deck is Amy Wheeler-Tees.
Chairman James Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tim Weeks, and I'm here to oppose the proposed changes to Medicaid. I'm living proof that a strong mental health system saves lives. As you listen to me talk about how the system helped me, the question that I ask is, if Medicaid isn't protected in the state budget, will the services still be here for people like me who depend on them in order to heal and contribute to their communities? I know firsthand how essential Medicaid is because Medicaid changed my life. For 15 years, I struggled with serious mental health challenges and was completely disconnected from my family. I was isolated and defined by my illness. But that changed when I came to Monadnock Family Services and was connected to the Assertive Community Treatment ACT team. Thanks to Medicaid, I had access to a psychiatrist, case manager, therapist, peer specialist, and employment support at no cost. These services helped me find stability, reconnect with my family, and rebuild my life. Today, I have my own apartment, a job, a car, and a place in the community. Most importantly, I no longer feel defined by my illness. I feel accepted. Medicaid made this possible. If the proposed changes go through, people like me who didn't ask to have these challenges could lose access to the care that gives them a chance to heal and contribute to their communities. Please protect Medicaid. Let every Granite Stater have access to the mental health care they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Next up is Amy Wheeler-Tees with Executive Counselor Hill on deck.
Hello, I'm a mother of 2 children with developmental disabilities, and I echo all the messaging that we've heard today from the developmental disabilities community. So in an effort to summarize, one point I'd like to bring up I've not heard referenced much today is that in 1991, when we closed the State Laconia institution, and don't dare call it a school, it was an institution, a promise was made to families like mine. And that promise was we were going to disperse funds locally so that families could care for their loved one that had disabilities and they could be a member of their home community. If we start cutting and reducing programming that goes towards that effort, we're making a breach on that promise. I ask you to put yourselves in our shoes. What if your beloved son or daughter was born with a rare genetic syndrome like mine, or autism, or cerebral palsy? How would you feel if you knew they were at risk of not getting the supports that they need to live a full life? I'm asking each of you to dig deep into your conscience, to vote to fully fund programs, Medicaid, and the wait list. The public is crying out. You are held accountable to the public, not to your party. And I want to say to the public, for all of you who drove a great distance to be here and are paying a babysitter to watch your kids and paid a bunch of tolls, you have a right to your 3 minutes to say what you have to say. And if it goes until midnight, so be it.
All right, thank you, Amy. Next up is Executive Counselor Hill. And on deck is Brianna Hinkle.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of Senate Finance Committee. I'm Karen Leo Hill, Executive Counselor for District 2. We need to make life easier for Granite Staters, not harder. And when the state fails to cover its obligations, life gets harder for local property taxpayers. When the state faces a difficult budget environment and cuts spending, local property taxes go up. When the state reduced its retirement contribution for teachers, police, and firefighters from 35% to 0 in order to balance its budget, local property taxes went up to cover the difference by hundreds of millions of dollars, contributing to the high taxes many of us pay today. When the state fails to provide cities and towns with their share of rooms and meals revenue, local property taxes go up. When the state fails to cover special education costs and diverts taxpayer dollars from public schools to private schools, local property taxes go up. And when the state fails to fund an adequate education for all New Hampshire students, local property taxes go up. I know this because I've seen it firsthand for the past 20 years as a city councilor. New Hampshire property taxpayers already face a tremendous burden. They cannot afford to give handouts to wealthy private schools through universal vouchers. And low-income Granite Staters cannot afford to subsidize the state budget through Medicaid premiums. Please pass a state budget that meets the state's constitutional obligation to fund an adequate education for all Granite Staters and does not simply shift down costs to local property taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Councilor. Next up is Brianna Henkel from New Futures, and on deck is, I believe it's Heather Marston from New Hampshire Moms Hub.
My name is Brianna Hinkle, and I'm the Legal Policy Fellow at New Futures. I'm providing my testimony on behalf of the Maternal Health Coalition. There's currently a maternal mortality crisis across the United States. The New Hampshire Senate has the opportunity to address this issue by including SB 246 in the budget, also known as Momnibus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Heather Marston from, Heather Marston.
It's Heather Martin, yeah.
There you go. And on deck is Allison Palmer.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for giving all of us this time. And I am about to talk again. I've spoken to you folks numerous times, and I will speak however many times as I need to share my story however many times I need to share to support our moms. I'm here for our moms. I'm here for maternal mental health. I am a maternal mental health navigator at Dartmouth Health Children's, the first ever in our nation. I'm extremely proud of this position, and I'm also a founder of the New Hampshire Mom Hub, along with myself. Who's next? Allison Palmer, a psychiatric, amazing nurse practitioner. I come to you again as a sister, a wife, a mom, and a fierce advocate for maternal mental health. I'm here to talk about Momnibus 2.0 and all of its wonders for maternal mental health. I know we're not supposed to bring props, but this is my beautiful sister, and I want to show the world, and I will never stop sharing her story. 16 years ago, she died by maternal suicide just 3 weeks after the birth of her daughter. And she's with me today. I know she is. And she died from postpartum psychosis. And you only hear of these stories because they end in tragedy so many times. And you don't hear about them until they make the news, okay? But I'm here to tell you that women in our state struggle every single day. Every single day I talk to moms that are struggling, and they have always been struggling. It's multi-generational. We're just more vocal about it. We want to tell our stories. We want to share our stories. We make it okay to share our stories and to ask for support and for hope. And we recently launched New Hampshire Mom Hub here in New Hampshire last week. I am so proud because the governor last year, Governor Sununu, heard my call when I went to the State House for Maternal Mental Health Week, and I said, I'm not here for your picture. I'm not here for you to sign this proclamation. I'm here for you to help us with our moms here in New Hampshire. And he truly listened. And this past November, we received funding for this project. And it is taking off. It is taking off. We're already hearing from moms here in our state. So I just want to talk about Momnibus and peer support. We want to build a peer support army for our moms here in New Hampshire. That's what our moms need. It's not always about therapy. It's not always about having medication. It's about everyday moms supporting each other. We need to get back to that. And peer support, we're looking at peer support in Momnibus. Okay, and we know that healthy moms, everybody knows moms, right? Everybody wants a healthy mom because that means healthy babies, healthy families here in New Hampshire, and healthy communities.
Thank you very much. Next up is Allison Palmer. And on deck is Chief Buxton and Chief Rourke.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Palmer. I'm from Londonderry,
and I'm a women's health and psychiatric nurse practitioner. I practice with Hope on Haven Hill, which is a substance use treatment residential and outpatient facility for pregnant and parenting women, and I am now the new program director for the New Hampshire Mom Hub. I'm here also on behalf of every nurse in New Hampshire working on the front lines of maternal and infant care, and also as a member of the Maternal Mortality Review Committee. Reviewing cases of maternal deaths is an arduous task, and it's something that we do so that we can do better, and that's why we're here. So growing up, my parents had a standard response whenever I brought them a problem. So what do you propose we're going to do about it? A year ago, we brought systemic maternal mental health concerns to Governor Sununu, and were asked the same thing. If you had funds, what would you do? Nurses are used to solving problems with duct tape and Velcro, literally and figuratively. But give us the right tools and we will build systems that last. That's what we've done with the New Hampshire Mom Hub, funded just 5 months ago. With a modest state investment, we created an infrastructure to coordinate care with WIC, home visitors, mental health providers, and state agencies, making it easier for pregnant and postpartum people to get the help they need before a crisis. But duct tape won't last forever. Every year in New Hampshire, we welcome around 12,000 new babies. And yet 20% of mothers, about 2,400 each year, experience perinatal depression. So what's the cost of doing nothing? $32,000 per untreated mother-infant pair. That's $76.8 million annually for New Hampshire. And over $17 million of that burden falls on Medicaid for low-income families who already face the steepest barriers to care. So this is not just a health crisis, this is an economic crisis. There's a reciprocal benefit and approach with the potential funding of Momnibus 2.0. The New Hampshire Mom Hub was developed as the initial component of an overarching initiative to develop the infrastructure needed to support screening, identification, response, and referrals for perinatal mental health, including substance use conditions. A perinatal psychiatry access line is the clinical arm of a comprehensive psychiatry access program that links with the resource and referral specialists and navigators, training and education aspects that we are offering from the New Hampshire Mom Hub. So the result is building capacity among our healthcare providers using these strategies with our current workforce and training them so that we can address the needs of childbearing people across the continuum of perinatal mental health. More psychiatrically complex cases are reserved for referral to specialized reproductive psychiatric clinicians. So today is also Nurses Day, and I stand here representing the network of nurses working with the New Hampshire Perinatal Quality Collaborative, Postpartum Support International, and Hope on Haven Hill, whose executive director is a nurse and champion of substance use disorder treatment. So together we can build this infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison. Next up is Chief Buxton and Chief Rourke. On deck is Teresa Moeller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Steve Buxton, and I have the honor of serving as the Fire Chief for the City of Nashua since 2022. I appear before you today, not just on behalf of my department, but on behalf of every firefighter who serves our great city and every citizen who has ever needed them. Before I continue, I want to be clear. The retirement provisions will not impact my own retirement. I'm here today because I believe it is my responsibility to advocate for the men and women who serve under my command and for the safety of our community that we serve. Nashua represents the second largest fire department in our state, with 179 members. Of these, 51 would have their retirement benefits restored under the provisions of House Bill 2. Across New Hampshire, this group of individuals includes senior firefighters, lieutenants, captains, deputy chiefs, and chiefs, representing decades of experience, leadership, and sacrifice. When we lose one of these senior leaders, it leaves a hole far deeper than the job opening. It costs the city approximately $50,000 to recruit, train, and prepare a replacement. a cost that ultimately falls onto the backs of local taxpayers. But what we truly lose is something money cannot buy: mentorship, judgment, and the wisdom of only years of frontline experience that you can gain. The New Hampshire retirement system has always been more than a benefit. It is a promise, a solemn agreement that if you dedicate your career to the service of others, your community will stand by you when your shift finally ends. It has been our strongest tool in attracting, retaining, and honoring the best among us. Today, that promise is at risk. Not approving the restoration provisions would send a devastating measure to not just senior firefighters, but all members of the fire service. It would make it harder to recruit the next generation of firefighters. It would push seasoned leaders to leave before their time, and it would ultimately weaken the very fabric of public safety in communities across this state. I am thankful for the support of this budget initiative so far, and I'm hopeful the committee will continue to support the Governor Ayotte's retirement promise. I ask you, on behalf of every firefighter in New Hampshire and every citizen who has ever depended on them, keep the promise, approve the retirement provisions, and protect those who protect us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Kevin Rourke, and I am the Chief of the Nashua Police Department. Today, I'm here to urge your support for the provisions dealing with Group 2 retirement. I am extremely proud of the 165 men and women who make up the Nashua Police Department and honored to serve as their chief. We are currently down 17 officers. Our full allotment is 182. I must say we face public safety, employment recruitment, and retention issues like so many other communities across the state. Recruitment is difficult, but retention has been more difficult the past few years. Being a police officer isn't like it was a few years ago, and with those challenges comes the need to keep our experienced officers on the job. I want to share with you the financial impact Nashua has experienced as Group 2 employees retire or resign early. Over the past 5 years, we've had 44 resignations. Not retirements, resignations. We've never seen that before. The range of those officers range from 6 months to 17 years. Out of the 44 resignations, 28 left the profession altogether, and they're in the private sector. A vast majority of these people cited that changes in the retirement system was a reason for leaving. We've also had 35 full retirements. Those are officers with 20 plus years of service. So just to sum that up, there's a total of 79 officers over the last 5 years, which was 43% of our staff. That creates a significant problem in so many ways. The valuable experience and training lost is not replaceable for many years to come, and with the rate it's trending, it will never be replaced. So we are faced more and more with the need to hire brand new recruits, and if you could picture this, we used to have an ocean full of candidates to choose from. Today, it looks more like a puddle to choose from. Years ago, we would have 400 or 500 people taking our police test. Last month, we had 9. I've been a police officer for almost 29 years, and I've never seen it this bad. That is with the extremely low applicant pool and people that are leaving the profession altogether. We have to do something to stop the bleeding. Every time we fill a vacant position with a new recruit, we face the cost of paying a salary, being trained, getting uniforms, receiving proper equipment, and getting certified as a full-time police officer. We are also filling backfill overtime. From when I swear a new police officer in, it takes 30 weeks till they're serviceable in the community. In those 30 weeks, it costs the city taxpayers and our police department $45,000. $7,000 for training and equipment, and $38,000 for health care. That does not include health care or overtime. And over the past 5 years, we've spent approximately $3.3 million in this area. That cost goes directly to the local taxpayers, clearly.
Chief, your time is up.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Next up is Teresa Moeller. and on deck is Lieutenant Eric Kinsman.
Hi, everybody. My name is Teresa Moeller from Nashua. Thank you for listening. I am in remission from a serious mental health condition and able to function in a life more productive than many people. This is mainly due to all the mental health services I have received and the support I have. The Peer Support Center, my psychiatrist, therapist, and case manager all play a role in my stability. On a seldom occasion during a weekend when all services are not active, I might be in crisis and reach out to 988 and rapid response. They are the beginning of an interaction that allows me to avoid the costly emergency room visits. I am asking you, the New Hampshire Senate, to fully fund mental health services in the state budget. Otherwise, the alternative is costly both in a mental and financial way. Thank you again, Teresa Moeller.
Thank you, Teresa. Next up is Lieutenant Kinsman, and on deck is Elizabeth Carl.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Kinsman. I'm a lieutenant with the Portsmouth Police Department, and I'm the current commander for the New Hampshire Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Back in 2022, New Hampshire ICAC advocated for the need for an increase to our 2-year grant from the State of New Hampshire Attorney General's Office to address a continued increase in workload. Prior to 2022, New Hampshire ICAC used to receive an average of 35 to 50 new case referrals each month. But advances in technology and the social media culture has contributed to the now 180 to 200 new case referrals we now receive each month. The money we were fortunate to receive was immediately used to purchase additional digital forensic equipment and the licenses to operate them. It was also used to send task force members to training, provide them with laptop computers used for investigations, increase our staffing capabilities, continue to fund our ESD K-9 program, and provide educational events to students and parents across the state. These are just some of the statistics accomplished in 2023 and 2024 with the grant funds received from the Attorney General's Office. 1,199 investigations, 99 arrests, 65 child victims identified, 13 child victims rescued from ongoing sexual abuse, 748 search warrants, 2,245 forensic exams completed, over 417 terabytes were processed. 339 officers and prosecutors were able to receive ICAC-related training. We were able to accomplish 168 community outreach presentations to students and parents, totaling over 5,400 attendees, and we had 135 deployments with K-9 NECO. While New Hampshire ICAC could certainly benefit from additional funding, we're only asking for continual level funding for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. The truth of the matter is that New Hampshire ICAC, with our federal grant, it's barely enough to scratch the surface. If our state grant funding from the Attorney General's Office is ultimately cut in any way, it will have an immediate and massive negative impact on our mission. Hundreds of cases will not be able to be investigated. Investigators will lose their jobs. Our ESD K-9 program will need to be discontinued, and most importantly, child victims will not be able to be located, identified, and receive the important help and services they so desperately need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Next up is Elizabeth Carl, and on deck is Fred Poisson.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. My name is Elizabeth Carl. As a patient in the mental health community for the past 20 years, I want you to see what I see, the faults, the potential, and the hearts of these services. The new budget plan will reduce funding to mental health services and their patients. As a result, not only will less people have access to these services, but less services will be available to New Hampshire state residents. I can tell you from firsthand experience that these services save lives, including mine. And because of them, I am able to live a great life outside of the hospital. A budget reduction as significant as the one passed by the House will affect New Hampshire hospitals, mental health centers, patients, and staff. Mental health treatments are becoming increasingly necessary in our current society, and as a vital resource to our community, it needs to be given more attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Next up is Fred Poisson, and on deck is Julia White.
Thank you. My name is Fred Poisson, and I am the Executive Director of Connections Peer Support Center in Portsmouth and Northwood, New Hampshire. We operate a residential step-up, step-down program in Northwood, New Hampshire that provides peer-led mental health transitional support for free to adults in the state of New Hampshire. Funding for SUSTI programs in the state of New Hampshire is at threat of being entirely eliminated with these budget cuts. I want to emphasize that I understand and respect the need for fiscal responsibility. I want to explain to you why continuing to fund agencies such as mine is a fiscally responsible and necessary decision. My agency and Step Up, Step Down programs in general support individuals to get their lives back on track, regain their autonomy, learn how to self-manage their symptoms, and return to work in a way that is sustainable. My agency and Step Up, Step Down programs in general play a vital role in employing individuals who may not be employable in other situations. It is the nature of the work and the environment. 7 of my current staff members started either as participants in our SUSTI program or as members at our center. The majority of my staff have significant mental health presentations and executive functioning challenges and require a work environment that is supportive of these challenges. 3 of my staff members have felt secure enough in their work environment and employment over the past year to begin the pursuit of no longer receiving Social Security benefits. 3 of my staff members were able to work themselves out of being unhoused this past year. My agency and Step Up, Step Down programs in general play a vital role in reducing the cost to hospitals and emergency rooms, as well as the individual who may be seeking support there. We offer an alternative to hospitalization that has been shown to reduce the amount of emergency room stays. There has been a mental health provider and services shortage in New Hampshire for almost a decade, most notably affecting marginalized populations receiving Medicaid. The lack of available and cost-effective supportive services results in the individual suffering from a mental health experience, often being unable to sustain employment, secure stable housing, and in the end, requiring more costly interventions. We offer effective advocacy that allows those participating in our program to receive appropriate care and support so that their recovery is sustainable. We offer aftercare support to further strengthen the chances of a sustainable long-term recovery that will allow individuals to remain employed and continue their pursuits of self-sufficiency. My agency and so many other agencies that we work alongside are at significant risk of losing their funding with these cuts. All of these agencies provide vital supports and services to adults in the state of New Hampshire that help keep them alive and well and move them towards sustainable recovery that allows them to work again or remain working and that allow them to regain their autonomy and independence. I urge you to reverse these cuts.
Thank you, Fred. Great timing. Next up is Julia White, and on deck is Sarah McFadden.
Hello, my name is Julia White. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire. I struggled with my mental health for many years. I have firsthand experience of the lack of resources, training, and treatment received in the emergency room as a person going through a mental health crisis. Emergency rooms are not equipped with the proper resources to help people struggling with their mental health. During my most recent ER admission, I was really struggling with my safety, and emergency room staff were trying to keep me from self-harming. To do this, I was held down and injected with ketamine, which is actually used as an anesthetic. Unfortunately, I did not sleep much while under the influence of this drug. Therefore, I experienced hallucinations and lost my ability to control my body movements. I didn't even know where I was for a while, and that was very scary. After that, I asked the emergency room staff not to give me another injection of ketamine. Unfortunately, I was not heard. I was forcibly given the same drug 2 more times during the time there. To this day, I have vivid memories of everything I experienced while on ketamine, and sometimes I still feel like I'm back there going through it all over again. Although this drug has been shown to help with suicidal ideation and depression, I did not find that it helped me at all.
My experience with ketamine is negative. It was not given to me as clinical treatment as it usually is. It was only administered to me because hospital staff did not have the patience to find an alternative safety measure. The budget cut to mental health funding could be detrimental for people in crisis, leading to more admissions to the emergency department. While fully funded community mental health services, less people will have to go through a similar experience that I did in the emergency department. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Up next is Sarah, and on deck is Alex Taylor.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah McFadden. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire. I work with On the Road to Wellness in Manchester, but I'm here to represent myself today. As a person who has struggled with my mental health, I'm here to ask you to oppose the budget cuts recently proposed in New Hampshire that could deeply affect transitional housing and other community mental health resources available to people like myself and my peers. I began struggling with my mental health during the pandemic, and without access to affordable services, I quickly declined. By the summer of 2022, the dizzying cycle of highs and extreme lows, delusions, and paranoia got so out of hand that I was unable to hold a job and was asked to leave my apartment. I had already burned every bridge I had, and I had nowhere to go. I spent several months living in my car and considering suicide as the only way out. Just when I was ready to give up, I found the peer support agency On the Road to Wellness and gained access to empathy, understanding, support, and resources, but I was still unhoused and very unstable. I found out about and applied to their residential wellness program, Step Up, Step Down, a 90-day transitional housing and peer support program that basically saved my life. With the patience and support of the 24-hour staff there, I was able to get a part-time job, eventually moved to full-time work, find an apartment, and find my footing again. Today, I am the residential director of the very program that gave me a second chance. I've never experienced this level of balance and purpose in my life. I'm honored to work hard every day to create and maintain a supportive and peaceful environment conducive to healing and growth, where others who are facing challenges similar to mine can rebuild their lives and recover their own sense of purpose and efficacy. As a program funded entirely by the state, it is absolutely essential that you vote to continue funding transitional wellness and recovery programs and continue to offer affordable alternatives to hospitalization and transitional living programs and spaces to residents of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Alex Taylor, and on deck is Cheryl Steinberg and Dawn McKinney.
Hi, my name is Alex Taylor, and I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire. As someone who has struggled with my mental health for many years, I'm reaching out to request your support in ensuring that the mental health services are adequately funded to meet the growing mental health needs and to ensure the quality services in the emergency department. I would like to share a bit of my personal experience to highlight why this funding is so crucial. Growing up, I faced significant mental health challenges, including suicidality and self-harm, in an environment marked by abuse and neglect. This led to numerous emergency room visits and inpatient stays over the years. Over the years, I've found myself in the emergency department many times, often waiting close to 24 hours or more for evaluations or inpatient placements. The long wait times combined with understaffing and limited hours for mental health evaluations created an environment of frustration and distrust, both for me and countless others in similar situations. However, in the past year, I've witnessed some positive changes. Wait times for mental health evaluations have decreased significantly, and I have been able to receive timely care and discharge. Just a few weeks ago, I was seen within hours of arriving at the ER around 11 a.m. and being discharged by 2 p.m. This improvement wouldn't have been made possible without proper funding. While sitting in the ER is never a pleasant experience and can often be re-traumatizing, I've seen firsthand how more efficient processes and quicker access to care can make a profound difference. Most importantly, it allows me to receive the right medications and treatments that help stabilize my mental health. With the right support, I've been able to build a better life and pursue my goals. The reality is that for many of us, ER visits are sometimes unavoidable, and it's critical that we receive the care in a timely, compassionate manner. Continued funding for mental health services is essential. to ensure that people like me can get the help we need when we need it most. I hope I can count on you for your support in advocating for the necessary funding in the 2026-2027 budget. Every person deserves access to timely and effective care in moments of crisis, and ensuring adequate mental health funding is a vital step to making this a reality. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Alex. Next up is Cheryl and Dawn from the Hampshire Legal Assistance, and on deck is Betsy from the Assessing Standards Board.
Before you begin, we're on page 5 of 17, okay? Brevity will help the people at the bottom of that list. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Gray, members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Steinberg, and I'm here on behalf of the Justice and Aging Project for New Hampshire Legal Assistance. I will just speaking for New Hampshire Legal Assistance today. I'm here today to oppose the elimination of the Commission on Aging and also the proposed cuts to Medicaid funding in the current House budget. You've already heard about from many other people today about the value of the Commission on Aging and the unique role it plays in our state, so I won't repeat all that. And I'll just say because our population of aging Granite Staters is only going to get bigger, as you've heard, the importance and the need for the Commission on Aging is more important than ever. And it really would be a huge step backwards if we were to eliminate it at this juncture. On the same note, eliminating or reducing the Medicaid funding as proposed in the House budget would also be a huge step backward. While there have been some increases, particularly with the Choices for Independence program that you heard about and the value of that program and how it's cost effective and serves many people in need of nursing home level of care, the funding itself isn't enough, and people are still not getting all their needs met with the current level of funding that we have. If we were to cut it again, then people would be back to the situation that we were last biennium, where there were certain agencies ready to close their doors because they weren't getting enough funding and weren't going to be able to serve people. So that would put these CFI participants at risk of potentially either going into a more expensive institutional care or even dying, as you've heard. It has those significant consequences. And on the same note, I would also ask you to please support Senate Bill 122, which was laid on the table by the Senate to hopefully be put into House Bill 2. And that is another cost-effective way to help low-income older people that are on Medicare with their Medicare costs so that they can also take advantage of all the care that they need and hopefully keep them out of hospitals and nursing homes and more expensive care. So for that reason, I would ask that you please support the governor's recommended budget that includes the Commission on Aging, level funding for Medicaid, and Senate Bill 122. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Betsy, and on deck are Claudia and John Derry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I want to let you know that I'm Betsy Patton, and I am the chairman of the Assessing Standards Board. And in section 70 of your House Bill 2 on page 40, you do talk about the Board of Land and Tax Appeals and the process of what is happening for property tax appeals. The Assessing Standards Board strongly supports a mechanism that will provide a consistent and cost-effective method for resolving property tax appeals, which ensures that both taxpayers and municipalities have access to an appeal process that does not impose an increased financial burden. Currently, there is a level of expertise in property tax appeals that ensures a forum for resolving these disputes in support of one of New Hampshire's largest revenue sources through a system grounded in fairness and accountability. I want to thank you for your service and good luck on the rest of the hearing.
Thank you, Betsy. Next up is Claudia and John, and on deck is Suzanne Ketteridge. Do we have Claudia and John here? Not seeing them. Next up is Susan Ketteridge.
Good afternoon, Senators.
On
Thank
deck.
you.
I'm sorry, and on deck is Matt Davis.
Thank you.
I'm Suzanne Ketteridge. I'm the interim executive director at the Public Defender Program. Last year, the public defenders closed over 22,000 cases across the state. We had 1,500 of those were juveniles. We have covered mental health courts, veterans courts, treatment courts. We cannot, at the current level that we're at, keep up with the cases that continue to flow in from all parts of the state. As a result of what's happening right now, we have already had to close intake to 4 courts across the state, to Milford, Berlin, Plymouth, and Laconia, because we simply don't have enough lawyers. Every case that the public defenders can't take has to go to a private or contract attorney at 2 to 3 times the cost of the public defenders. Because of, and not only does it clog up the courts, it delays justice to the victims as well, who are caught up in the system. Every year, because of the cases that we have and the burnout that our young lawyers encounter, we lose a lot of them. We lost 19 in this fiscal year, 26 in last, and 22 the prior year. We've lost 67 attorneys in the state. What do we do to replace them? We do what everybody else does in our sort of an organization. We recruit at law schools across the country. New Hampshire has the reputation as one of the best public defender programs in the country. And that is because of our training and our dedication to providing good legal services. And even though we offer our public defenders only $65,000 a year coming out of law school, which is $10,000 less than any prosecutor in the state, and one of the lowest incoming pays of any public defender in the country, they flock to apply to our program. We made 19 offers to young people graduating from law school, Georgetown, Harvard, UNH, all of the regional schools. 4 weeks ago, and it became somewhat apparent we were not going to get our prioritized needs budget, we had to send letters for the first time in history to all of those young people in all of those law schools and tell them that we couldn't hire them. We had to pull back because we were not looking at the type of funding that would allow us to hire new attorneys. That's a problem. We took a hit to our reputation as the best place to work as a public defender, and the state took a hit as the best place to be assured employment if it relies on state funding. And it's not just an issue of public safety. It is also an issue of public safety. If we can't provide lawyers, if we have to close to courts, then we'll be forced as a state to do what other states have been forced to do, which is to drop cases or let people out of jail, because we can't give them a lawyer in a timely fashion. That is happening.
Your time is up.
So I'm asking you to fund us at our prioritized needs.
Thank you, Susan. Next up is Matt Davis, and on deck is Patricia Long.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Matt Davis, Recruitment and Retention Sergeant for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. My position is currently on the cut. I'm here today to ask one simple question: who's left behind the walls? Because the proposals before you are not just a budget cut. It is a risk to public safety, to our sworn officers, and the very prison system that has earned national recognition as the safest in America. Cutting over 100 positions to include sworn staff despite what is being portrayed. When you remove recruitment, training, payroll, maintenance, teachers, case management, mental health, and classifications, just to name a few, that work just doesn't go away. It shifts. It shifts to officers already drowning in responsibility and burnout, who are not trained in any of those positions. That's not just unsustainable, it's dangerous. We live in a state with the safest prison system in America, 2 years running, per US News. Why is that? Some will argue, well, it's because there's hardly any violent crime in New Hampshire, and nothing really happens compared to other states. To that I ask, when is the last time you had a full conversation with someone convicted of murder? Mine was yesterday. We are the safest in the nation, not because of luck, It's our programming, training, and support in mental health. Strip that away, and we won't just lose people, we'll lose control. If we lose those positions, who handles the suicide watches? Who classifies inmates properly to keep rival gang members apart? Who ensures personnel files are accurate for potential audits, a minimus is read correctly, or vital records are maintained? The answer will be no one, or overworked officers having to be trained to do 5 jobs at once by the same people that were just let go, leading to mistakes that cost lives and lawsuits. Let's be honest with ourselves, senators. When staffing breaks down, safety follows. With a newly signed bill affecting bail reform, House Bill 592, about to increase our populations in county jails and eventually our state institutions, this isn't the time to cut support. It's the time to invest in it. This proposal may save dollars today, but it'll cost more in litigation, in injury, in loss of life, and talent walking out the door. We'll go from being the safest in the nation to one of the most vulnerable. My job is the hardest it's ever been. I can hardly recruit anyone due to the media attention these cuts have received. We used to average 20 to 25 applicants monthly signing up to participate in our fitness test. For the month of April into May, I have 9. 9. The bottom line is, senators, this isn't cost cutting, it's condemning the state.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Pat.
Your time is up.
Next up is Patricia Long.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, and on deck is Janine Lesser.
Okay, she had to go home.
I'm sorry?
She had to leave. She had to leave.
Oh, she had to leave?
Yeah, because she came with me.
Just
I'm going to
a second,
hitchhike
then we'll
home.
give another-
So Mariana Barter would be, Mariani from Merrimack Valley Daycare would be on deck.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chairman and Vice Chairman who left, and the members of the Senate Finance Committee. First of all, I want to thank all of you for sitting here and listening to every single person intently. I'm here, I'm Patty Long from Peterborough, and I'm here because I am so concerned for the fiscal stability of our state. And as senators on the Finance Committee, you too should share my concerns. I have testified many times the past 2 months, and this is my last chance to be heard. So I hope you are all listening carefully. Prior to 2021, Education Freedom Account grants were not a budget line item at all. Since then, the cost, I just hope I have everybody's attention. Since then, the cost of the EFAs have grown to more than $30 million in its 5-year existence. The executive director of the Children's Scholarship Fund has said that the income cap removal could result in doubling the number of EFA grants awarded, with a projected cost of $60 million by 2027. Then add the additional $6 million for the administrative fee that we pay to the Children's Scholarship Fund, and that balloons into a hefty budget line item for a total of $66 million. And this is merely an estimate of an expansion of a program that is already expanding. Unlike in 2021, when EFAs were to support low-income families, in this budget, universal EFAs will only benefit wealthy families who already have the means to send their children to private schools. It is clear New Hampshire cannot afford universal EFAs because to offset the expense for the universal EFAs, you decided to cut $70 million from our universities. If HB 115 becomes part of this budget, I don't understand how it is fiscally responsible for a family of 4 who has an income of $200,000 a year to receive a tax-free grant for $20,000 to offset their private education, while this budget cuts funds for Medicaid, those with disabilities, and defunding from our university. Additionally, it's shocking that every service in New Hampshire either is being defunded or the tax burden is being trickled down to our local property taxes. The only program that receives money in this budget is expansion of the EFAs, totaling in the amount of $70 million by 2027. Use these monies for services for those in great need rather than for wealthy families who do not need public assistance. Show the people.
Ma'am, your time is up.
I just have one more thing to say.
Your time is up, ma'am.
I think I made my
your time is up.
Thank you. Next up is Marianne Barter, and on deck is Henry Oach.
Hello, I'm Marianne Barter. I'm the Executive Director at Merrimack Valley Daycare Service in Concord, and I'm the Chair of the New Hampshire Childcare Advisory Council. Right now, childcare programs across the state are struggling to recruit and retain qualified staff. Wages for early childhood educators remain among the lowest in the economy, less than fast food workers, less than Target, less than Senate at this point. You guys might be a little lower than us. It's not a reflection of the value of the work. The work's very, very important. It's just underfunded. So we are asking that the $15 million that was in the last budget for recruitment and retention grants for child care providers be retained because, as Fiscal Policy Institute noted in a recent report, 17,000 people in New Hampshire cannot go to work every month because of child care issues. 17,000 people. New Hampshire is clearly having an economic crisis right now. Our budget is a sign that we are having an economic problem right now. We can be part of the solution of that. We are the workforce behind the workforce, and when we can go to work, other people can too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Next up is Henry Oach, and on deck is Laura Milliken.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Henry Oach. I'm the CEO of HarborCare out of Nashua, New Hampshire. HarborCare is an agency working to break the cycle of homelessness through housing supports, healthcare for the homeless program, and many programs for homeless veterans. But today I'm here to talk about the proposed Medicaid cuts. Our patients, 2,600 of them, about 49% of them are part of the Medicaid program. And we provide many services to include addiction treatment as part of that service delivery. Now, we've heard many stories here today. I'm going to share one of our patients, and we'll call him John. And John is an individual who has been suffering with severe mental illness for many, many years. And he ultimately was connected with New Hampshire Hospital, and that's where we met John. John had been helped by many providers across the state, but unfortunately not a lot of progress was made. He was referred to us where we provided transitional housing and connected him to our federally qualified community health center and the Medicaid program. We connected him with primary care. We took care of his mental health needs, and he was with us for approximately 18 months. He ultimately moved on to permanent housing in the city of Nashua, where he is today. Now, what's remarkable about this story is that in the preceding years before working with John and getting him connected to the Medicaid program, he was in the hospital over 100 times. And when he was with us for that 18-month period, he was in the hospital. He was not in the hospital for any reason whatsoever. So that demonstrates the value that the Medicaid program introduces into the healthcare system. So I implore you to please take a close look at the budget, at the Medicaid program. It introduces value. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Next up is Laura Milliken, and on deck is Shelley Gingras.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray and honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Laura Milliken. I'm the Executive Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solutions, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. No child in New Hampshire should be hungry, especially not in our public schools. Hungry children cannot learn. Anyone who's been to the grocery store lately or looked for affordable apartment or affordable childcare knows why many families are having a hard time making ends meet and meeting their basic needs. There are 4 policies that were not included in the House-passed budget and one that was that I want to highlight, that would assist young children to access school meals and to create an opportunity for families to access healthy local food. The first policy is to make sure that no child is shamed for their parents' school meal debt. Almost all our New Hampshire public schools are currently seeing unprecedented levels of school meal debt. And this is because some of their families are eligible for free and reduced meals, but their family has not been able to apply, or often school meal debt happens because a family's income is slightly above the threshold for free and reduced meals, and the family is still struggling to make ends meet. Solutions to this problem include efficiently enrolling more children in free and reduced meals through Medicaid direct certification, providing an online free and reduced meal application, and expanding eligibility for free school meals. Without these solutions, some New Hampshire schools have resorted to shaming children to leverage parents' payment. This approach causes psychological harm to children and exacerbates food insecurity, as children would rather go hungry than go through the lunch line and be embarrassed in front of their peers for being offered an alternative meal, which identifies their family's private financial situation. So I urge you to incorporate the language of the amendment to HB 703 in the state budget that would take kids out of the middle. And I've given you a written testimony to point you to the right part. So schools can still pursue the debt with parents, but just leave the child out of the middle. The next policy I want to talk to you about is Medicaid Direct Certification Pilot Project. It's a bipartisan compromise amendment that just missed passing the New Hampshire House by 1 vote. In the amendment, Medicaid Direct Certification automatically enrolls children on Medicaid whose family's income qualifies them for free and reduced meals only if families opt in. It would reduce hunger by connecting more children in need to nutritious food and reduce administrative burdens for schools. Past objections have been due to the effect on the state school funding formula. The amendments to HB2 2025-1561 solve this problem by creating a 2-year pilot program. During the pilot, there would be no effect on the state school funding formula because differential aid in the formula would be held at pre-pilot levels. It would allow legislators...
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay. It would allow legislators the data they need.
Thank you, Laura. Next up is Shelley, and on deck is Susan Stearns.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of state funding for public education. My name is Shelley Gingras, and I'm from Rochester. First, let me say that I am very passionate about education. I was born and brought up in New Hampshire, having attended both parochial and public schools, including UNH, where I earned my bachelor's, my master's, and a certification of advanced graduate studies. I am not here as a free stater. No one paid me to be here today. Together with my husband, we have roughly 80 years of education experience. Our son and daughter both attended parochial and public schools, and we paid their tuition as well as our property taxes. We are committed to the importance of public education for the benefit of our communities as a whole, for our state, and for our overall education of our country. In 1784, our founders in New Hampshire wrote education into our Constitution because they believed it to be so important. It leads to the preservation of a free government, and they saw it as a duty of the legislators to actually cherish the public schools. Most families cannot afford a private education. In fact, the only people who actually benefit from freedom accounts or vouchers are those who can already afford to pay for the entire cost, and their children are already attending private schools. The voucher system stabs at the heart of public education. Private schools take away public school money, but they don't provide the same accountability as public schools, and they can reject students who may not be cost-effective to educate. So I'm here to ask you today to please support increased school funding in our state budget for public schools and relieve the pressure on property taxes by ending the voucher system. and that have an unbalanced formula for school funding as it is. When our tax dollars are being given to wealthier families to support their private school educations, that money is not going to our public schools where the majority of families must send their children. They would never be able to make up the difference in cost to attend a private school. For example, right now, tuition at St. Thomas Aquinas in Dover is $18,644 a year. The loss of any tax money would only cause public schools to suffer, reducing access to programs, causing cuts, and dumbing down our whole system. In addition, voucher money going to private school families is not audited. We are not able to see where it's going, how much of it, or for how long. Some families are sending their students to out-of-state schools, and some families are even relocating out of state and bringing that voucher money with them. Let's not create a two-tiered system where the playing field is unbalanced.
Ma'am,
and
you're
we
out of
create.
time.
Thank you, Shelley. Next up is Susan Stearns, and on deck is the Honorable Joanne Ward.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Susan Stearns. I'm a resident of Samberton, and I am privileged to serve as the Executive Director of NAMI New Hampshire. NAMI New Hampshire is a grassroots organization working to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. I, like so many of our staff and our over 200 statewide volunteers, do this work because I have family members living with mental illness, and I have lost a loved one to suicide. The budget passed by the House, should it be enacted, would almost certainly result in more people in a mental health crisis waiting even longer in our emergency departments for an inpatient psychiatric bed. And it would undo over 18 months of collective work through the Mission Zero initiative that has led to real progress, significantly reduced wait times for adults, and in recent months, reaching the goal of 0 adults boarding on multiple days, something we had not seen since the height of the COVID pandemic. These cuts would impact our crisis services, our community-based care, and housing that allows people with mental illness to live in their communities. In addition, the Medicaid provider rate cuts would undermine the very foundation of our community mental health system and Mission Zero. In 2011, after years of disinvestment in New Hampshire's mental health system that led to the closure of many community-based inpatient beds due to insufficient funding, the legislature made the fateful decision to close the Anna Philbrook Center and move children requiring that level of psychiatric care to a unit at New Hampshire Hospital, our state facility for adults. By 2012, emergency department boarding had come to New Hampshire, where it continues to this day. Our work to recover from these past cuts has taken years. The investments in our 10-year mental health plan and Mission Zero are key components to restoring what was once considered one of the best mental health systems in the country. The budget passed by the House will set this work back by a decade. We at NAMI New Hampshire urge, indeed implore, the Senate to reverse the House budget cuts and incorporate priority policies such as funding for the 988 crisis system, emergency behavioral health services, transitional housing programs, and homelessness services. A state budget is a reflection of its priorities. We hear every day from folks that though it may be flawed, our system changes lives and saves them. We are grateful for your service and for your steadfast support of the 285,000 Granite Staters living with mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next up is the Honorable Ward, and on deck is Jason Stock. Representative Ward, you here? Don't see her. Jason. Look, he's over there. And on deck will be Beth Farrell. Beth Farrell.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and we represent timberland owners in the forest products industry. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to come and testify in front of you today on House Bill 2. I'm only going to speak to 3 items in the bill. One is the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, and I think former Representative Betsy Patton did a very good job at touching on that. The second is the truck registration fees, and third is 2 policy items relative to energy. Specific to the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, as landowners both involved in property tax, current use, timber taxes, having a adjudicative body other than the Supreme Court that an average citizen can come and bring a tax dispute to for an easy and efficient resolution is important to us, and we feel that the funding in that should be restored. Moreover, we think that forcing particularly some of these smaller types of tax appeals into the Superior Court is terribly inefficient and not a great use of the court's time and resources. The second is the truck registration fees. Mr. Scully earlier discussed the impact that they have identified in that, and we share those concerns. To increase truck registration fees by as much as 50 to 60% in one fell swoop is a very big pill to swallow, particularly given the economic impacts that our industry is seeing with respect to some of the markets, tariffs, and so forth. And so we would suggest, we would not like to see them, but if there is the sense of need to do something there, something much more gradual over time would be that folks could plan for would be much more palatable. But 50 to 60% in one pop is just huge. And then the last is there were 2 energy-related policy bills that got put into House Bill 2 within the House. One is House Bill 219 and the other's 224. They both deal with the RPS program, which is of importance to us because of its support for renewable energy, but more specifically biomass. These 2 policy items we'd like to see pulled out. They don't take effect for 2 years anyway, and we feel that they're important enough that they merit a standalone analysis and study by the policy committee here in the Senate. With that, I'll conclude my testimony, and thank you for your time. And I will be supplying written testimony as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next up is Beth Farrell, and on deck is Robert Gillis. Beth? Oh, there she is.
Hi, my name's Beth Farrell. I live in Holderness. With my recently 2 adopted children and my 2 foster children. I can honestly tell you that 3 minutes is not enough to describe how this budget is devastating to the children in foster care. They rely on Medicaid. We already have to drive 45 minutes to find a dentist that will take their insurance. I can't find mental health for them. It's impossible. They've been on a wait list forever. Childcare, without childcare, I can't take any children into my home. If their parents are not getting the maternal mental health, the substance use help, the family planning services, they can't get their kids back, and that's not fair to the families who are experiencing foster care, because those parents don't necessarily not deserve to get their children back. The amount of money and jobs cut from the DCYF and DHHS is abhorrent. They will lose caseworkers. There's already people doing 2 jobs, and the caseloads that they have, while it may look great on paper because they have 1 case, that case involves 7 children who could be anywhere from Berlin to Keene to Rochester, and they have to visit all 7 of those children. My main reason for coming here today is to speak about the Office of the Child Advocate and the Bureau of Developmental Services. Most children in my home have gotten services from the Bureau of Developmental Services, including early support services. I had a baby who couldn't roll over at 7 months. 6 months later, after starting those services, she was exceeding all benchmarks. I have a son who is going to need services for the rest of his life. Without those services, foster parents aren't going to be able to do their job. Foster children are going to suffer greatly. The Office of the Child Advocate was started in 2018 because of the murders of 2 children. Right now, the state has a $150 million settlement fund with YDC for the sexual abuse cases. $38 million of that is already gone. We all know it's going to be more than that. The Office of the Child Advocate, their job is to prevent that from happening. There's $6.75 million to settle a sexual abuse case, $4.5 million to settle a wrongful death lawsuit for the family of Brielle Gage. There's four wrongful death lawsuits out there right now, and the amount of money that can be saved by the Office of the Child Advocate in preventing that from happening again.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Beth.
Is huge.
Next up is Robert Gillis.
Thank you very much for your time.
And on deck is Stephanie Griffin.
Honorable Chair Gray, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Robert Gillis. My wife Noelle and I live in Hancock, New Hampshire, and I'm the Executive Director for Monadnock WorkSource, a small provider of disability services in the Monadnock region. Monadnock WorkSource has been providing services for 54 years, community-based services. I myself have worked in the disability field for 40 years, and I've seen the true benefit of community-based services. As Tim testified earlier, community-based services work. They provide people with disabilities an opportunity to live valued and contributing lives in their local communities. Fully funding disability services is an investment. It's not charity. It provides opportunities for Tim and others with disabilities to be contributing members to our economy. It allows me to provide employment for our staff delivering those services. And importantly, it provides the opportunity for families to be involved in the workforce because they're not at home providing uncompensated care for their loved ones. You have my written testimony. Many of the points that are on it have been spoken already. But what I'd like to say briefly in summary is I have a solution. All these people dressed in pink today would not be here if disability services were fully funded. If the Bureau of Developmental Services prioritized needs list was fully funded, if Medicaid reimbursement rates were high enough so that I could provide my staff with health insurance and a livable wage, I can guarantee you this hall would be half empty because we don't want to be here any more than you do. And so please, I urge you to reject House Bill 1 and House Bill 2, fully fund disability services, and look at the prioritized needs list for disability services. That's how we provide the support and lead New Hampshire like we led New Hampshire by closing Laconia State School. That took a lawsuit. You have the power to avoid a lawsuit to deliver disability services. We don't want to be there. That happened in Massachusetts, and from what I've heard, it was horrible. Please, fully fund disability services. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next up is Stephanie Griffin, and on deck is Representative Heath Howard.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Griffin. I'm a New Hampshire
Point the
licensed...
microphone up towards your mouth, please.
There you go.
I'm a New Hampshire licensed clinical psychologist. You've heard a lot today already about concerns related to cutting funding for mental health services in New Hampshire. I want to speak from the perspective of mental health providers. Without mental health providers, nobody receives mental health services. I'm a member of the New Hampshire Psychological Association, NHPA Behavioral Healthcare Advocacy Committee. I've shared with the committee a letter from the board of directors of the NHPA highlighting their concerns about various aspects of the House budget and how they will have an adverse impact on mental health services. Today I wanted to speak specifically about the impact of the proposals to reduce Medicaid reimbursement rates and community mental health center funding, again from the perspective of a mental health provider. We're all aware, we've heard a lot of stories today about the critical mental health workforce crisis in New Hampshire, with individuals experiencing months to years long waiting lists to receive services, many providers having wait lists and or not taking new clients. Every 2 years, the New Hampshire Psych Association conducts a mental health workforce survey in New Hampshire. This includes all licensed mental health and substance use providers. And the data from the most recent survey in 2023 are alarming. When providers were asked about their plans for the next 2 years, they indicated 12% of individuals indicated that they plan to retire. 17% indicated that they intend to decrease their work hours. 8% indicated that they plan to practice primarily outside of New Hampshire going forward. Only about 50% of providers take Medicaid or took Medicaid at the time of the survey, and 25% of respondents indicated that they planned to leave one or more insurance panels in the next several years. So these data suggest that the existing mental health workforce in New Hampshire is aging, retiring, and shifting more toward private pay. Reducing reimbursement rates for services will only hasten this shift and worsen the mental health crisis in New Hampshire. In the 2023 survey, 73% of clinicians indicated that they themselves have a very difficult time finding providers to whom they can refer clients. Reducing reimbursement rates and funding for our community mental health centers will push these trends even further in the wrong direction, worsening our economy, leaving more of the most vulnerable individuals in New Hampshire without access to mental health services, and increasing rates of suicide and overdose deaths. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And our last speaker before our lunch break or dinner break is going to be Representative Heath Howard, if he's here. There he is, Heath.
Thank you, Senators. For the record, my name is Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. I'm opposed to this budget because this budget passed by the House is filled with ideological agenda items that take funds away from essential programs like Medicaid and all levels of our public education system. We are giving away these already limited funds to allow for the very wealthiest in our state to take a subsidy for their child's private or religious school education. They do not need a handout, but we are choosing to give it to them over the real needs of people who rely on essential programs. The craziest part about that, though, is that we are removing the income verification for these private school vouchers and implementing it for those who are on Medicaid. On top of that, we are also increasing premiums for those reliant on Medicaid, which acts as a 5% income tax on the poorest granite staters. This is a penny wise but a pound foolish, and as individuals on Medicaid will avoid getting adequate care early on, which only allows for easily preventable medical issues to become worse and more costly. We should be focused on restoring these basic services that people need to survive because we have the resources to cover the costs. We don't need to increase taxes, but we need to be fiscally responsible and also prioritize the actual needs of our constituents. By restoring Medicaid funding, we will help people live their lives independently and assist them in being productive members of society. Just a couple weeks ago, nearly 1,000 petitions were delivered to Governor Ayotte asking to support Medicaid. I encourage you to support what Granite Staters need and restore Medicaid funding. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. If I may, I just want to read off the list of the next 5 speakers so that when we come back, they're in the room and ready to go.
Okay.
So the next 5 speakers when we come back will be Representative Lauren Sellis, Rebecca Bryant from Lakes Region Community Services, Representative Karen Ebel, Representative Mary Jane Wallner, and Representative Kate Murray.
We are in recess for 1 hour. Out of recess.
Mr. Chair, the first person up is Representative Lauren Sellis. And on deck, Rebecca Bryant from Lakes Region Community Service. Is Lauren here? Not seeing Lauren. Is Rebecca here?
And who's up after her?
Representative Mary Jane Walner. She's here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Well, I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, Senator Gray and members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. This afternoon, you've been hearing from families and individuals from across New Hampshire, many of whom are navigating unimaginable challenges. They are not here today to ask for a handout. They're here because they believe, as I do, that our state has a moral and civic obligation to its people, an obligation rooted not in partisanship, but in our shared commitment to what it means to be a community. Yes, today you have been hearing testimony that sounds familiar. You've heard personal stories, themes, and urgent appeals that repeat. But rather than ask those who have sacrificed their time, wages, and sometimes their dignity to be here, to stay silent, I urge you to pause and consider what their repetition represented today. An undeniable level of crisis. A crisis faced not just today, but every single day by the people standing before you. And each of them, every single person matters. These are not people looking for a handout, as I said. They're here because they believe that government has an obligation to its citizens, especially to those who cannot always speak the loudest or donate the most. New Hampshire has a long upheld, proud, bipartisan tradition of caring for its people through strong public-private partnerships. Our safety net is not built by government alone. It is sustained through the tireless work of the nonprofit organizations and local systems, many of whom you've heard from today, working side by side to deliver services with compassion and efficiency. But right now, New Hampshire, we're at a crossroads. There's a dangerous narrative gaining momentum in Washington, a narrative that says if you're vulnerable, you're expendable, that says that care is a luxury, not a right, that people don't matter. New Hampshire, the New Hampshire I know, must reject that message. We can and must be a leader in showing this nation that community still means something, that care is not a luxury. We will not abandon our most vulnerable. Today, I ask you not to just continue to listen, but to actually hear the pain, hear the fear, and hear the hope that this committee will act with the courage and compassion that New Hampshire is known for. Because the question isn't whether we can afford to care for our citizens. The real question is how can we afford not to? Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next up is Representative Mary Jane Wallner.
And after her?
And after her, Representative Eileen Kelly. Sorry, thank you. Gotta get back in a routine.
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. So I have provided you each with a document which contains two pieces. The first is an HB2 amendment number 1543, which was introduced in the House floor on April 10th on behalf of the House Finance Committee Democrats. Second is a spreadsheet outlining the funding adjustments contained in the amendment. The budget bill approved by the House on April 10th reduced Governor Ayotte's proposed appropriations by over $600 million and would strain agencies across state government and the programs they administer if enacted. The House-passed budget threatens our ability to support New Hampshire's economy and protect our most vulnerable citizens. Amendment 1543 was developed and presented by the House Democrats as an alternative to the budget recommended by the House Finance Committee majority and serves as a responsible blueprint to mitigate the most detrimental reductions enacted in the House-passed budget. The restoration of funds in Amendment 1543 is achieved through prudent fiscal measures. The first, $32 million in savings by retaining the Education Freedom Account eligibility cap at 350% of federal poverty level, and funding the program at Governor Ayotte's proposed 26-27 appropriations. Generate $72 million by reverting to the governor's recommended revenue sharing model for video lottery terminals, slot machines, 45% to the state as opposed to the House recommended 30% to the state. $285 million based on revenue projections midpoint between those of the governor, which were higher, and those of the House Ways and Means Committee, which were lower. While the appropriations contained in Amendment 1543 do not fully address every area of need, they represent a balanced and forward path for consideration, considering our current fiscal conditions. I respectfully urge you, the Senate Finance Committee, to give consideration to this amendment as a fiscally responsible approach to maintaining essential services and supporting the long-term prosperity of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Eileen Kelly, and on deck is Joy Robertson.
Joy is no longer here.
Thank you very much. On deck is Mia Engelbert.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Senators. It's nice to see you this evening. I am Representative Eileen Kelly, Merrimack County 8, representing the towns of Bradford, Henniker, and Warner. 2 months ago at the March town meeting, the town of Bradford voted unanimously to pass a warrant article addressing concerns we have with public school funding. Bradford joined at least 19 other towns in passing similar warrant articles this year. This is the letter sent to our state representatives and senator, and the message our town wishes to convey to you. On March 12, 2025, at the deliberative session of the town of Bradford's annual town meeting, the residents voted in support of issuing the following statement. Whereas taxpayers have a right to know how their money is spent and deserve clear, verifiable evidence that it is being spent wisely and delivering results, and whereas taxpayer dollars are being diverted from public schools to private and religious education through education freedom accounts, otherwise known as vouchers, and this shift does not reduce public school expenses, leaving local taxpayers to cover the difference through higher property taxes. And whereas, unlike public schools, private education funded by taxpayers through vouchers lacks key accountability measures, such as reporting how funds are used, tracking student performance, ensuring service for students with disabilities, and conducting background checks for staff. Therefore, we, the voters of Bradford, New Hampshire, call on our state elected officials to uphold their duty to fiscal responsibility by rejecting any expansion of taxpayer funding funding for private education until we have full accountability, transparency, and a sustainable funding plan that ensures no further strain on public schools or local property taxes. This letter is submitted respectfully from all of our select board. The message from across the state is clear. Stop using taxpayer dollars to fund private and religious schools. This is not the time to expand the school voucher program, especially at a time when the state's decrease in revenue is resulting in devastating cuts to the essential state services. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Mia Engelbert. Is Mia here? Not seeing Mia. Next up after that is Leah Cole-Durst and Sam Heurig from Shaheen and Gordon. Are they here? Nope. Moving on. Next up is Paul Phillips. And on deck is Susan Richmond.
Good evening, Senator Gray and members of the committee.
Point the microphone up towards your mouth, please.
I'm Paul Phillips. I live in Plymouth, New Hampshire. I've been an attorney in private practice for 30 years. I also served as a member of the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights from 2014 to 2018, and as the Commission's chair from 2015 to 2018. I'm here to ask this committee to restore the Human Rights Commission, which the House version of HB 2 would abolish. I submitted my written testimony yesterday, and I won't repeat it here. I have 3 additional points I want you to consider. First, the vast majority of U.S. states have state human rights commissions. These agencies allow individuals to file claims of discrimination and have them efficiently investigated and adjudicated by these special purpose administrative agencies. The only U.S. states that don't have state human rights commissions are Arkansas, Alabama, and Mississippi. This is not a club that New Hampshire should be joining. It would send a very harmful message about New Hampshire's willingness and ability to address discrimination in employment, housing, public education, and public accommodations. So I'm asking you, please don't add New Hampshire to this list. Second, my written testimony argues that this is a basic access to justice issue, and it is. But we're debating the state budget, so I'll focus on budgetary issues. The Human Rights Commission generates its own revenues to support 25 to 30% of its operating budget. It does this through an annual contract with the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. This contract allows granted staters to file discrimination claims with the Human Rights Commission grounded in both state and federal law. The EEOC pays the Human Rights Commission to hear these cases. New Hampshire has had this contract in place for several decades now. Abolishing the commission deprives the state of this federal revenue, in addition to leaving granted staters without an efficient and affordable forum for bringing these claims. The commission could also generate an additional 30 to 40% of its operating revenues if this legislature would make minor amendments to our housing discrimination statute that would allow the state to contract with the federal Department of Housing and Urban Development to hear joint federal and state housing discrimination claims. So with appropriate legislative action, you could turn this from a budget problem into a budget solution. Finally, I understand the serious management issues that have befallen the Human Rights Commission. We need significant reforms at the commission. Instead, this legislature year after year asks the commission to do more with less. Most recently, the legislature added public education to the Human Rights Commission's jurisdiction without adding any new resources. The commission has been set up for failure, and lo and behold, the House budget declares it to be a failure. I hope this Senate can do better.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Paul. Next up is Susan Richmond, and on deck is Representative Michael Cahill.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Susan Richmond. I've been a teacher. I'm a retired teacher. I was a public school teacher for 33 years. And so the first thing I'd like to say is that in my graduate study, I learned about childcare centers, and the SCOPE study is considered one of the gold standard longitudinal studies of outcomes for children. And it found that children that were in well-qualified childcare centers 30 years later were gainfully employed and contributing through their taxes to the finances of the country, as opposed to a comparator group which did not have child care and 30 years later were more likely to be on federal welfare or incarcerated. So the through lines that I'm hearing earlier this afternoon and now are we are being penny wise and pound foolish. We're saving money on programs, but the programs themselves would have brought in more revenue to the state. And on top of that, I think we're creating a lot of chaos, which makes for a very difficult environment for businesses to plan and then make more income, and for municipalities to plan and then save more money for their residents, for their taxpayers. Getting back to the child care issue, which I know a number of other people gave some good information, the one other thing I'd like to say is I've heard the Business and Industry Association, their representatives, several times saying, we cannot get people to come to New Hampshire and fill our jobs because there is no adequate child care that they can afford. So the lack of child care hurts our businesses, and that means down the road hurts our income. Similarly, I've heard BIA complain that the lack of adequate EV charging stations is a disincentive for employees, prospective employees to come to New Hampshire. And with the emptying of the Renewable Energy Fund and the change to the renewable portfolio standards, we stand a greater chance, again, of losing businesses from great savings at putting in solar panels, and municipalities such as Dover saving a great deal of money. So we're being penny wise, pound foolish. And finally, I'd like to close. New Hampshire Fiscal Policy April 2025 report states, research clearly shows that business tax rate reductions did not generate enough economic activity to offset revenue shortfalls. So a lot of this tight budget we're on was created with an $800 million deficit from the business tax rate and the projected education freedom accounts. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Susan. So Representative Cahill was on deck, has texted me and said he's not going to be in, but we'll go back to Leah Cole-Durst, who came back after a break. Excellent. And on deck is Barbara Spike.
Good evening. My name is Leah Cole-Durst. I'm one of several attorneys at Shaheen & Gordon who have dedicated my practice to representing YDC victims over the past couple of years. I am also a resident and homeowner in Manchester, New Hampshire. I am testifying in opposition to HB 2. It has been a privilege to work with YDC victims who bravely come forward and disclose their abuse to seek justice. We at Shaheen & Gordon care deeply about our clients, the efficacy of the fund, and the trauma-informed nature in which it has been administered for the past 2 years. I am testifying today to urge the Senate to adequately fund the YDC Claims Fund at up to $75 million as the statute requires. Currently, the $10 million that is appropriated to the YDC fund will set the state into default, as there is currently $26 million already committed to paying out victims who suffered abuse at YDC. So the $10 million will not suffice in adequately funding the fund. But even that $26 million, if provided, will be seriously inadequate. Under the language of the existing statute, our clients have existing, irrevocable, and enforceable rights. Those rights, which are triggered by the filing of a claim, include a right to have their claims resolved by virtue of this existing process. For that reason, and many more, we reject any attempts to revise the statute or the existing process, or defund or inadequately fund the claims fund, which has been working well for more than 2 years now. The current allocation, as I said before, of $10 million for the next 2 years would cause this process to grind to a halt due to insufficient funding. This process has been working exactly as it was designed, to such a degree of efficacy that the Attorney General's own projections at the outset of the claims fund in 2022 on the average claim amount are within mere dollars of the actual average claim award. As part of continuing forward with the existing statute and process, it is essential that the resolution proceedings continue to occur as written in the statute. While we see an opportunity to add mediation to the existing process, mediation and the process at large will not work without resolution proceedings continuing to occur. In the alternate, if the claims fund becomes untenable given insufficient funding and claims are forced to go to court, we estimate that the state's exposure will be in the amount of $1.25 billion. I think we sometimes lose sight of how much $1 billion is, but the savings that adequately funding the statute could bring to the state, what the state would save if it were adequately funded instead of forcing those claims to go to court, is in the amount of over $700 million.
Your time is about up.
Our firm will be sending a letter to the committee tomorrow, which will be expanding on these points. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leah. Next up is Barbara Spike. Is Barbara here? She's not here, she left. Next up is Roger Estley. Is Roger here? Roger's not here. Next up is Jenny Horgan from the Alzheimer's Association, and on deck will be John, begins with a Z, Zemer will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jenny Horgan, and I am the Senior Public Policy Manager for the Alzheimer's Association here in New Hampshire. First, I want to thank you all for listening to us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to echo the sentiments of the Commission of support for the Commission on Aging and the great work that they do, and I also want to speak to you all regarding the Alzheimer's and Dementia Respite Grant Program. In New Hampshire, there's an estimated over 26,500 individuals living with Alzheimer's or dementia and an estimated 48,000 caregivers providing care to them. More than 80% of the help provided to older adults in the United States comes from family members, friends, or other unpaid caregivers. And in 2024 alone, caregivers in New Hampshire provided more than 77 million hours of unpaid care to loved ones experiencing Alzheimer's or dementia at an estimated economic value of more than $1.8 billion. In order to provide this care, caregivers of people with dementia are more likely to report substantial financial, emotional, and physical difficulties than caregivers of people without dementia. Over 66% of caregivers of people with Alzheimer's or dementia in New Hampshire have chronic health conditions, over 28% have depression, and almost 15% are in poor physical health. To help reduce this burden, New Hampshire has the Alzheimer's and other related dementia respite grant program, which when received can assist a caregiver in acquiring alternative temporary care for their loved one so that they can take a break while knowing that their loved one is safely cared for. These services can be provided in a variety of settings, either at an adult day program or in a person's home, and give someone the opportunity to manage as a caregiver their own health and mental well-being. Importantly, this program not only reduces caregiver burnout, but also potentially allows an individual to delay entering a more costly living situation like a long-term care facility, ultimately saving the granted state and the caregivers significant long-term care costs and reducing the burden on our long-term care facilities. Currently, the ADRD Respite Grant Program has a wait list and is expected to run out of funding before the end of the fiscal year. Furthermore, the program is one of the services this Brain Health Public Awareness Campaign is highlighting as part of their work. And given this increased awareness and the rising prevalence of dementia, we anticipate that there will be an increase in applications for these funds adding to the existing wait lists, which will necessitate an increase in funding in order to meet the needs of granted staters. It is vitally important that when appropriate, and if an individual so chooses, they are able to remain in their home as long as possible. Preventing caregiver burnout for those caring for a loved one living with Alzheimer's or dementia is instrumental in ensuring that choice exists, and therefore we ask for your support for the ADRD Respite Grant Program and an increase for its funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. Next up is John Zimba, I think it is.
He had to go.
He left? Okay. Amy Ray, I think it is, Dr. Ray. Not here either. Representative Tim Horgan. Tim here, I saw him. There he is. And on deck is Andrew Holmes.
Start giving us two on deck.
All right, Andrew Holmes and Samantha Crascudo.
Okay. I'm resident Tim Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. That's the home of UNH. So I think the first thing in my mind, there's so many things that were bad about the House budget, and I certainly hope you'll fix at least some of them. But UNH the university system already has the lowest state funding of any system in the country, I believe, or it's consistently in the bottom two, along with Mississippi. And we have actually an excellent state university system, probably much better, maybe much better than we deserve based on what we contribute to it. So they're taking $30 million out of what was already a fairly small $100 million out of a $1 billion plus budget. And I think an easy place to find that $30 million is to eliminate the FA or the school voucher program, which there's many things wrong with it, but it's a very poorly designed program. It's designed not to be audited. There's some pretty disastrous problems. So I think something that you in the Senate could probably get away with is just to pull the plug on the program. That frees up $30 million for the university system or a wide variety of other priorities. One thing that's near and dear to my heart is the disability rights. You're cutting back the Medicaid funding, which is crucial for developmentally disabled adults. I think you can find a way, possibly with that same school voucher program money, to restore those cuts, which make no sense from a humanitarian standpoint or even from an economic standpoint. And I think you should also seek out sources of revenue. Like, for example, we could probably restore the interest and dividends tax, which I know if you pay it, like I do, I didn't like paying it, but it was, there's no disincentive in it. Nobody's going to sell their assets just because they don't want to pay the small percentage of the interest and dividends tax. You could probably, there's other taxes you could either roll back the decreases or bring back. And and the governor and then the House Republicans even broke a taboo by proposing at least a small income tax, which I don't think is a good idea, but they did put one rather perversely only on poor people, that 5% Medicare fee. That is an income tax. So, I mean, I think you should take that out, but that does show there are other sources of revenue you can seek out. And so I would just urge you to fix as many of the problems with this really bad budget as you can. So, thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Andrew Holmes, and on deck is Michelle Vesey.
Sam Pisciuto from the Department of Corrections. She signed in right after me.
That's Samantha?
Yes.
That's Sam right there,
Yep.
yes.
So
Hi.
you go, and then she's going to go.
Thank you, Senator. Chairman Gray, honorable members of the committee, good evening. My name is Andrew Holmes. I'm the Administrator of Programs at the Department of Corrections. I'm here tonight to speak about the Corrections Counselor Case Managers at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men and the New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Women, who are deeply impacted by the proposed cuts in House Bill 1. These case managers play a variety of roles within the prison and are integral to the reentry of the inmate population upon release. Upon intake, case management conducts assessments, and based on those assessments, they make referrals to other departments within the DOC, such as mental health, addiction services, family connection center, education. Case management is responsible for the reentry planning of inmates in our custody, which consists of locating suitable housing upon release, connection to needed community resources such as mental health, substance abuse treatment, medical care, and resources for those inmates who served in the U.S. military. Case management collaborates with those community providers to coordinate acceptance into programs and arrange appointments upon release. They ensure those leaving our custody have access to a number of other reentry needs, such as transportation, vital documents, clothing, and medication. In addition to their efforts with the reentry of the inmate population, these case managers initiate several critical processes, such as classification boards, parole hearing packets, and home plans, earned time credit applications, Social Security, and they're instrumental in the Medicaid 1115A waiver process. The case managers also facilitate several rehabilitative programs to the population. The proposed budget cuts under HB 1 would be detrimental to this department's efforts to ensure those leaving our custody are equipped with the treatment and resources they need to be successful in our communities. The reduction in recidivism previously presented by Commissioner Hanks is due in part to the efforts by the case management staff working with the inmate population. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next up is Samantha, and Michelle is on deck, and on double deck is Carol Adams.
Thank you. Good evening, Senators. My name is Samantha Pisciuto, and I am a senior psychiatric social worker who works within the mental health department at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. I stand before you today not only as a state employee, but as someone who witnesses the human impact of our state's decisions on a daily basis. The budget passed by the House proposes the elimination of over 190 positions within the Department of Corrections, including roles that are vital both to mental health and rehabilitative services, as we just heard from Administrator Holmes. While these programs may appear as merely numbers on paper, they represent far more. They are programs, people, and protections. They are lifelines for those within our system. Every day, we provide care for incarcerated individuals struggling with severe mental illness, trauma, and substance use disorders. Many of them have never had consistent access to mental health treatment prior to entering our system. We offer them stability, coping skills, and hope, tools that reduce violence, prevent suicide, and help prepare them for successful reentry into our society. Without these services, individuals don't improve. They deteriorate. They act out. They return to our communities without the support they need, and far too often, they end up back in our system. Corrections is about more than just security. It's about treatment, rehabilitation, and preparing individuals for successful reentry. Cutting case managers, teachers, and mental health professionals does not save money. It deepens the strain on an already burdened system. As you've heard in previous testimony, we are bound by multiple federal lawsuits that mandate the level of service we must provide. If those proposed cuts go through, those services will be severely compromised. The result will be higher future costs in crisis response, in emergency hospitalization, legal challenges, and recidivism. These consequences won't stay within our prison walls. They will ripple throughout our hospitals, shelters, and communities, things that have already been spoken on for the last 5 hours that this session has been in place. I ask you to look beyond the numbers. These proposed cuts do not simply trim fat. They gut programs that save lives, protect staff, and give incarcerated individuals a meaningful path to rehabilitation. I implore you to restore funding and reevaluate the method by which these positions were selected for elimination. Thank you for your time and your commitment to making careful, informed decisions on behalf of all of New Hampshire and ensuring public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Next up is Michelle Vesey. Is Michelle here? Not seeing her. Moving on to Carol Adams. Is Carol here? Nope. Next up is Judith Jones. Is Judith here? And on deck is Arthur Boudry and Kevin Stevenson.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Judith Jones, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging. And thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of supporting programs for older adults in New Hampshire. I'll be submitting written testimony that's more comprehensive, so I'd like to use my time here to focus on programs that keep older adults in the community. These programs are cost-effective. Resources are used to avoid more costly long-term care services. And first, I just support what others have spoken about, funding the Choices for Independence waiver program, not reducing the Medicaid reimbursement rate by 3%. New Hampshire is still struggling with a workforce shortage, and fully funding that program is critical. I'd like to speak a little bit about another Medicaid program that's less well known. It helps individuals pay for the uncovered costs in Medicare. This is a Medicare savings program. Many individuals in New Hampshire cannot afford the uncovered costs of Medicare, and this program, through Senate Bill 122, would help low-income older adults. You've heard some testimony about another program, and this was about the Caregiver Respite Program. And what you have here are families working 24/7 to keep people out of nursing facilities. One member who uses that program had to leave. I'll share a few sentences. Every tiny bit of support helps sustain us on what has become a marathon, not a sprint. It's years of thinking outside the box, years of problem solving, years living on little sleep, years of putting someone else's needs before your own. The respite program acknowledges this reality, providing not just practical but emotional recognition that no one should have to do this entirely alone. And the lack of continuous funding creates unnecessary stress for families already pushed to the breaking point. And that was from Karen Hatch from Salem. One more program to highlight, and we're looking at a tough budget year and want to focus on what's economical and looking at programs that use senior volunteers to support those programs. They help targeted needs in the community. And then finally, would just support what others have said about the Commission on Aging. We need to use resources carefully and wisely, and the Commission on Aging allows us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Next up is Arthur Boudry. Is Arthur here? Not seeing Arthur. We'll move on. Kevin Stevenson. Is Kevin here? And on deck will be Caitlin Kelly and Heather Young.
Good evening, Chairman Gray, members of the committee. Thank you for the time today to be able to speak in front of you. My name is Kevin Stevenson. I'm the Director for Acute Care Services and Mobile Crisis with Monadnock Family Services in Keene.
Just get a little bit closer to the
Oh yeah,
mic.
sorry about that. So my name is Kevin Stevenson. I'm the Director for Acute Care Services and Mobile Crisis with Monadnock Family Services in Keene, New Hampshire. Today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about Mission Zero, and you may or may not be familiar with this program that has been put in place, but you've heard a little bit about it already today. Some other folks have mentioned to you about the extensive wait times in emergency rooms for those that are suffering in psychiatric crisis. This program was put into place after a permanent federal injunction that was put into place in New Hampshire in May of 2023. We were given a year to put it into effect, and that went into effect in May of 2024. And that injunction basically said that we can't keep people waiting in ERs in perpetuity while awaiting an inpatient psychiatric bed. Within 6 months of that injunction going into place, we had 0 wait time in the ER for people in psychiatric crisis. From May to October of that year, we had whittled it down to a 2-day wait period, and by December, we had no one waiting in the ER for an inpatient psychiatric bed. What my team does is we deal with this every day. We deal with people and interact with people who are actively suicidal or otherwise in psychiatric crisis, and our job is to help make that situation right. And oftentimes, that results in an inpatient psychiatric admission, whether that's voluntary or involuntary. And so that's a real challenge for us sometimes. If we cut funding to the mental health system, this puts Mission Zero in significant jeopardy. These wait times, we can't go back and be back in front of the federal judge again and having to answer questions about why we were unable to implement Mission Zero and why we're in violation of that permanent injunction. This law, these proposed budget cuts also have some unintended consequences, right? So oftentimes first responders are the ones who first come into contact with people in mental health crisis. And if we run out of, if we cut funds, the odds of us being able to provide assistance to those people is very slim. So to summarize it, I understand the need to be fiscally responsible. I'm a conservative as well. I'm a registered Republican. I've voted that way my entire life, and I'm in this field for a purpose. And that purpose is because I believe that the number one investment that we can make is in the people that we serve. I would ask you to consider that as you move forward with your decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up is Caitlin Kelly. Is Caitlin here? And on deck will be Nicole Schaaf.
Good evening. I'm Caitlin Kelly.
Heather.
I'm also from Monadnock Family Services.
Ma'am, you need to get closer to the mic.
Absolutely. I'm Caitlin Kelly. I am also from Monadnock Family Services, and I am currently the Director of Quality Assurance and Corporate Compliance. In my 10 years at Monadnock Family Services and working in community mental health, I have served clients in many different roles as case manager, therapist, intake specialist, and more recently, the honor to become the Quality Improvement Director. My job is solely to make sure that we are following all mandates, everything from the government right down to the Community Mental Health Agreement. In that, this cut will severely impact our ACT, which is assertive community care treatment, as well as our supportive employment program. Our supportive employment program assists and supports individuals with finding competitive employment, which could also impact their ability to continue to maintain their Medicaid benefit. I urge you strongly to reconsider this and to think about what this would do to our mental health system. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next up is Heather Young, followed by Nicole Schaaf.
Hi there. My name is Heather Young. I live in Rochester, New Hampshire with my husband and my 2 children. My son Lucas is 14 years old and has a dual diagnosis of Down syndrome and autism. He requires a significant level of support to be successful and have access to his community. We're urging you to fully fund the developmental services and remove the 3% Medicaid rate reduction that's in the proposed budget. Medicaid is more than a budget line item. It's a lifeline for people with disabilities and their families. It provides critical access to home and community-based services for people to live successfully, with dignity, and safely in their communities. These services are not luxuries, they're essential supports. It's humiliating as a parent to have to come here every 2 years to try to prove the worth of our son. Cutting Medicaid rates or eliminating services would have devastating consequences. It would force people like Lucas to be ripped away from his family and live in costly institutions, most likely out of state, which would cost the state even more money than to support him in his loving home with his family. The in-home supports waiver, administered through our area agency systems and the Bureau of Developmental Services, is critical for our family. At almost 15 years old, Lucas still requires one-to-one support for all aspects of his life. My husband and I provide private insurance for him, offsetting the cost of Medicaid in the state as a secondary insurance for him. This helps to offset the cost of his feeding tube supplies and the tracheostomies he's had over his life. He's endured more trauma than most adults that will ever experience in their life, yet he does it with such bravery and strength. This is because of the high-quality staff that we have to support him at home. I implore you to consider the real human cost of these proposed budgets. These costs will undoubtedly destroy the lives of the constituents that all of you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next up is Nicole Schaaf, and on deck is Representative Jonah Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nicole Schaaf. I'm a mother of 4 children, 24 down to 11. I live in Exeter, and I don't know if most of you know, but Exeter was the capital of New Hampshire during the Revolutionary War, and we actually have a copy of the original independence that was delivered. So I've read that, and I'm wondering how this budget is going to prevent my family's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I have 4 children with disabilities. As Karen Blake had mentioned, one of my sons had waited 10 years to get on the DD waiver. He graduated with honors because he had support in school. He was receiving appropriate supports to work, was working 20 hours a week, but due to staffing cuts, he was actually fired from his job because natural supports weren't enough. He was paying taxes. He was volunteering in the community. My son is also on the waiting list for housing, and just like many of us, he deserves the right to live on his own in a supported setting. As Representative Munson mentioned, if the waiver system for home and community supports is removed, parents have to quit their jobs. And 5 years ago, I had to do that. I am a pediatric occupational therapist of 20 years, and I had to quit my job. In order to save our family and keep our house, we had to rely on Granite State Medicaid. This actually gave my kids access to services because our private insurance did not cover their pre-existing conditions of speech and language disorders. I wanted to speak on some of the general funds that are being cut. A lot of those general funds are actually allotted funds for waivers for our children, and they're sitting there unused because we can't find staffing. So if we need to pay a staff $26 an hour, but only can afford $16 an hour, they go unspent. That's why they're sitting there. There is not a surplus, it's unused funds. I wanted to speak on the university systems in New Hampshire. I graduated from UNH 25 years ago, and it took me 20 years to pay off my student loans. Right now, OT degree is a master's or doctorate level. How many professionals are going to actually go to UNH? They're not going to be able to pay off their loans. They're going to go to Maine, Mass, and Connecticut, and we're going to lose professionals in our state. Lastly, I want to speak on the special ed. The charter schools and the private schools are not mandated to provide IEPs for kids. My daughter went to a charter school, and we actually had to stop because they don't provide IEP services. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Representative Jonah Wheeler. Is Jonah here? You don't see him. Next up is Jody Lebarski. Jody here? Not seeing Jody. Oh, there's Jody. Okay. And on deck will be Maureen Ryan and Representative Lunow.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Gray and Finance Committee members. My name is Jody Lebarski. I currently serve as the Vice President of Clinical Operations for Youth and Family Services at Seacoast Mental Health Center. I'm a licensed clinical mental health counselor in New Hampshire, and I'm a resident of Nottingham, New Hampshire for almost 18 years. I've worked in the New Hampshire community mental health system for over 21 years and working with children and families in nonprofit environments for almost 28 years. The work that we do in nonprofit environments is incredibly important to me and to the families of New Hampshire. I'm here this evening to offer testimony in opposition to the House-passed version of the budget on behalf of the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, who represents the 10 community mental health centers. The specific section of the budget I wish to address is the 3% Medicaid reimbursement rate cut. The previous state budget in 2023 sought to address the healthcare worker shortage with the 3% rate increase for providers who accept Medicaid. Many of those providers had not received a rate increase for decades. It was both meaningful and appreciated by providers in New Hampshire. It seemed to be a step forward to address the state's mental health crisis and workforce shortage. I had the honor to speak to this meaningful increase when I was invited by Senator Hassan to testify to the U.S. Senate Committee on Finance to address the youth mental health crisis that was provoked by the pandemic. The House budget passed last month reverses the progress and is regressive. At the end of February 2025, there were 324 vacancies across the 10 community mental health centers. 298 of those vacancies were clinical positions. These vacancies impact critical access and timely access to mental health care for both the youth and families and adults in our New Hampshire system. On behalf of the Community Behavioral Health Association, I strongly urge you to reject the House budget and proposed cuts. Without meaningful rate increases, centers are unable to attract and sustain employees at our centers. Instead, we are losing our employees to for-profit organizations that are publicly traded who can offer sign-on bonuses that we can never offer. We are the training institution for most mental health workers here in the state of New Hampshire, and yet are only able to sustain our employees for 2 to 4 years until we lose them. I thank you for your time this evening and appreciate all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Next up is Maureen Ryan, followed by Representative David Lunow.
Good evening, Senator Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Maureen Ryan, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Greater Nashua Mental Health, one of the 10 community mental health centers in New Hampshire. I'm testifying today in opposition to House. I have to put my glasses on. Excuse me. I'm testifying today in opposition to the House version of the budget. House Bill 2 includes a requirement that would double the co-pays for prescription drugs for Medicaid enrollees. Another financial requirement imposed on Medicaid enrollees is a serious concern for us as we strive to keep our patients healthy, stable, and in the community. As you will hear from others testifying this evening, the 10 nonprofit community mental health centers are the designated providers in our state for adults with serious, severe, persistent mental illness and children with serious mental emotional disorders. The 10 centers provide mental health services to over 50,000 citizens annually. Medicaid covers the majority of the individuals and families we serve and comprises as much as 90% of the revenue some of the community mental health centers receive. While the dollar amount for the co-pays may appear to be minimal, the CMHCs believe it would be enough of a burden that some people will fall off their meds and lose whatever progress they have made in their treatment. The National Institutes of Health, the NIH, has reported that among Medicaid recipients, nominal co-pays are associated with significant reductions in the use of clinically important drug classes. Doubling the copay for critically needed prescriptions is unnecessary and will not benefit these Medicaid enrollees, the community mental health system, or the state, clinically, financially, or practically. I strongly urge you to reject the House budget. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, Maureen. Next up is Representative David Lunow, and on deck is Sarah Gagnon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Lunow, representing the people of Hopkinton, Bow, Concord, and I like to say all across the great state of New Hampshire, because we all have statewide responsibilities, and there's no greater statewide responsibility than our biennial budget that we're talking about today. So I'm here, actually, to take some pressure off you guys, take some pressure off the budget, and free up some funds for services that are vital to New Hampshire residents. Now, one of those vital services is most definitely not the unaccountable and unaudible school voucher scam. And people all across the Granite State know that, because actually 18 towns took action on resolutions that were on town meeting and school meeting district warrants this past spring, opposed to expanding the EFA program. And I'm just going to quickly go through this list of 18 because I think some of these towns will be important to you. Andover and Bradford, I think Senator Innes might have them in in his district. Grantham, Hollis, pretty red place. Mount Vernon, New Boston, also pretty conservative. New London, Newport, Newbury, Pembroke. Pembroke's pretty conservative. Plainfield, Rollinsford, Salisbury, Springfield, Sunapee, Ware. Ware's vote's actually worth reading here too. 1,232 opposed to voucher expansion to 567. Pretty strong vote. All of these communities had either tallied votes or voice votes, and the voice votes were unanimous, with gasps when people found out what the voucher program was all about. So, in sum, it's time to stop taking marching orders from the Koch brothers and Free State freeloaders and start listening to hardworking Granite Staters.
Quiet.
Next up is Sarah Gagnon with Vic Topo on deck.
Good evening. Thank you all for your time. You've been listening to a lot of us this afternoon and this evening, and we just really appreciate you taking the time to hear us all. My name's Sarah Gagnon. I'm the Vice President of Clinical Operations for Riverbend Community Mental Health. I'm here on behalf of New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, which represents all 10 community mental health centers. Earlier this session, we proposed Senate Bill 114, and this is to support community and transitional housing through the community mental health centers. Without this, some centers would be forced to close the housing that they already have. Senate Bill 114 would support existing mental health housing and expansion of our facilities. I want to tell you just a quick story about a client that I had. I had a client who was an elderly man who had schizophrenia. He was completely infested with bed bugs in his apartment, and he was being brutally assaulted by squatters that were in his apartment. That individual now lives in one of our group homes that's at risk unless Senate Bill 114 goes through. There was no testimony opposing this bill, and the Senate Health and Human Services Committee approved it 6-0. However, it was laid on the table in the Senate. We're hopeful that the provisions of Senate Bill 114 will be added to the state Senate version of the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Vic Topo with Cora Hop on. He's not here. Is Vic's not here? How about Cora Hop, H-O-P-P-E? There she is. And on deck will be Shannon Tremblay. Shannon Tremblay. The other two are paired together.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Cora Hoppy.
Go closer to the mic.
I've never been told to speak louder. I apologize. My name is Cora Hoppy, and I'm a wife, a mother of two, a friend, a Rotarian, and dedicated member of the Rochester community, Senator Gray. I live each day in honor of the 13 friends I've lost to substance misuse in New Hampshire and its devastating consequences. Today, I speak on behalf of Rochester Childcare as the Executive Director and the 300 families our agency serves and the 85 staff who are being directly impacted by the growing childcare crisis, a crisis that affects all of us. Childcare is the greatest equalizers and is one of the key reasons I stand before you today, alive, with a master's degree in business, as a taxpayer. Investing in childcare yields one of the highest returns we can make as a state. It fosters healthy child development, provides safe and enriching environments for school-aged children, supports working families, and strengthens our economy. Without it, parents lose income, businesses lose workers, children lose access to critical support systems. In New Hampshire, we're losing tens of millions of dollars annually when parents are forced to leave workforce due to the lack of affordable, let alone quality, childcare. That's why the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program is essential. With the annual child care costs exceeding $32,000 a year, with 2 young children, the scholarship is a lifeline. Senate Bill 243 is a smart, cost-effective solution which was tabled. It streamlines paperwork for families, reduces administrative burdens for providers, and removes obstacles keeping parents out of the removes the obstacles keeping parents out of the workforce. Now, we urge you to support SB 243 and ensure its provisions are included in the state budget. But let's be clear. New Hampshire's child care system is in crisis. Chronic underfunding is pushing providers to the brink. At our center, we're losing our Early Head Start partnership after the closure of the regional federal office, costing us $70,000 annually, and stripping away vital services for our most vulnerable families. And the cuts don't stop there. Due to the $1 million reduction in food bank funding, our summer feeding program is canceled because I can't take the risk of losing that funding. So that means 125 school-aged children will not be receiving food during the summer. Okay, all right. We're calling on our leaders to take meaningful action, restore adult education funding, expand investments in affordable housing, protect Medicaid reimbursement rates, provide funding for mental health supports, including substance misuse treatment and maternal care. Pass SB 243 to support families and providers alike. If these programs disappear, our communities, our economy will pay the price. Thank you for listening and for standing with us to build a more stronger and supportive New Hampshire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cora. Next up is Shannon Tremblay. Is she here? I don't see Shannon. Miriam Osofsky and Aaron Osofsky. No. We're just at the bottom of page 8. Miriam?
And there's 8 more to go.
10 more.
10 more to go. They added some.
My beloved 28-year-old son, Sam.
Ma'am, a little closer.
My beloved 28-year-old son, Sam, has developmental disabilities and autism. Today, Sam's well cared for by Siddharth, an excellent Manchester program for adults with disabilities that operates on a shoestring budget. But a decade ago, Sam was abused in his residential school. And after that, Sam only felt safe at home with my husband and I. Sam requires constant supervision because he might wander off and get hit by a car or burn the house down because he doesn't know how to use the microwave. Sam developed severe insomnia, and by then my husband and I were too old to stay awake all night to keep Sam safe. We enrolled Sam in Siddharth. Now, Sam lives with a loving Nepalese couple and their 4-year-old daughter who calls him brother. Sam is not lonely or scared or in danger or abused. Sam feels and is safe. But New Hampshire's disabled won't be safe if you take 3% from Medicaid at a time of inflation. Fair wages attract good caretakers. Your budget cuts would recreate the Laconia School, where inadequate pay leads to low-quality caretakers, leads to who abuse the disabled. And with less money, Siddharth could no longer afford a behaviorist for Sam. Years ago, the Hanover School District denied Sam a behaviorist at his residential school, and the result was that Sam banged his head into walls, blood dripped down his face, and the school responded by tying my child to his bed. And this is the nightmare you will recreate if you reduce funding for the severely disabled. Siddharth is New Hampshire at its best. Please don't break what works so well. Senators, find your moral compass and do the right thing.
Thank you, Miriam. Aaron, are you going to speak? Aaron, are you speaking? He's passing. Thank you. Next up is Julia Neely and Brett Smith after that. Is Brett here? Okay, so Brett, you're on deck.
Good evening. Thank you for being here to the Honorable New Hampshire State Senators. My name is Julia Neely, and I am the mother of an 18-year-old named Emily, who has autism spectrum disorder and a genetic abnormality. One day, when Emily was just a little over a year old, she was eating elbow pasta with ground meat in her high chair. She started to choke. I grabbed her out of the chair. I delivered back blows to dislodge the obstruction without success. Then her head dropped to her chest and her eyes closed. "Jeff," I said to my husband, "call 911. Emily has lost consciousness." That ambulance trip started a cascade of hospital stays and diagnostic tests over the next year. By the end of that year, we had met the catastrophic level of health insurance since we had paid so many out-of-pocket expenses. Later, we found out about and applied for Medicaid because of Emily's disabilities, and this helped her and us tremendously. Now, at 18, Emily is working on transitioning to adulthood. We hope she can become a productive member of society and that Medicaid serves as a bridge. She worked as a bagger at Price Chopper and wanted to progress to the cashier, but was unable to do so without a job coach. Although we were connected with Voc Rehab, there were no coaches available, and that's not a criticism of them at all. Reducing Medicaid by 3% will mean that it's difficult to find people to work in jobs to help Emily to transition to adulthood and to be a functioning, tax-paying member of society. I know you need to balance the budget. Where could you cut? How about taking some money from the funding for private schools and directing it to Medicaid? I urge you to vote no on HB 1 and HB 2.
Thank you, Julia. Next up is Brett Smith, followed by Mike Franklin is on deck.
Mike had to leave.
Mike left. So on deck would be Russ Ewing, I think it is.
Chairman Gray, members of the Senate Finance Committee, thank you for allowing me to advocate for those individuals that have not been empowered to do so. I believe the most powerful testimony that can be given is that of an individual with lived experience. I am one of those individuals. Experiencing several adverse child events during my early childhood years, the deficits to my well-being helped to shape my worldview as unhappy, unsafe, and unloved. This negative and unhealthy worldview rendered me vulnerable at such an early age, making me a prime target for the intentions of a pedophile at the age of 9, adding a couple more adverse childhood events. This happened repeatedly for several years until my parents discovered what was going on. Unfortunately, I did not receive any help, such as counseling or support. In fact, it was swept under the rug and never mentioned again. I lived my life detached, unengaged, and found something to get out of my own head and quiet the savage thoughts, meet my new maladaptive coping skill, alcohol. Fast forward 20 years, at this point in my life, seeing no way out, no reason to live, I attempted suicide. I was no stranger to pain, and it has been said that suicide is a language of pain. I'm grateful my life was spared, and finally, all of those miserable years, I got help for myself. I was medically frail from lack of nutrition and lucky to be alive, and after a 6-week hospital inpatient program to address my co-occurring conditions as well as my medical needs, I was discharged and on the mend. I was ready to transition into the world, scared, alone, and unsure of my every move. One of the biggest blessings at this point in my life was the support of Medicaid to help me during this risky time. It was a short period of time, and it made the difference between life and death, success and failure. It kept me alive long enough to build resilience and learn the coping skills, that I needed to survive. I implore you all to reconsider cutting this lifeline to others in need, and please ask yourself after hearing my testimony, if it was my family member, would I want them to have access to this potentially life-saving benefit, this protective factor? In my life, I've learned that we are all human. We will make no mistake. We will make mistakes. No one is any better than anyone else, and we all need love and connection. The quality of life is always better when we can identify as a survivor rather than a victim and move towards hope and possibility. I'm humbled that you would take time to listen to my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Next up is Russ. Is Russ here? I'm not sure if that's Russ. Nope, doesn't look like Russ. Ed, and I'm going to butcher this name, Sharon Gala? Nope. Ken Gordon. Don't see him. Greg White. Jonathan Ruthier. Following Jonathan will be Reagan Lamphere, and I think Jake Hahn left. And Joanne Linden.
Good afternoon, Senator Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Jonathan Ruthier, Executive Vice President for the Mental Health Center of Greater Manchester, one of 10 of New Hampshire's community mental health centers. And I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 1 and 2 as it came out of the House. The House budget makes dramatic cuts in financial support for the state's mental health system that put the entire community-based system at risk. The 10 mental health centers are still recovering from the 2023 Medicaid unwind that produced losses resulting from over $15 million worth of uncompensated care. The House budget makes the financial situation of the centers even more dire. Uncertainty about future funding exacerbates the current workforce crisis and the difficulties we have in recruiting and retaining skilled professionals and people with lived experience who are certified as peer specialists who are essential to our work. Further cuts and reductions in community mental health programs threaten to create gaps in the safety net. And when you cut a hole in a safety net of this magnitude, real people fall out. Along with our partners across healthcare, we advocated for Senate Bill 244 earlier in this session. That bill was intended to address the workforce shortage with items such as increased Medicaid reimbursement rates and expansion of recruitment and retention efforts. And while Senate Bill 244 was approved unanimously by this committee, it was then laid on the table in the Senate. And so we ask respectfully that you consider provisions of that bill in your deliberations over the Senate version of the budget. Finally, I would like to state that the community mental health centers want to emphasize that it is imperative to address these concerns now before the situation deteriorates further. I'm very heartened to hear the incredible testimony of everyone who came out here tonight to express support for the needs of our system. And if the safety net continues to unravel, we risk losing the very foundation upon which that system is built. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share these comments.
Thank you, Jonathan. Is Reagan Lamphere here? Reagan? Reagan is next. Who's Reagan? And then Joanne after that.
Hi, my name is Reagan Lamphere, and I live in Nashua. My son Ethan receives Medicaid services through the Katie Beckett Waiver Program. because he needed an institutional level of care. This means that in previous decades, before the home and community-based care system was established in New Hampshire, we might have been forced to send Ethan to an institution like the Laconia State School. You may not have seen the horrific pictures of people who lived at Laconia through the years, but the mere thought of my loving firecracker of a child spending his 8 short years in a place like that breaks my heart. The terrible truth, however, is that many children and adults in our state were consigned to the hell on earth for generations. That didn't change until our home and community-based services system was established. Now Medicaid allows Ethan and children like him to be a part of their communities, to build a life of dignity. Medicaid paid for an aide to help with Ethan's care in our home so I could continue to work and pay my taxes. Medicaid helps pay for the services that kids with disabilities receive in our local public school and is the bedrock that adults with disabilities depend on. Now, this budget seeks to cut funding for our Medicaid as well as the Department of Health and Human Services. Together, these cuts will strangle the already struggling home and community-based system that was once a source of pride for New Hampshire. I look at these cuts and I am filled with fear. The needs will not diminish just because you reduce the funds. So what happens if the home and community-based system can no longer provide services? The alternative is unthinkable. This budget endangers the system that keeps our state institution free. It is time for the New Hampshire state government to provide adequately for those with the least, instead of giving tax cut after tax cut to those with the most. My son loved life. He loved his family and friends, his school, music, the outdoors, and yummy food. Everyone deserves these kind of pleasures. Going back to an institutional-based system would destroy individuals and families. It would also cost New Hampshire far more money. Properly funding Medicaid and human services just makes sense for everyone in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Reagan. Next up is Joanne Linden, and on deck is, I think it's Danka Fasciola and Laura Davies.
Hello, I'm Dr. Joanne Linden. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I'm chair of the Citizens Advisory Board for New Hampshire DOC and Rehabilitation Services, appointed by former Governor Sununu. I started working with the New Hampshire DOC Family Connections Center when we received a highly competitive federal grant to slow the revolving door into our jails and prisons. The ultimate goal was to reduce recidivism, reduce crime, reduce child trauma, and strengthen families. This should not be a partisan issue. To further make that point, in 2018, President Trump signed the First Step Act and reauthorization of the Second Chance Act. This was a culmination of 10 years of debate in Congress, and the result was an effort to reduce the size of the prison population while also creating mechanisms to maintain public safety. Nearly all major components of this bipartisan legislation focused on reducing recidivism. What were the most effective programs to reduce recidivism? There are 3. 1, substance abuse treatment. 2/3 of people in our prisons are drug addicted. 2, re-entry supports focusing on employment and educational programming. 62% of people in New Hampshire prisons have not completed high school and thus do not qualify for a number of jobs. 3, family connections. Half the people in state prison are parents of minor children. Maintaining connection with their kids, they are less likely to reoffend. It is therefore really distressing to me to see the New Hampshire House recommend starving the programs that have proven most effective in slowing down this cycle of sending people to prison, leaving prison, going back to crime, then back to prison. In 2015, former Justice Nadeau explained, quote, New Hampshire had the highest rate of addiction and the lowest treatment rate in the nation. At this time, New Hampshire was number 10 in the country for highest recidivism rates. Back then, before we created drug courts, she noted, a first-time offender had probably committed 100 crimes before going to jail. Without effective intervention, quote, she said, they are usually let out on probation and commit more crimes. Thanks to the work of Justice Nadeau on drug courts, addictions treatment, and Commissioner Hanks and New Hampshire DOC, programs especially like Families Connection Center, mental health treatment, case managers, in 2025, 10 years later, we have about an 10% reduction in recidivism and the devastating toll that takes on kids, families, and communities. So a little bit of hard data quickly from other states. Google Justice Reinvestment Initiative in Texas had saved $1.5 billion by expanding alternatives to incarceration.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you, Joanne. Next up is Donica Faciolo, followed by Laura Davies.
I'm not sure if this is allowed. Donka had to leave, and she asked if I would read her testimony. Would that be okay? If not, I totally understand. I just wanted to ask.
We would have you submit that testimony as written testimony and not.
Perfect.
Thank you. Next up, Laura Davies, followed by David Zawald.
Help her get, yeah, there you go.
Okay, sorry guys. All right. Good evening, members, especially Mr. Len, Senator. My name is Laura Dees, and I live in Belton, New Hampshire with my mom. I get services through Lake Station Community Services. I am here today to ask you to please fund Governor Ayot's proposed state budget for 2026 and 2027. I also ask you to fund the BDS priority needs list. This means getting rid of the 3% Medicaid rate cut. It also means to get rid of the idea for defunding of development disabilities waiting list for over $62 million. The $10 for BDS room and board will help people with developmental disabilities to stay in the community. I also ask that you fully fund early support services. These services were very important to me as a young child. It is important that young children get these services so they are ready for school and that they grow and learn. Recognition funding is important to me. I have to improve my cardiac health activities like adaptive golf and skiing. Help a lot. I just started to use my adaptive bike for my exercises on the Wild Trail in Laconia. I love it so much. It is so good for my health and my heart health, and it makes my doctors very happy. I just recently have open heart surgery, so it's great to be here talking to you guys. I graduated from high school, take college classes. I worked 2 jobs. I would not be successful as I am today without their help. Lake Station has supported me in my career related internships and mentoring me for my paid fellowship funds on affordable housing in walkable communities, people with disabilities. A lot of these experiences helped me advocate for my career and financially independent as possible. So I manage my own services budget. This means I schedule the support and based on my schedule and when I need help. A regular program approach doesn't work for me. I get help in the evening, plan meals, laundry and shopping, work on my fitness and assistive technology needs. This gives me freedom and control to direct my own life with supports I need at home and in the community. If these services will go away, it would be very difficult for me. I want to advocate for young adults. If on a waiting list, they will not be having access to supports, the community or the employment that they need. It would be much harder for them. People would be lonely. They would lose skills because they have so little to do. Things will just get worse. It is important that these services get funded so that people can be healthy and happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Next up is David Zawald, followed by Jennifer Foley.
Good evening. My name is David Zawald. I'm from Ashland, New Hampshire. I'm currently employed by the Department of Corrections for now. The current budget is abolishing my position, along with a lot of other people. I work in the maintenance department. My job at the prison is to take care, I install, maintain, and service all the locking devices. That's my primary job. My secondary job is like life safety, fire suppression stuff, and alarms and cameras. So I work at a prison. This budget says the prison doesn't need somebody that works on locks. So, you know, that's kind of what's going on. You've heard some from other aspects of the prison already, you know, so I don't want to get into that. But the maintenance department, we take care of aging buildings. I mean, I work on jail cells that are pre-World War II. We have to fabricate our own things just to keep them running. You know, the place is falling apart, and this budget cuts the maintenance department virtually more than half. Just last week, we had a water main break to a building, so we had to get that fixed. Everybody jumps in. You know, if we didn't, you'd be having to find a place for 250 inmates to live, or there'd be lawsuits coming. Like you've heard from other parts of the Department of Corrections, so I'm just here to represent the maintenance department and kind of what I do and what we do to just keep the people locked up. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Jennifer Foley, and on deck is Rep. Nick Germana.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Jen Foley. I'm here to speak to item 245 on House Bill 2, which is the Youth Development Center Settlement Fund. I worked for John T. Broderick Jr., which I'm sure many of the folks in this room, many of the folks in this state, and many of the folks in this nation know his stature, his experience, and his wisdom, and why he was appointed to take on an enormous state problem in the orders of magnitude. The YDC Settlement Fund statute and the process is a confidential one, so I will not be speaking to any of the specifics on the abuse of sexual and physical nature, but it was decades. The statute was put in place in 2022 with appropriations. The current appropriations under the settlement statute last year was identified as $75 million per year to tackle the problem a year at a time. The current appropriations that are in House Bill 2 are wholly inadequate. We have 961 pending claims. We've resolved over 300 in 2 years plus. We have more to go. The filing period ends in a couple of months. I've heard a lot of state issues today, and I don't envy the position that the senators are in to balance it all. There's problems to solve, and Administrator Broderick was appointed to solve this one, and he's up to the task and has proved it. He's ready to stay the course, and his team is ready to stay the course with him. We've talked about addressing the vulnerable tonight. Most of these claimants live here in New Hampshire, as do their parents, who have deep regret with those children being put into those YDC facilities. We are not the same state. We're a different state now, and the statute that was put on the books proves that. We've talked about addressing the vulnerable. The state of New Hampshire is vulnerable with the massive liability it's facing. The claimants are vulnerable, and they need to be tended to. To the extent the legislature is considering the mediation option, I have 5 things to say about that. Number 1, mediation is already a permitted avenue under the existing statute. Number 2, mediation option is already part of the proposed budget that we've put in front of the Attorney General's office. Number 3, mediation needs to have the trust and confidence of all parties, and that needs to be under the supervision.
Your time is up.
I will submit
Your time is up.
I will submit the written.
Thank you very much. Next, Jennifer, next up is Representative Nick Germana. Is Nick here? I don't see him. Moving on to page 10. Michelle Donovan. Not seeing Michelle. Michelle Lennon. Okay, and on deck will be Tracy Fowler and Joanne Berkey.
Hello, my name is Michelle Lennon. I am a homeowner resident of Campton. I also pastor a church in Tilton. I'm also the president and CEO of Archways, which has family resource centers and recovery centers in Plymouth, Concord, Tilton, and Franklin. And I also sit on the board of one of the FQHCs that serves Laconia and Franklin. I'm here today to talk about the conflation of the opioid abatement funds and the alcohol fund. I think this would really put in danger the settlement money, and I think it is somewhat tragic, and I do understand, somebody said it feels like people are stealing money from things, and I get like we have to balance the budget, I get that, but the alcohol fund was designated by statute to serve people affected by addiction, for prevention, for treatment, and to take that away is unfair, I would say, to the residents of the state. My husband is in recovery from opioid use disorder. The settlement money should only be used for that. He is somebody that was born, raised in Manchester. We raised our kids in Campton, New Hampshire. He fell 40 feet from a roof. He was treated by a Dartmouth hospital. Substance use disorder was created in his brain by the treatment that was lacking in the state of New Hampshire. He was overprescribed OxyContin 80s twice a day for a year while he was learning to walk again. My family has suffered the fallout of that. While he is now in recovery and our family held together, we are rare because of the damage that substance use disorder does to families. The legal financial obligations fell to me while I was trying to raise my kids. My daughter graduated from SNHU with no debt. My son just opened an electric company, Pemi River Electric, in the town of Campton. He went to a Laconia adult ed program and got his master's electrician's license in the state of New Hampshire. We are a New Hampshire family that was affected by opioid use disorder and the greed that comes with what the pharmaceutical companies did. To this day, my husband has not been able to hold a full-time job. He's gone through multiple surgeries and has struggled with addiction for the past 10 years. We were treated horribly by people in the medical system. At one point, one of the hospitals asked him if his wife had left him yet when he had overdosed in our home, and my son provided the Narcan that saved his life. These are real people that are affected by these cuts. The other thing is, being a director of a recovery center, taking the opioid funds and backfilling the alcohol fund is just not fair. We cannot do the work to support people affected by addiction to alcohol, methamphetamines, and other drugs. With that opioid abatement fund, it would be illegal. So to conflate those funds would be unfair. The other thing is to unpack that with existing contracts would be a nightmare. We have funding from HarborCare that also braids funds. The contract was just approved, I believe, for 2 years. That is an issue. In the FQHC space, I just want to say they are already struggling because of all of different cuts that were made to the FQHCs, including the fact that HRSA is no longer funding quality programming. There's no funds available anymore. Ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Tracy Fowler is up next. Tracy? And behind her is Joanne, I think it's Joanne Berkey. Is Joanne here? Are you just submitting written testimony? All right, so she's not speaking either. Bruce Burke, is Bruce here? Don't see him. Christine Phillips, I know Christine's here. And coming up after her is Katie Marty.
Oh, you caught me off guard there. So I would say good afternoon, but it's now good evening.
Towards the microphone.
Sure.
Point it more towards your face. There you go.
Is that good? Perfect. So good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Christine Phillips, and I am the co-founder and executive director of the Friends of Anya Center for Grieving Children and Families. Friends of Anya is a 501c3 that was established in honor of my husband David and my daughter Anya. And this center helps children and families grieving a death navigate their path to a hopeful future. We are the only organization in the state whose sole mission is to support grieving children and families. We respectfully request that the committee reinstate the funding that was originally included in Governor Ayotte's budget proposal for juvenile peer-to-peer grief support services, and that was also recently approved as an extension to an already existing DHH contract by the Executive Council. For Friends of Anya and the families we serve, the funding we received from the current budget cycle ignited a rapid expansion that, in 14 months, has brought our services to families in every county in New Hampshire. We strategically turned this critical funding into measurable positive outcomes. We have doubled the number of grief backpacks delivered, reaching 231 schools throughout every county in the state. Our in-school peer-to-peer support groups went from 0 groups to 10, giving 250 hours of support to grieving kids in school. We increased the number of hug workshops, reaching and connecting 69 students all the way from Wolfboro to Nashua. We expanded our grief education training outside of Hillsborough County, providing adults working with kids and teens training in all 10 counties. We've conducted 2 summer workshops to bridge the gap during summer break. Our in-center peer-to-peer support groups continue to serve more than 120 kids and adults each week. We are piloting an anticipatory grief peer-to-peer support program to help families facing terminal illness. And we are developing a community grief kit to distribute to our community organizations serving teens and children. All of this said, we have more children and families to reach. 1 in 12 children in the state of New Hampshire will experience the death of an important person before age 18. That's 20,000 children. Research shows that bereaved children are at an increased risk of disrupted development. Unaddressed childhood grief and trauma can lead to short and long-term difficulties, including decreased academic performance, mental health issues, and early mortality. Friends of Anya is crucial to the mental health and well-being of our children, teens, and caregivers. We connect grieving children, and we teach essential life skills and coping strategies to effectively manage the complicated emotions resulting from a death. This year, our new governor and executive council have seen fit to continue this funding because they understand these services need to be further integrated into our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Christine. Katie from the CDFA. Is she here? Nope. Jake Reagan. Jake? Not seeing him. Jonathan Field. Nope. Sandra Cannon. There she is. And on deck will be Verna Sharp.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Cannon.
Move closer to the mic.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Cannon, and I'm from Atkinson, New Hampshire, which is part of the Timberlane School District. I am strongly opposed to the House budget based on expanding EFAs while cutting many other programs. However, I want to commend the budget on actually, however small, there was an increase to the adequacy amount per student and an increase to the amount of money for special education. Hopefully, these amounts will continue to increase each year. It will be great when New Hampshire is no longer at the top of the list of states that spend the least amount of money for an adequate K-12 education. So we have a very tight budget for the next 2 years. This is due to eliminating the interest and dividends tax, helping wealthier people, reducing the business taxes, which mostly help larger businesses. Nothing has been done to reduce property taxes. See the article called The Timberlane Tax Revolt. Our school budget was decreased by $6.7 million, resulting in cuts across the board. So the House budget proposes to cut spending on Medicaid, very important to people with disabilities, cut spending on family planning, very important to the North Country, cut spending on health and human services, mental health, cut spending on child advocates, cut spending on the Department of Corrections, but agree to assist ICE, cut spending on the Council for the Arts, and cut spending on the University System of New Hampshire. Again, we are also on the top of that list for the least amount of money spent on higher education. So how can you realistically say expanding education freedom accounts is more important than all of the proposed cuts just mentioned? This is crazy. We can't afford to support two separate education systems. Public schools are accountable and open to all. Education freedom accounts are currently based on your income. Let's keep it that way. Also, 90% of the EFA money is going toward religious education. That 90% number has been cited in the Concord Monitor article and an in-depth New Hampshire article. Why is the state supporting someone's religious beliefs? Again, I'll say, this is crazy. Many of the EFA students were already attending private and religious schools. It was their choice. They have a choice. So please take the governor's lead on removing the proposed cuts to the University System of New Hampshire, mental health services, and Medicaid. Please note the strong opposition to education freedom accounts at every public hearing and the strong opposition by all the towns that had EFAs on the ballot. Please look at the state's priorities with your constituents in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra. Next up is Verna Sharp. Is Verna here? Is Verna? And followed by David Hapcock.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Verna Sharp, and I'm a success story thanks to the supports of the New Hampshire area agencies, in particular community partners. I'm advocating for my 33-year-old daughter with Smith-Magenis syndrome, who is permanently and totally disabled from birth. She is a Rochester resident, and to know her is to love her. She is one of my greatest teachers in life, showing me that patience Empathy and love are our greatest guideposts in our shared civilization. With all of her many challenges, including developmental delay and reliance on supplemental oxygen, she is always concerned about others. Alyssa has been a client of Community Partners for about 20 years, and without them, I wouldn't be able to have a career, own a home, and pay taxes. As I look around the room and observe the decorum and the respectful protocols, it belies the quiet desperation we all feel right now. I am angry and I am sad that it seems necessary to explain that we must take care of our fellow human beings who are elderly, sick, disabled, or poor. Why are we trying to balance a budget on the backs of our most vulnerable? Why can't we tax the ultra-wealthy more? Remember, the wealthy did not get their riches in a vacuum. The money came from a hardworking middle and lower classes who provided the labor and the spending power into the economy. Money doesn't just flow upwards in a healthy economy. It needs to be cyclical. I feel it is the moral responsibility of the ultra-wealthy to pay their fair share by way of taxes. Taxes are supposed to pay for what the individual can't do on their own. Medicaid does so much to enable people to live lives of dignity and purpose. It provides jobs, funds hospitals, and of course, health care. So please, people can't wait. Do the right thing and fully fund Medicaid and all of its related programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Verna. Next up is David Hathcock, and on deck is Tia Winter.
Good evening. My name is David Hathcock, and I'm a resident of Senate District 21, and I'm testifying in that capacity. But I am also a public defender. I come here to ask you to, in the words of our governor, not mass up New Hampshire, and instead fully fund our indigent defense to save our state money. We know what happens when we fail to fully fund indigent defense. We saw it happen 20 years ago in Massachusetts, and we're seeing it happen right now in Maine. In Massachusetts, when they did not fully fund their indigent defense system, courts ordered them to let defendants out on bail, to dismiss charges against them. When the Commonwealth could not appoint counsel to incarcerated defendants within 7 days of their arraignment, they were released on bail by courts. When the Commonwealth could not appoint counsel for anyone within 45 days of their arraignment, courts ordered that the cases be dismissed. This is not a relic of the past. It is happening right now in Maine, and if we do not appropriately fund indigent defense in New Hampshire, it will happen here as well. You may think the timelines are outrageous, but in New Hampshire, a defendant incarcerated on felony charges sees their first hearing within 10 days of arraignment. That's their probable cause hearing. Misdemeanor defendants face trial within 30 to 90 days. This moves quickly, not just for the rights of defendants, but for the rights of victims as well. If we do not fund indigent defense at an appropriate level, these hearings will be postponed, or the New Hampshire will be forced to appoint costlier private counsel to fill the gaps. When these hearings are postponed, we will follow in the footsteps of Massachusetts. We will see the revolving door that Governor Ayotte criticized just 2 months ago in Massachusetts. If we believe, like Governor Ayotte told us to, in focusing on public safety, and we believe in avoiding short-term policies, we need to fully fund New Hampshire Public Defender. You've heard from others that it makes financial sense, that it saves the state money. At the full rate, every dollar invested in New Hampshire Public Defender is equal to $2 that would otherwise have to be paid to private counsel. For that reason, Your Honors, I ask that you fully fund New Hampshire Public Defender. It makes financial sense, it makes public safety sense, it is common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Tia Winter, and on deck is Leanna Lorden.
All right, can you hear me? I'm Tia Winter. I am a licensed clinical social worker. I do provide mental health for children, and I'm a Medicaid provider. I am very much in the weeds of this bill. However, I'm not here representing myself. I was given unanimous consent to make a statement on behalf of the Lebanon School Board. We, the members of the Lebanon School Board, are today writing in opposition to much of the content of HB2, which, being thrown together in such a non-specific, vaguely worded, and chaotic fashion, makes reasonable public input almost impossible. This is a call for clarity on the specifics of open enrollment, on funding, adequacy, and special education, on DEI and student support. Nevertheless, we will offer the following comments in the hopes that this body will fulfill its purpose to provide a sober second look at the work of the House. Our opposition cuts across many provisions, but falls under three main categories. First, many of the provisions will make it difficult for school boards to budget in a fiscally responsible way. The implementation of open enrollment is premature and, as written, does not include necessary guardrails. The details concerning funding levels and responsibility have yet to be fully expressed, and this absence is and should be deeply concerning to taxpayers. We believe that putting this into place so quickly would require an immediate creation of new, expensive administration positions to manage what we believe would be a chaotic and underplanned implementation. This change, and others in this bill, will make funding unreliable and make effective and fair budgeting decisions almost impossible. Second, many of the provisions will have negative impacts on student and child safety. The lack of clarity on the terms like DEI interfere with important child protection processes in our schools. It is no secret that suicide, harassment, and hate crimes go up when no support is offered to children, and without clarification, it will be dangerous for schools to offer any support at all. Furthermore, the provision for mandatory reporters to use their names, in addition to the threat of retribution for claims judged to be mistaken or false, creates a chilling effect on the reporting of child abuse. This is opposite to the goals of current law and to standard practice. Also, watering down immunization requirements and eliminating the flexibility to implement new ones as needs arise both put children at necessary risk. Our superintendent and administration are working hard to achieve accountability for our taxpayers. We do not need this level of chaos. This is a Silicon Valley, Doge-style, move fast and break things approach, not one that is fit for purpose for the hardworking people of New Hampshire. These changes have not been given their due consideration, and we must therefore respectfully advocate a more conservative approach. Respectfully, the members of the Lebanon School Board.
Thank you, Tia. Next up is Leanna Lorden. Leanna? And on deck is Dr. Ritu Ual. Nope, not there. So Leanna? Or Dr. Ritu. And then on deck is the other doctor, Dr. Morris.
So I want to start by expressing, was that too loud? Expressing gratitude to be heard today, but also gratitude to everyone who has shown their bravery and their vulnerability. It's really been powerful. My name is Dr. Ritu Gupta Ulal, and I'm a physician at Dartmouth Health in Nashua, close to the town of Merrimack, where I grew up. I hold a New Hampshire medical license and board certified in family medicine and have been delivering medical care for over 20 years. I've specialized, sorry, I edited it to shorten. I specialized in actually delivering medical care and evaluations for children when there's suspicion or concern for abuse and neglect. But I've also delivered care in the substance use disorder world, and as you can imagine, mental health and a lot of the other things that are on this bill cross a lot of my worlds. So as someone mentioned before, I'm also in the weeds of this. Today I'm here to speak and I'll pitch us into this bill, particularly to support the Office of the Child Advocate. As a CAP provider, which CAP stands for the Child Advocacy and Protection Program, I work closely with the Division of Children and Family, Youth and Families, so DCYF, law enforcement, child advocacy centers where forensic interviews are done of children, healthcare providers, both primary care and emergency care, as well as mental health care providers, county attorney's offices, and victim advocates. Even with the best practices and multiple adults around a table advocating for one child, sometimes things fall through the cracks, or we discover things that have fallen through the cracks over and over. And these are, and again, I'm talking about children when there's concern for physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, and substance exposure. In these moments, that's when we turn to the Office of the Child Advocate to help us. We look to them for support. The OCA has the ability to help us parse through the loads of data in a comprehensive way and piece together a puzzle that sometimes has sat unmade for several years. Again, we're talking about children who are victims of abuse. They provide clear guidance both for the immediate case at hand and also how we can improve systems and processes going forward. The OCA is systematic, thorough, and dependable. I will provide just one example of a time the OCA helped save the lives of children who were being abused. And I'm sorry, this is a little hard to hear, but I did try to make it not graphic. I was asked to do an urgent medical evaluation of a 7-year-old who arrived at school with substantial bruises on his right ear and the back of his neck. He stayed silent when asked by a teacher what had happened and only shared that his younger brother was present. The 6-year-old brother stated that their father was mad and had hit the older brother and that the dad would punch him as well, though mostly only on the stomach and back. When it was advised the younger brother should also have a CAP medical examination, there was a roadblock. As DCYF workers...
Your time is up.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Well, I have submitted my written testimony, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next up is Dr. Dottie Morris. Dr. Morris here. Not seeing him. Moving on to page 11. Next up is Ryan Rooney. Is Ryan here? Not seeing Ryan. Moving on to Mariana Borowski. Nope. Sue Vatnick.
Nope. What you're seeing now is what I tried to talk about at the beginning of this, is that brevity, non-repeating, would get us all out.
Genevieve Christie. Genevieve Christie, is Genevieve here? Nope. Reverend Kate Harmon, Sibney. Nope. Beth Vashon. No Beth. The kids left, we talked to them. Elizabeth Kenneth, New Hampshire Diabetes. There she is. And next on deck is, if she's in the room, is Nancy Vaughn.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liz Kennett, and I live in Weir, New Hampshire. I'm a registered nurse and a certified diabetes care and education specialist with 39 years of experience educating persons with diabetes in New Hampshire as to how to self-manage their diabetes with the assistance of their primary care team and/or specialists. I'm here to support funding for Medicaid. Diabetes is an epidemic in New Hampshire and nationwide. Diabetes is also a costly condition. Medical expenses for those with diabetes are 2.6 times higher than those without diabetes. Medicaid is a lifesaver for persons with diabetes in New Hampshire. It allows parents to give the amount of insulin that their child with diabetes needs. It decreases rationing of insulin or going without insulin altogether, which can kill a child with diabetes. It allows children and adults with diabetes to receive continuous blood glucose monitoring, which is how they track how their diabetes is controlled, and insulin pumps that improve diabetes control and decrease the risk of serious complications such as blindness and kidney disease. It allows adults to take the diabetes medications they need without skipping doses because of worries about the cost of the drugs. It allows those with gestational diabetes, which is a kind of diabetes that occurs during pregnancy and goes away after the baby is born, to receive the care that prevents serious complications in the newborn. And these complications include things like seizures, respiratory distress syndrome. Sometimes these babies are very large babies, 10, 11, 12 pounds, yet they end up in the neonatal intensive care units for very long periods of time until their own blood sugars stabilize. Medicaid also has decreased medical debt for all those with diabetes in New Hampshire. Diabetes is a serious condition that impacts the health and financial stability of New Hampshire citizens. Please consider leaving Medicaid at its current funding levels. I'm just going to provide some written testimony also, if I could just bring that forward.
Thank you very much. Next up is Nancy Vaughn. Nancy here. And then on deck will be Jesse Cloutier.
Good evening, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, I'm Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire, and I appreciate this opportunity to urge you to restore the budget, the Tobacco Prevention and Cessation Program funds, as well as the Liquor Commission's Liquor Enforcement Division, which also enforces the minimum legal sales age for tobacco products. Heart disease and stroke are leading causes of death and healthcare costs in New Hampshire. Tobacco use is a leading cause of preventable illness, disability, and death from cardiovascular disease. While tobacco control efforts have been successful at reducing smoking in both adults and youth under the age of 18, still, in New Hampshire, 10.4% of adults smoke, 3.9% of high school students smoke cigarettes, and 16.7% of youth use electronic cigarettes, which contain nicotine, much like cigarettes. Our work is not finished, as evidenced by these unacceptable usage rates and the threat of new addictive nicotine products targeting our youth. Many current tobacco users want to quit, and we must ensure cessation resources exist for successful quit attempts. Otherwise, we are taking a giant leap backwards in protecting public health and a likely increase in tobacco usage rates. The association asks that you restore this roughly $600,000 per year to the Tobacco Prevention and Cessation Program, cut from the governor's budget by the House. There are revenues coming into New Hampshire to support tobacco control efforts. According to House revenue projections, tobacco excise taxes will produce over $220 million in general fund revenues for fiscal years 26 and 27. The $600,000 represents just a quarter of 1% of these tax revenues. Tobacco use costs business owners and the people of New Hampshire far more than the $600,000 investment in tobacco control. The tremendous healthcare and economic costs from tobacco-related illness in New Hampshire includes $847 million annually in healthcare expenses. About $150 million of that is spent by the New Hampshire Medicaid program. Productivity losses of $544.9 million from premature death, and productivity losses of $906 million from employees' illnesses which prevent them from working. Public health efforts have shown positive results demonstrating that targeted interventions can make a difference. New Hampshire has accomplished a great deal with this nominal amount of funding, which represents just 3.7% of what the CDC recommends New Hampshire spend. With this, I conclude my remarks and again urge you to restore this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up is Jesse Cloutier, and on deck is Chris Tardiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Jesse Cloutier. I'm a newly elected school board member for the town of Cornish and father of a young student at Cornish Elementary. I'm here today in opposition to expanded education vouchers and open enrollment as they appear in the budget. I'm speaking today as someone whose own education included private, religious, homeschool, and public education, which may be uncommon. In principle, I believe that increasing support for educational choice could help some families in New Hampshire. I fully expected when I was collecting my thoughts for my remarks that we would have heard some moving testimony to that effect, but clearly that's been not the case. Because there's a fundamental problem, regardless of the virtue of choice, in that the mechanisms being assembled to achieve those outcomes do so by destabilizing the systems that serve the larger body of New Hampshire's children. Rather than alleviating educational shortcomings, expanded school vouchers and open enrollment will have the net effect of amplifying them by kicking out the legs beneath an already taxed pool of resources. Adequately resourced public schools are necessary to serving the long-term needs of the majority of our children. By chaining towns to its inherent financial burdens, this legislation sets the stage for New Hampshire families to suffer a lasting blow. And with the proposal that income limits for education vouchers be eliminated, it installs a slick conduit to extract money from those with lesser means to cushion those already benefiting from the greatest share of resources. My last point is from a professional perspective because for a number of years now, my role has been as a community manager. Professionally in my career, I spend my time developing connections and creating common buy-in between people. And perhaps especially in the case of smaller towns, public schools function as a vital community anchor. They stitch local families together to each other through the relationships of their children, making New Hampshire towns happier, better supported, and more resilient through strong networks of connection. Should current legislation pass, towns like Cornish are likely to find themselves gasping under financial strain while attempting to fund their public schools, offset private education costs for well-off families, and pay tuition for even relatively small numbers of children enrolled elsewhere. And should their public schools fail as a result, those towns will face increased instability and lower outcomes across a breadth of measures. So I ask today that you reject and remove all language in the budget regarding the expanded school vouchers and open enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up is Chris Tardif, and on deck is Bob McLeod. Is Chris here? Chris Tardif? Nope. Bob McLeod? Nope. Christine O'Connor, Department of Corrections. And Heather Myville is going to be on deck.
Hi there. My name is Christina O'Connor, and I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker and a master's level alcohol and drug counselor. I've proudly worked for the state of New Hampshire for the past 24 years. 12 of those years I worked at New Hampshire Hospital, and in September of 2017 I transferred to the secure psychiatric unit in the Department of Corrections. The secure psychiatric unit is an involuntary psychiatric hospital that is located in the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. At SPU, we provide structured comprehensive treatment program that includes evidence-based groups, individual therapy, medication management, and recreational activities. SPU's capacity is for 66 patients, including 10 beds for women with forensic and mental health needs. The average census since my transfer is about 46 patients at one time. We also are housed in the same area as the residential treatment unit, which operates with its own staff and holds an average of 28 to 34 patients. House Bill 1 cuts SPU 4 essential clinical positions. 2 of them are senior psychiatric social workers, 1 being mine, and 2 recreation therapist positions. This is going to impact the safety on the state of New Hampshire because SPU treats the most acutely and psychiatrically ill patients in the state of New Hampshire. Most of our patients have been arrested for violent offenses, including homicide and assault. SPU accepts emergency transfers from all of the New Hampshire County Houses of Correction where patients cannot be managed due to their level of violence. When New Hampshire hospital patients are unable to be managed due to their violent behavior, they're transferred to SPU through a memorandum of understanding. Currently, we have 14 patients at SPU who were transferred from New Hampshire Hospital as emergency cases, some of them back to 2014, 2016. I want to share a story of one of those patients, a young man who transferred from New Hampshire Hospital in 2016 who suffers from complex PTSD. With years of support from SPU, he courageously worked through meeting with investigators in Hillsborough County Prosecutor's Office to convict his stepfather of sexual abuse he endured from the ages of 6 to 18 years old. This patient continues to struggle with trauma-related symptoms, and I've told him that I hope to remain at SPU, but until he feels safe enough. My position is eliminated. There's an 8-year therapeutic relationship.
Thank you, Christine. Next up is Heather Myville, and on deck is Karen Mortimer.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. I wanted to thank you very much for being here and taking time out of your families. My name is Heather Myville. I'm an administrative assistant for the Secured Psychiatric Unit at the Department of Corrections. I have been with the state for 3 years now, and in my position, I am involved in tracking every admission, discharge, every use of force, housing moves, legal documentation, and facilitating scheduling appointments for guardians to come in to our unit to meet with their treatment team and spew an RTU. In the time that I've been here, I have seen many people come in combative, verbally assaultive, physically assaulted to others and to themselves. When they arrive, a team gathers to assess these folks on the safest way to help them. This team doesn't just consist of corrections officers. Including the team is nursing, social workers, and providers. They look at a person's history and status in a short period of time that they arrive to come up with a plan to ensure safety for the patient and those around them. Many of these folks come from our county facilities or House of Corrections, where they're in such a way that the House of Corrections that they are currently at cannot maintain a safety environment for them or for the patient, and they are in need of higher level of care. I have witnessed the outcome of a collaborative team effort, carefully constructed care plans by our social workers and providers, security who have invested in safety and respect for all of those involved, nursing who communicate with the team of things witnessed and assessed physically or mentally when patients refuse to take their medications and other medical issues. A recreation therapist use tools such as physical activities and other tools so that they can meet their goals within SPEW. Being part of this team for the past year has opened my eyes up and has made me realize that the reduce of recidivism is very important. It's not just about correcting behaviors, it's about diving into a person's mental health and addictions, and with the team of nurses, social workers, case managers, and recreation therapists, we can assist in changing these behaviors and better understand them. I recently was promoted as a case manager, which Drew Holmes explained to what that position would be. I ask you that you do not cut any of these positions. This will only increase funds for the stressed out corrections officers that we currently have, and when these folks are released into the public, it will be more stress and issues for the mental health other than they are right now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Heather. Next up is Karen Mortimer. Is Karen here? Karen? On deck is Mark Bowden.
Just waiting for the star of the show here to come down here. Right up here. All right, here he is. Hi, my name is Karen Mortimer. Thank you guys for staying this late. I had a bunch of stuff written, but it's been repeated a bunch of times because we're very much like a lot of the other families. Reagan, in particular, my story mimics yours. The Laconia State School or institution is what keeps me up at night sometimes. But I wanted to tell you a story instead. We came in, Tyler was here in 4th grade for a field trip, so he's familiar with this. He came in, and just as we heard the chair asking people to kind of keep it moving, and he looked at me and said, "Why is he mad?" So I had to think for a second. So we had a little civics lesson. I said, he's mad, really hard job. You guys were given a really, really crappy budget. And now you have a lot of angry people here today yelling at you for something you didn't do yet, right? So I'll acknowledge that. So I explained to them that they're not mad, that they're frustrated. And then we actually were able to talk about what an important job you have. Our stories kind of overlap. I'm Medicaid, we're mental health, we're housing issues, we're special education. Tyler's a freshman in high school. This budget will carry him into his sophomore and junior year of high school. And then he's only got one more year. You get one shot at high school, right? What's your favorite class in high school? What's your favorite class? He would tell you art. But he's got dreams and ambitions just like everybody else. He has cerebral palsy, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't want to go to prom and go to homecoming. He loves Friday night football games. He wants to roll across the stage and get his diploma for his academic achievements just like everyone else. Unfortunately, because of his cerebral palsy, he needs a lot of support to do that. So I'll keep it short. I don't want to repeat the many, many, many stories, but just kind of take a second, and I wish I could give my 3 minutes to him to come down and just hang out with you guys for a minute, because I really think he could teach you more than I could say in an hour up here. So again, thank you for listening to all the stories. Please, please hear us. Hear us. Remember Tyler and all of the other families and all of the other people that we're here because we're terrified. We're not here because we want something from you. We're here because we're really afraid. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Next up is Mark Bowden. Is Mark here? Not seeing Mark. Moving on. Nope. Moving on to page 12. Amanda Mishinowitz. Is Amanda here? Nope, don't see Amanda. Cordelia Dubois. Nope. Nick Krakoff. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Hi. So Cordelia's 8 and she's home in bed now. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of lines from her testimony. She was coming to speak about the importance of the Choose Love program at her school and to reinstate the statewide Choose Love position to help there be more schools that use this program. She talked about in her testimony how it helps kids learn how to talk to kids who maybe, she said, don't care about them or are in pain. And I was like, that sounds like something all of you probably have to deal with a lot, is dealing with people who, you know, aren't treating you fairly. And, you know, I think that's really important that, you know, our kids learn to be civil with each other. And she also talked about how it helps them be kinder and bully less and be happier. And I think also just listening here today with all of the many expenditures that you need to make, I think that this would be a really good investment in our future to hopefully prevent some of the negative outcomes that a lot of folks face. So thank you for all being here.
Can I get just to have you, ma'am, can I get you just to say your name so we have it for the record?
Jillian Andrews Dubois.
Thank you. Nick Krakoff, is Nick here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Nick, and then behind Nick is Representative Hope Damon.
Good evening, I'm Nick Krakoff. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation. I'm a senior attorney there. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. You know, it's been a long day, so thank you for listening to us. I want to talk to you about some of the energy-related provisions in HB 2. I'm here to testify in opposition to several of them, including what was formerly HB 219, which weakens the RPS, HB 224, which would eliminate the Renewable Energy Fund, and the rate of the Renewable Energy Fund that's included in the budget. These significant energy policy changes would harm the state's economy and hurt its municipalities and school districts. And I urge the committee to reconsider these changes. Currently, renewables are a big job booster in the state. There are about 3,500 people that work in the renewables energy industry in the state. $800 million has been invested in the solar industry alone in the state to date. And weakening the RPS, rating the REF, the Renewable Energy Fund, is going to really you know, make those investments lose out, that we don't get those investments in New Hampshire. Turning to the Renewable Energy Fund specifically, the Department of Energy's 2024 annual report on the fund concluded that since the fund was started, it's boosted the economy and has leveraged over $460 million in investments for the state. The fund has benefited school districts, it's benefited towns, it's benefited small businesses in many of your districts. So that includes hydroelectric dams in Ashland and Rochester. It includes the installation of biomass heating systems in Stratford, as well as Campton. So it's really benefited a lot of your districts and a lot of schools and municipalities in your districts. And so raiding the fund and taking that and putting it in the general fund, it's really going to jeopardize the ability of these towns to undertake these really important projects over the next few years that are really crucial for these towns and municipalities that don't have funding from elsewhere. Now, finally, I wanted to talk about the constitutionality of the Renewable Energy Fund. Basically, raiding the Renewable Energy Fund converts what is a lawful fee into an unlawful tax. A fee basically must be related to the implementation of a regulatory program. Think about the car fee or something like that. But basically, this taking a fee and transferring it to the general fund turns it into a tax, and it's unlawful because it's not uniform and it's not on property, which are required for the constitutionality of such taxes. And so for these reasons, I urge you to reconsider these energy provisions in HB 2. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Nick. Next up is Representative Hope Damon. Is Hope here? Not seeing her. Next up is Benjamin Carbone. And following Ben will be Phyllis Mackley.
Chairman, Senators, thank you for hanging around this evening. I'm here to oppose the sort of specific cuts made to the Department of Corrections, and more specifically on that, I am a resident of Hooksett, and I am the chief pharmacist for the Department of Corrections. So I'm reading this on the behalf of my staff and my team as a group, and we'll, as a part of these cuts, be losing 2 technicians and 1 pharmacist. The pharmacy department is a small, dedicated group of professionals that collaborates with security, nursing, medical, mental health to accurately and efficiently provide the highest standard of care in the safe and cost-effective way. Pharmacists review all medication orders for appropriate dose, duration, indication, drug interactions, disease state interactions, and duplicate therapies. The pharmacists are in constant contact with providers and nursing in order to optimize therapies and minimize waste and decrease costs, all while bettering outcomes and patient safety. In addition to clinical oversight, pharmacists oversee a specialized team of certified pharmacy technicians. In the processing of over 1,100 medication orders daily, this one pharmacy serves the men's prison, the women's prison, 4 halfway houses, and our North Country facility. In fiscal year 2024, we filled over 83,000 new orders, processed for roughly 2,500 patients. Total orders filled by the pharmacy in fiscal year 24 were 295,000. In addition to medication orders, the pharmacists are involved in training and orientation of providers, formulary maintenance, medical rounds, inventory control, cost-saving initiatives, antimicrobial stewardships, and ongoing process improvement. In previous years, when the pharmacy department was understaffed, the situation was woefully different. This led to delays in care, waste due to lack of oversight, increased expenses, censorship from the New Hampshire Board of Pharmacy, and legal action. The value of pharmacy has been a national subject of interest in recent years. Studies have shown that although seen as an expense, pharmacy departments are actually a cost-saving end. We can streamline therapies and prevent costly legal action. We understand the need to leverage resources in this economic environment, and our concern is that the arbitrary cuts have been proposed will actually cripple our ability to function in the many departments, resulting in needless destruction of gains that have been made, especially gains that have been made in my time with the DOC, including programs for patient safety, 340B, the 1115 waiver, and clinical programs designed to better patient outcomes. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Benjamin. Next up is Phyllis Mackey, and on deck is Tiffany Arsenal.
Good evening. Thank you, Senators, for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for your stamina, your patience, and your attempts to stay warm Much appreciated. I'm Phyllis Mackey from Newfields, and I am a retired marriage and family therapist. New Hampshire has a mental health crisis right now. Services already are woefully inadequate, and HB 1 and 2 will make matters worse, much worse. I earned my master's degree from UNH years ago when in-state tuition made it affordable. My clients initially included children and families, many of whom were on Medicaid. In New Hampshire, even years ago, it was difficult and frustrating to find help for children who needed mental health services. And that was in the good old days. Services continued to decline prior to COVID, and fewer mental health clinicians were willing to take Medicaid because of low Medicaid reimbursement rates. I unfortunately stopped seeing Medicaid clients because I felt my family couldn't afford me being a Medicaid provider. I also stopped seeing children under the age of 18 because I couldn't take it when they needed specialized help and there were no services. Services that were supposed to be available often had no openings, and crises don't wait for openings. This past year, when my elderly mother was hospitalized in Exeter Hospital, there was a teenage girl being held there on a mental health hold. She'd been there for hours, and she was in a bare ER room that resembled a prison cell. She was pacing and banging her head against the wall. ER staff were monitoring this girl, but clearly there wasn't any place to go for treatment. Fortunately, there was the injunction, and so things have probably improved. Community mental health centers are supposed to be the safety net. Further cuts to Medicaid reimbursement rates and cutting community mental health by the proposed $37 million will only exacerbate our mental health crisis. Eliminating the Office of Child Advocate will further erode safeguards. The lack of compassion in HB 1 and 2 is heartbreaking. If this budget passes, more children will be abused and more children and adults will die. It's that simple. Senators, you have responsibility for this. I'm afraid that New Hampshire will become, instead of being the live free or die state, we're going to turn into the state that's live free and let them die.
Thank you, Phyllis.
We're going to turn.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Please make the
Your
right
time is up.
choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. Next up is Tiffany Arsenal. Is Tiffany here? She left. Emma Smith. And on deck is Tom Langlois. I am on page 12.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me speak. I know it's
a little closer.
been a long day. My name is Emma Smith. I am a Rochester resident. I'm here to express my opposition to HB 1, not only as a lifelong New Hampshire resident, but also as an employee of the Department of Corrections, both of which I am proud of. On a personal level, I am facing losing my career. However, as a case manager in the Family Connection Center, I'm equally concerned that the impact that this will have on the families as well. As it currently stands, these layoffs overwhelmingly target programs that are meant for rehabilitative services. The Family Connection Center is an important opportunity. Inmates join in the effort to be better parents and better reunify with their children and their families upon release. Through education, seminars, support groups, case management, we are fostering better parents. Better parents foster better communities. Our participants believe in the program, the families believe in the program, and so do I. The benefits are seen in the interactions between dads and their children on the family fun days and weekly video visits. Benefits are seen when inmates are reconnecting with their children after years of not having contact, and through the success of our paroled FCC participants that I meet with biweekly and continue to hear their success and their positive experiences and how the program has impacted them. Accessibility to these opportunities, while incarcerated, will directly influence their ability to succeed in our communities. State officials put great emphasis on supporting the well-being of children, families, and New Hampshire communities. This cannot be achieved if we eliminate positions that provide critical parenting education and resources. Abolishing our positions does not abolish the need for the services they provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Next up is Tom Langless, and on deck is Caitlin Bernier.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Tom Langley from Epsom, New Hampshire, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak to your committee today. As I watched the House Finance Subcommittee executive session online from Friday, March 21st, I was honestly appalled to see how it was conducted, moving a vote in 10 to 15 minutes to slash 150 jobs without any input from the DOC commissioner or any other department heads therein is not responsible. As a former state rep looking at how I would have voted, it would have been a definite no because I would have been voting uninformed without any input from the department heads. Sadly, one of the House Finance Committee members said at the abolishment of these jobs, as distasteful as this is, I'm going to be voting for this. It would appear that these cuts were based on assumptions, allegations, and hearsay, and unfortunately along party lines. Don't the employees whose jobs are slated for abolishment deserve an explanation as to why this is happening to them? To the legislatures, does balancing the budget mean that one department gets the most personnel cuts over every other department? News reports recently state that Governor Ayotte wants House members to pass mandatory minimum sentences for convicted fentanyl drug dealers in the interest of public safety. I would say that the Department of Corrections plays an integral role in providing public safety in this state. It's no accident that New Hampshire is ranked consistently in the top 5 states in the nation for public safety over the past few years. Also, in the end, as those who enact the laws, you should support those who enforce the law by not voting to gut the positions within the Department of Corrections. In other words, you can't enact laws if you don't have the means for enforcement of those laws. In full disclosure here, I must speak for a family member working at the Department of Corrections whose job the House Finance Subcommittee just abolished. This is a person who works in the Financial Service Office and does the necessary job of paying over 1,000 medical bills per month. Medical coverage for inmates is required by federal and state law. There are a number of people in many positions who do the administrative work, much of it federally mandated by law, to keep everything together and function as a team. Unless you let all the prisoners out, I don't know who's going to do the work. These people are seasoned, dependable employees with many years of experience. I believe that, and from what I know, the hardworking members of the Department of Corrections and any other state departments are efficient at what they do in their jobs. In my opinion, New Hampshire works much better and with more accountability than Washington, D.C. does. In closing, Governor Ayotte has no layoffs in her proposed budget. And in her budget proposal speech, she reiterated her support of state workers, especially this week, which is Public Service Recognition Week. Therefore, in closing, I ask that the Senate Finance Committee, your committee, vote to restore the 150 DOC jobs stricken out of the House Bill HB1 and HB2. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up is Caitlin Bernier, and on deck is Beth Corkum.
Good evening, members of the Senate Finance Committee, and thank you for listening to my testimony. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack. The letter you just received, which was also emailed to you this morning, is a call to action from 438 locally elected officials from every corner of our state who feel the burden of our school funding system that downshifts the majority of expenses to local taxpayers at unequal rates. These letter signers come from 145 New Hampshire cities and towns. They represent communities serving 71.1% of all public school students in our state. They represent property wealthy and property poor districts, our largest cities and our smallest villages, and both the municipal and school sides of local government. I and all the other signers of this letter urge you to increase state funding for public schools because excellent public education in every community is the most important asset for the future of New Hampshire. On a personal note, I am a member of our school budget committee, planning and building committee, and a member of 2 school-age children. I am just one of the many voices you will hear live today expressing deep concerns with the negative implications this budget would have on New Hampshire citizens' lives. While I have only one voice, I plan to use it to the fullest and inform your constituents about how you vote and how they can vote in the next elections. You see, the general public is becoming aware that the reason for these cuts and shortfall in revenue are self-inflicted wounds by you. Cutting the interest and dividends tax was meant to benefit the wealthy with zero regard for how that revenue would be replaced. We see you trying to downshift more of the cost of public schools onto taxpayers while simultaneously saying that you aren't increasing taxes. It's interesting that you can carve out magic money for expanding EFAs that, again, benefit the wealthy, but you can't afford to feed poor students or give them Medicaid. New Hampshire Constitution Part 2, Article 83, mandates that legislators and magistrators, that's you guys, cherish the interest of literature and sciences and seminaries and public schools. Yet this budget and its expanding EFAs removes necessary public school funding, further widening the gap between the haves and have-nots. You were elected to uphold the New Hampshire Constitution and represent all of your constituents, not just the wealthy 2%.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Well,
Your time
this
is up.
budget is not what we voted for.
Ma'am,
Okay.
your time is up.
Okay, it's not what we voted for, and we will
Ma'am,
call
your
action
time
for you
is
to do
up.
better.
Well, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is
can say
Beth
thank you.
Corkum. Is Beth here? Is Beth here? Nope. Beth's left. Sarah Skoglund? Sarah here? Yes, Sarah. And on deck is Barbara Sharp, maybe?
Slayton. They're going to come and stand with me, actually. So good evening. I actually started off saying good afternoon, but we are well into the evening at this point. So good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Skoglund, and I'm a resident of Stratford, New Hampshire, and an employee of the Winnisquam Regional School District, serving the students of Tilton, Northfield, and Samerton. In my role, I focus on student and staff wellness, primarily the area of behavioral health and wellness. We've provided written testimony, which includes supplementary information regarding the tiered prevention framework my colleagues and I are here to discuss today. The Regional Collaborative, who have provided testimony, collectively serve over 10,000 students in New Hampshire schools over 6 school districts. I'm here today regarding the inaccurate reporting by the House Finance Committee concerning positions within the New Hampshire Education Department's Office of Student and Educator Wellness. This is in reference to House Bill 1, Section 13, Department of Education. During the House Committee meeting on March 21st, these positions were discussed as unfilled, thus being eliminated. This office comprises 5 individuals dedicated to currently supporting multi-tiered systems of supports for behavioral health and wellness practices across the state. I'll refer to that as MTSSB moving forward. As outlined in our written testimony, and as my colleagues and I will further elaborate, we are here to emphasize the critical need for the dedicated oversight and support provided by the individuals within this New Hampshire Education Department office. Over the past decade, this office has been instrumental in securing federal funding for schools for MTSSB implementation and offering crucial technical assistance throughout the process. For the past 3 years, the OSO team has conducted biannual full-day MTSSB framework training for school personnel. The spring 2025 training demonstrated a record level of engagement with 146 registrants from 17 districts. This school year alone, the OSO team has provided direct coaching to 36 districts, impacting 161 schools and well over 57,000 students. The office supported 26 districts through the Promising Futures Project to implement strategies for substance misuse prevention and MTSSB exploration. The MTSSB Community of Practice established by OSO now includes 164 school professionals, with 50 new members joining this year alone. The Office of Student Educator Wellness continues to gain momentum in supporting school districts across the state in the exploration and implementation of MTSSB. This data represents only a small snapshot of the support this office has provided over the last 10 years. It is critical that we protect this office and the dedicated consultants who are actively working throughout our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Barbara.
Barbara Slayton.
There you go.
I'm a resident of Canterbury, and I am the coordinator of school wellness for the Franklin School District. So I'm here to piggyback on what Sarah had just said. We're neighboring school districts. Also, we had colleagues here from Bow and from Laconia who had to leave, but those are the 6 districts we represent. I wanted to speak to a lot of what we've been hearing today about mental health, about Medicaid, about protecting the most vulnerable. MTSSB systems do that within the microcosm of the school system, in that we are able to quickly identify those students who need the most help and then make referrals out. For example, if they need mental health care, we're able to do a lot of preventative work to prevent some of the things you've been hearing about in terms of substance use, in terms of psychiatric issues. So that's an important component of what we're trying to preserve here in the technical assistance that these 4 positions provide from the Office of Student and Educator Wellness. Finally, I just wanted to say in our district in particular, there's also a school safety component to this, in that a multi-tiered systems of support framework allows us to implement a number of other systems. It's not really another thing. It's not something else put on the plate. It is the plate. So if you can think of it that way, and that plate and that foundation that we're building in our district in Franklin, we've in the past fiscal year, had gotten $1.3 million in federal grants around school safety. So they recognize the value of this in improving school safety, not the hardening of the doors and the exits and all of those things, but building a positive culture and community where people feel like they belong and safety issues are minimized. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Fern Selden.
Good evening, honorable members of the Finance Committee. My name is Fern Seiden, and I am the Director of Student and Staff Wellness for the Concord School District, and I live in Nashua. I've spent 23 years in education, most of that as a school counselor, and today I am here with my colleagues to strongly urge you to maintain funding for the 4 positions within the New Hampshire Department of Education's Office of Student and Educator Wellness. There are many aspects of the bill that have been talked about today, all of which affect students and their wellness, but we're focusing today on the Office of Student and Staff Educator Wellness at the DOE. And we have really heard so much testimony today from people around New Hampshire who have been struggling with health care, child care, medical care, substance abuse treatment, food aid, and so many other critical services. When students walk through the doors, through the thresholds of our school every day, they're experiencing the effects of these struggles as well. Schools, as Barbara just said, are microcosms of the larger community, and so we are constantly having to create systems and be responsive to the needs of kids so that they can learn. The main goal that schools have is to help children succeed and to realize their potential. Since I began working in schools in 2003, the needs of children have grown exponentially. It is night and day when I look back on what students are experiencing now and what schools need to provide to help them experience their education in the best way possible. And in 2013, the state of New Hampshire did something amazing. They formed the Office of Student and Educator Wellness. We were one of the first states in the country to lead the charge in creating a system like this, the multi-tiered systems of support. It's a structure, it's a way to apply a public health model to schools where we say, what can all kids get, and how can we get in early intervention and then more intensive intervention to those who need it. And in this way, we can help all kids thrive. 4 MTSSB coaches now serve schools across the state, ensuring that all schools have access to learning how to implement this in this research-based system for school improvement and youth wellness. By eliminating these positions, it would significantly disrupt what we've been able to accomplish in this state and in our schools. I respectfully urge you to reject the proposed budget cuts and preserve funding for these essential coaching positions. Doing so will sustain a model that is improving student outcomes, supporting educators, and helping New Hampshire kids and families thrive, and to resolve some of the problems we've seen and heard about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Fern. Next up is Rebecca Kennedy.
Good evening, Chair Gray, Vice Chair Innes, and members of the Senate Budget Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Becky Kennedy. I'm the Director of School Counseling for Merrimack Valley School District. I'm here to speak in support of our schools and students regarding the importance of continued funding for the MTSSB consultant positions through the Office of Student and Educator Wellness. Like my colleagues, I will keep it short and agree with everything they said and add 2 key points. One on suicide prevention and the second on the return of investment for MTSSB work. MTSSB is a framework that helps school address student needs early before small challenges become bigger crises. At the heart of this system work are the MTSSB consultants. These professionals work directly with schools and districts to ensure we are using proven strategies to support students, improve mental health, and create safe, welcoming learning environments. Why prevention matters. May happens to be Mental Health Awareness Month. What a timely opportunity to speak about the importance of MTSSB tonight. One of the most important things MTSSB does is focus on prevention. Instead of waiting for problems to escalate, this approach helps schools step in early, whether it's for behavior concerns, emotional struggles, or mental health warning signs. When it comes to suicide prevention, early action is absolutely critical. With MTSSB in place, our schools can train staff, teach students important coping and communication skills, and partner with community services and families to make sure students get help as soon as they need it. MTSSB consultants are the ones who connect these dots, coordinating training, helping staff respond to behavior needs, promoting family connections, and keeping prevention efforts on track. Since implementing MTSSB framework with the help of our consultants, we have seen fewer students needing crisis-level services. That means fewer out-of-district placements, fewer behavioral emergencies, and more time spent on teaching and learning. Looking at the return on investment for New Hampshire, a 2022 study from the Washington State Institute for Public Policy found that for every dollar invested in school-wide positive behavior support, schools saved over $100 per student. That savings comes from better academic performance, fewer discipline problems, and fewer students referred for expensive special ed services away from their communities. Locally, the return is clear. By catching problems early, we free up time for staff, reduce discipline referrals, and focus our energy where it matters most, supporting students before they fall behind. We can't afford to lose this momentum. Without continued funding for MTSSB consultants, we risk losing the progress we've made. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the health and future of our students.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next up is Amy Gregory and Sarah Kennedy. Are they here? They left? Moving on to page 13. Samantha Ross. Is Samantha here? And behind Samantha will be Christina Amyon. Nope, I guess that's not Samantha. Kate Fry. Is Kate here? Yep, she's over here. Kate's over here. And behind Kate will be Kevin Moore.
Good evening. Thank you so much for listening to all our voices today. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1 and 2. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works to improve the health and wellness of all New Hampshire residents. We follow several areas. I won't go into all of them. I did provide you written testimony, but I will hit some highlights. The House of Representatives voted to fund the alcohol fund with money from the state's opiate abatement trust fund, which would limit approved funding for 2 services for opiate misuse only. This eliminates $10.7 million in non-general funding to the entire system. The proposed shifts in how the Governor's Commission programming is funded eliminates the state's ability to meet the needs of citizens struggling with alcohol, stimulants, and other non-opiate substances. More than half of the Governor's Commission contracts support non-opiate prevention, treatment, and recovery. We ask that the Senate Finance Committee continue to fund the alcohol fund at 5% with liquor gross profits and to utilize the fund as originally intended by law. I'm attaching to your testimony a storybook of the Governor's Commission programming so you can see the important work done. New Future supports a fully funded children's system of care at all levels and encourages the Senate Finance Committee to include provisions of SB 128 and SB 255 in the budget. Reinstate the positions located at the New Hampshire Department of Education's Office of Student and Educator Wellness and appropriate additional funding sufficient to fully fund the Children's System of Care Resource Center. We'd also like to note the elimination of all state general funds to the Tobacco Prevention Control Program. This cut, paired with the elimination of 19 enforcement positions at the Liquor Commission, would limit the state's ability to conduct tobacco and alcohol compliance check and significantly impact the state's prevention efforts. As you heard, child care costs are sky high in New Hampshire, but child care scholarship programs put child care in reach for working families. SB 243 offers practical, cost-effective solutions to barriers that have made it harder for working families. We ask you to include SB 243 into the budget. We're also very concerned about the proposal to eliminate the PDAP, the Prescription Drug Affordability Program. We also oppose the 3% reduction of Medicaid reimbursement rates in the House budget and the proposed cost-sharing measures for CHIP Medicaid and Medicaid Advantage in HB2. Lastly, in closing, we want to express our serious concerns about the diversity, equity, and inclusion contracting prohibition included in the House budget. We think this is a very dangerous and harmful language that could impact the work of that we try to do for Granite Staters across the lifetime. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Kate. Is Kevin Moore here? And Katie Lyon, I apologize, I accidentally skipped your name. So if Katie could come up. And on deck is Casey Neal.
Good evening. My name is Katie Lyon Pingree from Bow, and I am here today to urge you to include the provisions of SB 128 and SB 255 in the budget. These important bills provide sustainable funding sources for critical programs for families like mine. I am motivated to speak today because my son Matthew was just 18 years old when he lost his battle with mental illness in 2021. New Hampshire's mental health care system is complex and often confusing for those looking to access it. The 988 crisis line and the Fast Forward program provide families with the tools needed to enter the system and navigate it. Matthew sustained a severe concussion during a high school wrestling practice, which soon spiraled into a progressive battle with severe mental illness. In September of 2019, Matthew attempted suicide in his bedroom. Fortunately, my husband and I were able to intervene in time. Having already experienced the trauma of an emergency department visit during a crisis like this, we opted to sleep on Matthew's floor that night and try to get him an appointment with one of his providers the next day. When his psychiatrist returned my call in the morning, she insisted we bring him to the emergency room and called 911 against our wishes. Police and an ambulance took Matthew to Concord Hospital, where my husband and I weren't allowed to see him for almost an hour after arrival. Over the next 2 years, we tried everything we could to help Matthew. Therapy, medications, neurological testing, genetic testing, an inpatient stay at New Hampshire Hospital, and a 10-month-long stay at a residential treatment facility in Utah. Ultimately, we spent over $100,000 in out-of-pocket expenses. And while we are blessed to have access to those resources and would gladly have spent everything we have, what Matthew needed did not yet exist in New Hampshire. If the services included in SB 128 and SB 255 had been a part of our story, we could have had a number of additional family supports, people who had gone through the same trials we had, and could stand by our side and provide encouragement. Matthew could have had peers with the same lived experiences to make sure he knew that he wasn't alone. Instead, we experienced the worst outcome. We lost Matthew. I share just a small portion of Matthew's story in the hopes of saving other New Hampshire families from the gut-wrenching devastation that comes with losing a loved one to issues with mental health. I urge you, please, to include the provisions of SB 128 and SB 255 in the budget so that families like mine can have reliable access to the mental health resources they need when they need them most. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, and again, I apologize. Next up is Casey Neal. Is Casey here? Not seeing Casey. Ben Shaw. Oh, there's Casey.
I'm not Casey.
Written testimony. Thank you very much. Ben Shaw. S-A-H-L. Nope. Sandra Woodman. Sandra here. There's Sandra. And on deck is Linda Gracilli.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Senator Gray and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Sandra Woodman. I'm currently the Director of Youth and Family Services and a licensed mental health counselor at Community Partners of Stratford County. And I'm here to testify in opposition to the House-passed version of the budget on behalf of the 10 community mental health centers. The section of HB 2 I will address is the DEI prohibition, starting on page 171 of the bill as adopted by the House. Like what was said before, the language in this bill was added to the budget bill with no public hearing and no public input. It has no appropriation, which I think makes it a policy issue that is not germane to the state budget. If this is an issue that the legislature sees as a priority to enact into law, it should be presented separately in a standalone bill and be subjected to public comment and debate. Also, it is not clear that this new DEI directive is being proposed to fix a problem, especially a New Hampshire problem. I know that there are executive orders and declarations on DEI that have emanated from Washington since the new administration took over, but I do not see how those require a change in New Hampshire right now, especially one that will have a broad impact and which is neither well thought out nor well written. As entities which contract with the state, there are numerous administrative burdens, audits, reviews, and duplicative requirements imposed on community mental health centers by state and federal governments. Compliance with those requirements is already complicated, cumbersome by the continuing workforce shortages all healthcare providers struggle with. The community mental health centers see the DEI directive as unnecessary and not based on any real problem, and not germane to this state budget. We urge the Senate to remove this language from HB 2. We at community mental health centers work with a very diverse group of individuals with a diverse set of needs. One-size-fits-all approaches are contrary to the practical solutions required for communities. Thoughtful programs exist for good reason. Youth have different needs from adults. Autistic and neurodivergent individuals have unique needs, as do veterans, as do low-income families, as do people with disabilities, as do the LGBT communities, as do our rural communities and our urban communities, and the list goes on and on. Our communities deserve the opportunity for a tailored approach for their different needs. This is good practice. The work we do at community mental health centers is so important and it is life-saving. Please don't make this job harder for us. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Sandra. Next up is Linda Gracilli. Is Linda here? Not seeing Linda. Bobby Bagley. Is Bobby here? Nope. Latanya Musioli. Nope. Kate Martin. Nope. Lisa Bernier. And on deck will be Victor Dimitra.
Hello, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I support Governor Ayotte's budget plan. The proposed cuts to the developmental disability community and the acquired brain injury community would be devastating. I have a special needs child that the Medicaid cuts would impact our life so that we might lose our home. My son has worked very hard to graduate high school with a traditional diploma. He had to take every test 3 times. And he has found something that he is good at. He's become a dog trainer thanks to Voc Rehab. And he hopes to make a difference to the other people with disabilities that didn't qualify for a service dog because their disabilities are too rare, like my son's is. And a cut to this program would just be devastating to our family. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I'm sorry that we're keeping you here all so late, but better choices could have been made perhaps in the past, and we wouldn't all be here tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Victor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Victor Demarato, financial agent, New Hampshire Department of Corrections. I'm here to testify because I need a job. When I was 27 years old, I worked one of the greatest jobs I've ever worked. It was the natural gas pipeline. Some of you on the Seacoast may know of it. I was there one day, and there was a younger person complaining, and a Tennessee dozer driver looked at him and said, "If you don't need the money, go home." Well, apparently I still need the money. So the reason I'm testifying here today is because my number came up, and boy, what a surprise that was. 19914, 19921. That is why I'm here. I want to keep that job. It's my career. I'm good at it. And 19921, might I add, is my colleague, and she's even better than me, and her mom is better than her, and we're all in the same unit. What is a financial agent? There's probably no one in here who knows what that is, and I'm going to tell you. I collect restitution. Basically, I hope this never happens to anyone or your family, but if a crime is committed against you and you go to court and the court awards you restitution, if it's in Manchester or Hillsborough County, you're going to want me to collect that restitution for you. I guarantee it. We have 3 full-time financial agents and 1 part-time financial agent. We divide that up with 11,000 cases. These are divided up by county. Every county in New Hampshire, every district court and every superior court where restitution is ordered, we cover. Collection of restitution in New Hampshire is not easy. The people who have committed the crime are the same people that we're expected to pay for us to collect to get the restitution. Surprisingly, not a lot of them want to do that. So we have to bring them into compliance. This is how we do it. We file a violation of court order, we bring them back to court. We bring them back to the exact same court where they committed the original offense, but myself and my colleagues, we prosecute them because they haven't paid. If they don't show up, we request a warrant for their arrest. We keep doing that, repeat as necessary, until that victim is paid in whole. Speaking of victims, there's over 23,000 New Hampshire victims awaiting payment from restitution today. If this budget is approved as opposed, we will be effectively removing, oh, this was the best part. I'm out of time?
Your time is
Thank
up.
you very much, and I want to thank everybody here. I feel like in the room, I'm feeling like everyone's on the same page. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Victor. Next up is Dennis Calcutt. Is Dennis here? There he is. And on deck will be Kirk to talk about the PDAP. I don't know how to say his last name.
How are your butts? I couldn't do it sitting back here. You hadn't moved out of those chairs. So just thank you for the work that you're doing. But I work for Connected Families New Hampshire. We provide care coordination services. And as someone mentioned earlier, May is Children's Mental Health Awareness Month. I think you've heard it all with respect to how important mental health is. The only things that I think it could add to it is that mental health is critical to so many more components. And a person's mental health is comparable to a person with cancer if it's not treated well. Life expectancy is shorter. And Senator Birdsall has proposed a bill that went through the Senate committee at 5-0. It's 128. I would recommend that you take that off the table and include it into the budget because it will actually save money. This is a bill that enables the services that we offer along with NFI North to provide care coordination services to children, to families who may have commercial insurance. So I just would highly recommend you do that. I also would say thank you for all that you've done so far tonight, and I hope you can get out of those chairs soon. Good night.
Thank you, Dennis. Is Kirk here? Kirk, you're up next. On deck is Representative Tracy Brashini.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Kirk Williamson. I'm the Executive Director of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. We, like many other boards, were eliminated in the House-passed budget. But I'm here to talk to you today about our critical role in protecting New Hampshire residents, businesses, and taxpayers from the high cost of prescription drugs. Simply put, many prescription drugs are just too unaffordable for patients, families, in the healthcare system, and high drug costs have consequences. Here in New Hampshire, 53% are worried about affording their prescription drugs, 25% don't take prescriptions due to cost, 47% in every income group report being worried about affording the prescription drugs, and 80% believe that drug companies charge too much. That means rising healthcare and prescription drug costs are pushing Granite Staters to use up their savings, take on large amounts of credit card debt, or take out another mortgage on their home. That is simply not sustainable. Cost trends indicate continued strain on our economy unless the PDAB is allowed to continue its work.
For anyone that's concerned, that's just the heat coming on.
They don't like prescription drugs either. But prescription drug costs don't just affect families and patients, they also affect taxpayers, employers, in states just like our own. Costs of prescription drugs are partially shouldered by taxpayers through Medicaid and other government-funded programs. Just last week, a new gene therapy launched at $3.1 million. Those drugs are hitting Medicaid at a faster clip, and the PDAB was enacted to help Medicaid afford those. The PDAB was established by the legislature just 3 years ago in response to Granite Stater concerns and to identify policies to lower prescription drug costs while preserving patient access. You've heard some of our accomplishments. We're working with the governor's office on a state-backed discount card that would be available to all residents in New Hampshire, and it would be very helpful for people who are uninsured or cycling in and out of jobs. We are working to expand pharmacist-level substitution of biosimilars. That led to legislation that was included in the House-passed budget that was estimated at $2.5 million in savings. Our annual report tracks and explains prescription drug costs. If you want to go to sleep tonight, read that. You'll knock out just a small number of drugs are disproportionately driving up costs. In our state, 3 drugs increased in cost by $33 million in 2023. Understanding these current and emerging trends is critical for our state to increase patient access and ensure that Medicaid and other public sector workers have the access to drugs they need. The governor's budget, it does maintain stable funding and allows the board to continue its work. And by continuing to fund the PDAB, the legislature can signal to Granite Staters that you hear them and you take their concerns seriously. Thank you all. I'm really grateful for this position. I'm really grateful for the work. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your time. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Next up is Representative Tracy Brishi. She here? He here? No. Next up is Louis Esposito. Louis here? There he is. And on deck will be Mary Downs.
The other guy stole the butt joke that I was going to do, so I apologize. My name is Dr. Louis Esposito. I'm a resident of Brookline, New Hampshire, and I serve as the Executive Director of ABLE New Hampshire, an organization committed to advancing the equal rights and full inclusion of people with disabilities across New Hampshire. Today I stand before you not as a leader of an organization, but as a voice of our members who have sent letters filled with fear, frustration, and outrage over the devastating impact these budget cuts will have on their lives. The proposed 3% Medicaid rate cuts, increased premiums, and failure to fund the waitlist are not abstract policy decisions. They are a direct threat to people's survival. These cuts will strip away the supports that allow people to get out of bed, to go to work, and to care for themselves. They will leave people isolated, vulnerable, and in some cases fighting for their lives. And these are life and death consequences. We are equally alarmed about the attacks on public education. Open enrollment and universal vouchers divert desperately needed resources away from local public schools. Further, the proposed ban on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives raises significant concerns. I haven't really heard too many people talk about that tonight, but the broad language from this legislation could inadvertently impact programs designed to support individuals with disabilities. Finally, cuts to early childhood education will inflict long-term damage. These programs are a lifeline for families, especially parents for children with disabilities. Behind every dollar is a decision about who matters in our community. People with disabilities are not asking for special treatment. They are demanding a fair chance to live, learn, work, and contribute. Every cut you make sends a message about whose lives are expendable. At the core of these issues is a fundamental question. Do we, as a state, as New Hampshire, choose to uphold the rights and dignity of all of our residents, or do we allow policy decisions to marginalize and exclude? The individuals and families I represent are not seeking any sort of special treatment. They are advocating for equitable access to opportunities and services that enable them to contribute to their society and their community. I urge you, we all urge you, please, we've had a lot of people here today. These have profound implications for a lot of people's lives, and thank you for your time and attention. And I'd like to submit all these letters that our members have written.
Thank you, Louis. Mary Downs. Is Mary here? Don't see Mary. Ethan Underhill? Is Ethan here? Nope. Stephen Hamilton. Okay, Mr. Hamilton is here. And on deck will be Thomas Hughes or Elizabeth Brunette.
Good evening, honorable members. I'm here tonight to ask you to restore the funding for the New Hampshire Board of Tax and Land Appeals. My name is Stephen Hamilton. I own and operate a property assessment company that serves over 20 communities in the state. But also, I had experience earlier in my career working for the Board of Tax and Land Appeals as their review appraiser. So I have a lot of experience with the board and taxpayers that are in disputes with municipalities trying to find a way to resolve those disputes. Property taxpayers are very familiar with the existing process that provides access to remedial justice for their disputes in an efficient and cost-effective manner. The low filing fee and the more relaxed setting and process results in many more taxpayers getting access to justice in a way that resolves that dispute they have with the municipality. Only about 20% of taxpayer disputes with municipalities go to the Superior Court. They may go to the Superior Court or they may go to the Board of Tax and Land Appeals, but 80% of them choose to go to the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. And importantly, the Board of Tax and Land Appeals supports the confidence in the property tax system itself. That relies in part on that easy access to the appeals process. It means that a taxpayer doesn't have to get an attorney and spend a lot of money to file a case in Superior Court in order to resolve what might be a very small difference in taxes for them. Appeals of things like veterans tax credits that may be $500 or $750 in a community. It could well cost $5,000 to appeal that in the Superior Court. And there's also an additional cost that will be incurred by the municipalities, as they don't typically utilize an attorney to answer a challenge at the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. They would have to at the Superior Court. And I think having a structured process that encourages the resolution of tax disputes is helpful at the board too. They have, by law, a process that requires municipalities and taxpayers to work on dispute settlement issues before they appear before the board. So the board has a formal mediation requirement. Finally, I'd encourage the state to honor what the Board of Tax and Land Appeals is, how it officially serves the taxpayers and the municipalities of the state, restore funding to this small agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up is Thomas Hughes. Is Thomas here? He left. Elizabeth Brunette. Is Elizabeth here? Nope. Lynn Ouellette. Nope. Jason Quino. Max Swatala. Christine Ojendyk. Sorry, Christine. And on deck will be Sarah Sadowski.
Good evening, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Christine Ojendyk. I'm a 30-year resident in Hopkinton, New Hampshire, and I came today to testify on behalf of Medicaid and the Granted Advantage Healthcare Program. I urge you to both fully fund, not cut, not implement cost sharing, and reduction in payments to providers. And my personal story or experience that I have is that Medicaid and Granted Advantage was probably saved my son's life and was the only form or only health insurance program that ever got him the treatment that he needed. He had a substance use disorder. It started late in high school, junior year, and when I was working and he was on private health, my employer health insurance, he was repeatedly denied the treatment he needed. In fact, at one point, my husband and I finally convinced him that he needed to go to residential treatment, and he received authorization that was cut off at 6 days. That really was hardly worth the effort to get him in there and then to have the insurance company cut it off. In 2020, I lost my job during the pandemic, and my son was able to enroll in Medicaid. And finally, he was getting the treatment he needed, and he was able to go to a residential treatment program for a longer period of time. And the other thing that I want to stress is also I urge you to support recovery housing. So as of today, my son is in his 3rd year of recovery, his 2nd year of employment. He pays his $250 a week at his recovery residence. And he's doing really well, and he's no longer on Medicaid or the Granted Advantage Expanded Medicaid. He's on his own insurance program. But I came tonight because I know so many people depend on it, and I saw how that personally helped my family. So again, thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Christine. Next up is Sarah Sadowski, and on deck is Gianna Gelsey.
Hello, and thank you so much for being here tonight. My name is Sarah Sadowski. I live here in Concord, and I disagree with the underfunding of public education and early education in this budget. And I'm especially concerned about proposed cuts in the disability space, namely not funding the wait list and proposed cuts to Medicaid. Our family has 4 school-aged kids, and our 16-year-old is disabled, so she qualifies for Medicaid and uses in-home supports. We have great health care, thanks to her dad's job, and it's a full-time job to make sure that they actually cover what they're supposed to cover. The administrative lift on that is significant. And the governor's budget suggested Medicaid premiums. In our case, a Medicaid premium would cost the state money because the very first thing my husband and I would do is drop her private insurance. And I mean, her medication, $140,000 for one of them. You don't want the state paying that full freight. And now I hear that the House has cut the prescription advisory board. Like, it's remarkable. Let me see. So if you're serious about fiscal responsibility, you should go after the real drivers of cost: private insurance loopholes, outrageous drug pricing, and now subsidizing private schools with public dollars. Please pass a budget where savvy spending saves money later. Right now, HB1 and HB2 are just not that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Gianna Gelsey, and on deck is Jeremiah Ginnam.
Hi, I'm Gianna Gelsey, resident of Madbury, mom of 2 kids in the public education system, and I'm a school board member of Oyster River Cooperative School District, and I'm a member of the Finance and Strategic Planning Committees. My district also is one of the ones that signed on to the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project's letter. This budget's attack on public schooling K-12 and higher education will have permanent and devastating effects in our future. Underfunding education is an attack. Make no mistake, it is a choice. These cuts are not necessary. An alternative budget has been provided by the minority party. The budget still has not addressed the inadequate adequacy funding and still doesn't provide enough money for special education. This legislature and this budget ignores the findings of the lawsuits and instead exacerbates the financial inadequacies and inequities that were identified. The continual downshifting of educational costs onto local municipalities by the state forces communities to levy increasingly unaffordable property taxes on the populace. There are members of this body who constantly say that people support EFAs, otherwise known as vouchers, citing a figure of 71%. But this isn't true. The source for that figure is an EdChoice survey of less than 100 people. It is a push poll from a biased source that is not statistically significant. The survey itself states this. A UNH Survey Center Granite State poll from April 24th of 1,455 people shows that people who are uninformed about vouchers do not particularly support vouchers. A plurality is opposed. Those who are familiar with them are 57% opposed. EFAs are being expanded universally in this budget. They are not transparent, have very little oversight, and have never been shown to improve educational outcomes. They most certainly should not be prioritized over special education funding, which is exactly what will happen in this budget as special ed is being moved out of the Educational Trust Fund and into the general fund. Recently, we got to find out how people spend their EFA funds. Removing money from the public education system to fund someone's ski trip in driver's ed is not what vouchers are ostensibly for. And a budget that guts funding for the most needy and vulnerable, spending millions of dollars on people who do not need it, and with no proven positive outcome is not the way to go. But the harm to education does not stop with inadequate funding in EFAs. It guts the already very low state funding for the New Hampshire university system that will force tuition increases in a state system that already has one of the highest state tuition rates in the nation. It may force a branch to close. Students will choose to go elsewhere for their education, which means it is yet another way for the state to lose young people. Universities are the lifeblood of communities and create the future. They are a major economic driver in states. They generate money for the community and state. I'm in Madbury, part of Oyster River along with Durham and Lee and a fair amount of Barrington. Our economy is deeply tied to the university. Destroy the university and at least 4 communities go down too. Our district also directly reaps the benefits of having a university next door with early college, CATS, and ELO programs. It is likely that the ability of UNH to participate in these programs will be curtailed due to budget cuts, which affects the future of participating students. Please do not defund the state university system. I also opposed the open enrollment school district proposal in the budget. As a member of my school board's finance committee, I can tell you that it's difficult enough to plan a budget, hire staff, and maintain programs without throwing more uncertainty into the mix, and one that will increase disparities between have and have-nots in our communities. In addition to these funding issues, there is also a whole plethora of policy bills that have been added to the budget that are completely inappropriate. I oppose the DEI ban that's been inserted in the budget bill. Sneaking legislation like this into budget bills is tiresome. Please remove the divisive, unclear, and legally problematic language for the budget bill. And
Your
one more
time
thing,
is up, ma'am.
please do not amend this
Your
budget to
time is
add
up,
in the
ma'am.
state-mandated school hours
Ma'am,
budget caps
your
that were
time is up.
rejected, that were rejected
Cut
by a
off
local
her
committee.
microphone, please.
Jerry,
Next on the list.
Jeremiah, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Jeremiah. Jeremiah is getting late. Jeremiah is not here. Taylor Berry. Tyler Berry is not here. Allison Sugar. On to page 15. Michelle DeFrancesco. She's not here either. Yes. Yeah, I'm just starting at the top of page 15. Lacey Friendbeck. Lacey, thank you. And on deck will be Rihanna Fishwick.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Lacey. I am a New Hampshire resident, born and raised, very proud of that. Absolutely love my state. Super proud of how we all mind our business and support each other in that. And I'm here today to discuss my opposition to the currently proposed budget because it is just detrimental to New Hampshire state residents. The programs this budget cuts funding to are all investments in the New Hampshire people. These programs, projects, and jobs at risk of being defunded are the resources that your constituents depend upon in order to survive and thrive. The entire point of an investment is expecting ample payout over time. This proposed budget forces us to ask a very important question. Do we or do we not find the people of New Hampshire to be a worthy investment? When people have access to the resources they need, crime rates go down. When people have access to quality education, to mental health services, to Medicaid, to affordable housing, to individualized therapies, we experience growth and progress. As a society, we know everyone's quality of life improves when our community improves. When we don't support these programs, we watch our budget continue to be driven further off balance. It becomes easy to justify allocating funds to controlling our people rather than supporting us. So many people terrified of what's going to come with this budget, and also terrified because they know that their voices won't be heard, whether they're too busy to be here today, or they literally don't have a voice because they are nonverbal. I work with many people in the special needs community, and so many people, all the way from children up through the elderly, are losing access to the resources they need through these budget cuts. I'm not personally going to be affected by those specific things. Other people come to me, telling me, knowing that I'll be here speaking, but they're scared. New Hampshire deserves a better budget. Invest in us.
Thank you, Lacey. Thank you, Lacey. Next up is Rihanna Fishwick. Is Rihanna here? Don't see her. George Sansucci. Is George here? Not seeing George. Angela Brennan. Michael Bissett. And on deck behind Michael is Elizabeth Ruggiero.
Good evening. I'm not sure whether or not the State House Maintenance Department is taking over from the Department of Education's lawyers who claim that we don't need heat, but apparently that's the case. So take a moment here and warm up, I guess. My name is Michael Bissett. I serve as the Assistant Superintendent of the Kearsarge Regional School District, serves 7 towns in central New Hampshire. Speaking to you tonight on behalf of thousands of Granite Staters who support strong, accountable public education. In January, more than 1,600 residents attended the annual district meeting in our towns, many walking long distances in winter conditions to vote on a last-minute proposal that would have cut $10 million from our budget and capped future spending. That proposal was rejected by 92% of the voters from across the political spectrum because it would have closed our schools, eliminated critical support positions, and reduced services for students with special needs. This community response reflected a shared belief in maintaining fiscally responsible, academically sound, and locally governed schools. For those who wonder what benefits our communities purchased with those locally raised taxes, as the Boston Globe recently reported in January of 2025, New Hampshire students rank in the top 10% nationally for reading and in the top 12% for math, including strong academic performance relative to other states. Yet, unfortunately, communities like ours are being forced to choose between significant local tax burdens or reduced educational services. This is the result of a funding model that relies too heavily on property wealth instead of student need. To be clear, we are not asking for unchecked spending. We're asking for a responsible, stable, and constitutional funding solution, one that allows communities to plan with predictability and ensure that our students have access to an adequate education regardless of their zip code. Our local taxpayers have consistently stepped up. It's time for our state to start meeting its own obligation as well by removing amendments from the budget which continue to expand opportunity gaps and increase the cost burdens to local communities. Please, send open enrollment back for further study. Let it be developed to ensure that all parties who may have interest in this can benefit from it and are not hurt financially by a Trojan horse for a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Elizabeth Ruggiero. Is Elizabeth here? Not seeing her. Tom Keegan. Christina Sparks. Maggie Broomer. Maggie's right there. And Virginia Cannon is on deck.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at today's budget hearing. My name is Maggie Baumer, and I'm the leader of Enterprise Patient Advocacy at Hanger Clinic, which is the nation's largest provider of orthotic and prosthetic clinical care. We have 2 facilities in Portsmouth and Somersworth. I'm also a person with upper extremity limb loss and wear a prosthetic arm on a daily basis. I'm here to register opposition to HB1 and HB2 because they reduce Medicaid funding, and cuts to Medicaid impact access to care for people with limb loss and limb difference and their access to orthotic and prosthetic devices. I also want to speak to SB 132, which is on the table in the Senate, and ask for its inclusion in the budget. This would provide activity-specific prosthetics for adults, which is already available to children in New Hampshire based on a bill passed last year. Medicaid cuts combined with a lack of access to activity-specific devices will impact the health of our patients, leading to further medical care that is more costly rather than taking preventative approaches. There are nearly 24,000 people living with limb loss and limb difference in New Hampshire, including those missing digits or toes. The cost to add this coverage is minimal. A recent fiscal impact report estimates that the New Hampshire bill will result in premium increases of just 1 to 5 cents per member per month, while also predicting millions of dollars in cost savings per year based on improved health outcomes through the reduction of costly secondary health conditions, including heart disease, diabetes, and obesity, which collectively cost the U.S. healthcare system $626 billion each year. Furthermore, knee or hip problems resulting from lack of appropriate prosthetic care can result in healthcare costs ranging from $80,000 to $150,000 over the course of a single patient's lifetime. In addition, based on data on orthotic and prosthetic services provided by plan type in New Hampshire, We estimate the overall annual cost of implementation of this bill to be around $78,750. The group of insurance plans this bill applied to exclude self-insured plans, which limits the number of people with limb loss and limb difference impacted. I'm personally lucky to have access to a secondary device for physical activity, which, as you can see, is very different from my prosthesis for everyday use. This device enables me to be physically active through engaging in yoga, weightlifting, skiing, kayaking, and other activities. Participating in physical activity has greatly aided my personal recovery and provided me with increased confidence as well as physical and emotional well-being after amputation of my forearm and hand. The residents of New Hampshire with limb loss and limb difference deserve the same level of access to such care. We respectfully request that you add SB 132 into the budget and
Your time
stop
is up,
cuts to
ma'am.
Medicaid.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Next up is Virginia Cannon. Is Virginia here? There she is. And on deck is Daryl Benson.
Good evening. I first want to thank you for providing this opportunity to hear us all and for sitting through all of this, and for your service to the state. I was recently elected and then unelected to a position, and I know the heart that goes into that. So I want to thank you for your service to our state. I want to give a different opinion, or not opinion, but a different viewpoint. I'm mom to a young person who has a genetic disorder which puts her in a wheelchair most days, and a developmental disability that makes it very hard to get her to engage in the physical therapy that would make her life better. For most of her life, her dad, who was a college professor, and I, who was a small business owner, we took care of everything. We didn't ask the state for anything. We were very privileged. I paid a business profits tax. We both paid our income tax. We pay our property tax. And I was fortunate enough to have money set aside to invest, and we paid an interest and dividends tax. Now, nobody likes paying taxes. I don't like sending a check to the government and then have somebody else spend it. I'd rather put it in my pocket. But I will tell you that I was not happy, but willing to pay taxes because it supported people who were not as privileged as our family was. We have the ability to take care of her to the end of our days. Not everybody has that option. I want to encourage, we were able to afford to send her to a private school to try and get her the best help that we could possibly pay for. For people who choose private school, that's their choice. I paid my property taxes to fund the public school, but I also paid the tuition. But that was my choice. That was our family's choice. And we were in a privileged position to be able to make that choice. I don't think that this educational funding thing to send wealthy people's kids to private school on the public dollar is an appropriate use of our tax dollars. I don't envy you. You have a really tough job. But I want to suggest thinking into the future how to fix this. I think you really need to look at reinstituting the interest and dividends tax, re-upping the business profits tax, the business enterprise tax. People don't like taxes, but that's the cost of living in a healthy society. Thank you for hearing my viewpoint.
Thank you, Virginia. Next up is Daryl Benson. Is Daryl here? Not seeing Daryl. Dean Kellison. Dean. And Carol Trudell will be on deck. Karen.
Forgive me, my legs don't straighten out quite that quickly. I am Dean Kellison. I am a resident of, wait for it, Benton, New Hampshire. No, not where, Benton. The usual response I get is where. Okay, in 2006, after my partner died of lung cancer, My shoulder required extensive surgery. I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis and kidney stones. I went from being well-employed, well-insured, tax-paying homeowner to an unemployed, unemployable, uninsured, homeless wreck of a human being.
Excuse me, ma'am. Could you just get a little bit closer to the mic? We're having a hard time hearing you up here.
God, nobody's ever said that to me before. Thank you. I went from managing everything to being unable to find food or remember to eat it. I could not manage taking my medications or figuring out how to get them. I am not sure where I lived, but I did still own a car. At some point, I ended up at Riverbend. They got me a case manager who was able to get me Medicaid. Medicaid paid for the case manager. That was convenient. Who made sure I got medications, medical appointments, and even food. Medicaid paid for the case manager, without whom I would not have had any of the tools that helped me out of my descent into hell. Today, I own a home, I pay taxes, I am retired, I have a part-time job, I have the basics of life and even a few luxuries. If it was not for Medicaid and the state would have spent countless dollars on me being incarcerated in jails, state hospitals, countless trips to emergency medical services, and eventually probably paid for my grave. Medicaid saved my life and helped me find a life worth living. The reason I'm here is not because I need Medicaid. I've moved beyond that. But I sure see a hell of a lot of people that need what I had. And I'm here to say, let's pay it forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Karen Trudell, and Joanne Langless is on deck.
Hi, my name is Karen Trudell. I live in Pennacook, New Hampshire. For the top three reasons I'm here, I'm going to propose a why. For the next 3 points I have, I'm then going to turn around and show you my sweatshirt, and I hope you get the message. So my first reason really for being here, and I know it's not even for me, because I'm not a provider. I'm a mentally ill cancer survivor, or should I say thriver on both. For the providers, in the budget 2 years ago, we gave them a 3% increase that are now saying, hey, you did good with it, but guess what? We're taking it away. Bye-bye. So how are you going to pay your bills? Why? I don't know. My bigger problem was, and this is still a hindrance with me, and it happened in August of last year, and I am still infuriated. Okay, you guys are proposing a cut for $40 million to the central mental health centers that provide mental health services. This is a big question. Why? Last year, 2024, I was made aware through a newspaper article that Riverbend down the street over here said goodbye to 300 patients, leaving them therapist dry. And the reason they quoted, this cracked me up. Oh, hey, by the way, we're not getting compensated enough, so you're not going to get therapy. Why? My next point of the why goes to transitional housing. This is a big problem. If we don't have transitional housing for the mentally ill and substance use patients, I've seen this personally, and I won't get into it because that's a whole nother level. The whole problem becomes they need staffing 24/7 and they're not going to get it. The question is, why? I am also worried about 988 and crisis intervention. So I guess that's my fourth why. That needs to be sustained. We implemented this last year. There were only 2 days that actually happened, where we had 0 adult patients in the ER. That's huge.
Thank you, Karen. Next up is Joanne Langless, and on deck is Miranda Lane.
Good evening, Senate Finance Committee members. I have worked in the Financial Services Department of the New Hampshire Department of Corrections for the past 2.5 years. I'm here to speak in defense of my and my fellow DOC employees whose jobs are being threatened by HB1 and HB2. I understand that there is probably a need to make cuts in the state budget, but there's a lot behind successfully operating the 3 state prisons. Speaking from my own department, we are very busy paying the various bills ranging from utilities, waste management, interpretive services, medical supplies, medications, medical claims, to name a few, and accounting for any money received or paid out for restitution or inmate accounts. On top of all this, everything has to be documented and electronically saved into our file hold system. Unless the prison population lowers, all of these and other duties will remain for corrections officers to perform or be shifted to those already performing other duties and not trained in these areas, which hardly seems efficient. Some state lawmakers favor cutting tax dollars going to pay for housing, feeding, and providing medical and behavioral health care for convicted sex offenders, drug traffickers, perpetrators of violence or fraud, and convicted murderers. It is important to know that there are many laws and regulations requiring these expenditures. These laws would need to be changed before we go cutting positions to operate the 3 state prisons. Up to this point, New Hampshire has prioritized protecting its citizens from these types of criminals. Unless laws are changed to decriminalize some or all of these behaviors, we are still left with the unfortunate reality of dealing with a prison population. With that comes a whole host of jobs to keep this necessary, albeit non-glamorous, system running successfully, which seemingly the House of Representatives did not understand. I would like to make a few points to the committee members in considering your vote on this issue. Governor Ayotte's budget did not call for any layoffs, and she was just recently asked for mandatory minimum sentences for fentanyl drug dealers, which will most likely increase the prison population. The decision to abolish the DOC positions was made without meeting with the DOC commissioner or directors. The only explanation given for neglecting to gain this insight was one House subcommittee chairman's refusal to communicate with these sources of information. This lends to voters losing confidence in our elected representatives, as we are all owed these explanations. Certain state or federal regulations require mental health services, medical and pharmaceutical coverage, etc. for prisoners, which require employees to purchase, deliver, process payments. Abolishing these positions will lead to the inability to meet obligations. Is moving funding from hiring more corrections officers to requiring mandatory overtime the best way to go? Could the decrease of 700 inmates in 10 years have anything to do with the education programs, case managers, and parole officers supporting inmates? In closing, there are a lot of hardworking people behind the scenes at DOC. This is not a partisan issue, as we can probably all agree that our society needs a prison system. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Joanne. Next up is Miranda Lane. Is Miranda here? There we go, Miranda. And behind Miranda is Ruth Linehan.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Miranda Lane, and I'm a resident of Canterbury. I'm a licensed clinical mental health counselor and an organizational development and leadership psychologist. I currently serve as the executive director of Bridget's House of Hope. We're a nonprofit that provides long-term supportive housing to survivors of human trafficking in the state of New Hampshire. Human trafficking is one of those things that a lot of people don't believe happens here, but it happens all of the time. I come before you on behalf of some of the most vulnerable people in our state, survivors who have faced unimaginable exploitation and are now working to rebuild their lives. The decisions that you make in this budget will determine whether those individuals find stability, safety, and healing, or whether they fall through the cracks. There have been a number of comments about the system being broken today, and one of the things that I want to say is that systems theory teaches us that there are no broken systems.
Every system functions exactly as it was designed. So that means our design is bad. Budgets build those designs. The other things that have come up today are terms like workforce crisis or workforce shortage related to mental health. Those terms have been used in the mental health and social services spheres since the first iteration of those kinds of organizations all the way back to the 50s. That's not to say that we're not currently experiencing a crisis. It's to say that if we're experiencing a crisis for that many decades, that's just the way it is. One of the first things I want to urge you to consider is increasing investments in deeply affordable and supportive housing, including transitional housing. Research shows that without safe housing, 80% of survivors will be re-trafficked. Without a secure place to live, they are at constant risk of being re-exploited. Ensuring that shelters are adequately reimbursed to provide crisis care is necessary so survivors see that they have a safe way out. But we need more than that. Long-term housing, like what we do at Bridget's House, is necessary. We exist because in 2018, the New Hampshire Task Force Against Human Trafficking asked us to exist, because at that point, there was no housing specific to survivors of trafficking in the state of New Hampshire. Second, mental health and Medicaid reimbursement directly impacts access to trauma-informed care. I have a survivor who can't be here today because she's in the hospital. Because of her mental health and her chronic illness and long-term disability as a result of her exploitation and abuse, she has 6 doctor's appointments a week and averages about 1 surgical procedure a month. Last year, her out-of-pocket medical expenses were $19,000 and her annual income is $17,000. The budget has the potential to be a beacon of hope, not just a policy document. All of the areas that have been talked about today speak to the needs of survivors of trafficking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miranda. Next up is Ruth Linehan. Is Ruth here? Linehan? Moving on to page 16. Gemma Sadathi. Gemma is here. Behind Deborah will be Sydney Leggett.
Good evening. My name is Gemma Soldati. I'm from Somersworth, New Hampshire. I was born and raised on the seacoast. I grew up there. And pretty early on as a child, I realized that I had a talent. I was a performer, I was an actress, and I learned pretty early on growing up in Somersworth, there are no opportunities for you if you want to be a creative individual in Somersworth, New Hampshire. So I did what any kid could do with a little bit of privilege, and I left town. I sought training elsewhere, and I grew up and took advantage of artistic and creative funding elsewhere. And what that turned into was an international award-winning career touring my theater all over the world. I never imagined coming back to Somersworth or coming back to New Hampshire, because why would I? A young person with talent, why would you live here? There's nothing for you. Until my father got sick in 2019. Diagnosed with cancer, I quickly left Los Angeles and came home. What I thought was the end of my creative career quickly turned into the blossoming of a career I could never imagine, and that was due to the State Council on the Arts. What I thought was a state empty and void of creative opportunities had a secret hidden gem, and the State Council of the Arts over the last 5 years has funded over $13,000 to me personally as an artist. Many of those grants that were awarded contributed to revenue throughout the state of New Hampshire, including down the street at the Bank of the New Hampshire Stage, 3S Art Space in Portsmouth, the Players Ring in Portsmouth, Arts in Reach on the Seacoast area that works with at-risk young girls. I was also awarded an opportunity as an artist in residence in the Hopkinton School District. Anyone with a child at that elementary school in the last 2 years got to meet me, got to learn about culture and creativity through a State Council for the Arts grant. During COVID, I was also awarded a grant through the CARES Act to develop a children's book and reading series throughout the state of New Hampshire. This provided opportunities to employ other artists and provide opportunities to give the Somersworth Public Library, whose children's room had been recently flooded, new furniture for those children. I just want to reference the fact that Representative Sweeney called it propaganda, which not only points to his lack of arts education, but also is a complete lie. This is an attack on our First Amendment rights, the freedom to express oneself. Art is freedom of expression. This is my first time in the State House, and what I noticed was there is art everywhere in this building. All of you are sitting in front of portraits painted by artists who had to be paid and live off of their training and their creative talents. So I ask you to consider funding the State Council for the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Next up is Sydney Liggett. Is Sydney here? Not seeing Sydney.
Nope,
Oh,
right here.
there you are over there, Sydney. Right behind Sydney will be Heather Gilligan.
So I'm here, I have the pleasure of serving as the superintendent for the Plainfield and Cornish school districts. I have a board member here with me, and in the interest of, instead of both of us testifying separately, we can save 3 minutes, and she's going to come down with me. So Alexis Wilbur will be here for the Cornish School Board.
Thank you, Dr. Leggett. Dr. Leggett's a selfless educator who champions the success of every one of our students, and I'm here today because of her. We've had some long school board meetings in our district, and this takes the cake, so thank you all for your attention and sustained listening for all of us today. Chairman Gray and committee members, thank you for being here. My name is Alexis Wilbur, and as an 8-year member of the Cornish School Board, I'm here in opposition of open enrollment. While on the surface, school choice, supported by some on both ends of the political spectrum, the mechanism of mandatory open enrollment has consequences that undermine the very goal, introducing a chaotic system that would challenge performance of schools across the state. As a small but mighty rural district, Cornish voters have made decisions at a local level to ensure its relevance in a changing world. Over 8 years ago, we seceded from a larger multi-school district to become our own SAU. After this, we saw our test scores increase. We added revenue-generating pre-K program, and what went from a conversation of our survival changed to an almost doubling of our school population. Also, we offer high school choice to our students. Decisions like these over time, made by individual families and citizens as taxpayers and voters, have placed us in a position that is right for our unique circumstances. Mandatory open enrollment and the funding formula in which 80% of ascending districts' per pupil costs go to the receiving district, regardless of if the actual per pupil district cost is higher, is a fiscally irresponsible mandate and is counter to New Hampshire's spirit of local control. In a state where approximately 70% of each district's school budget is from locally raised tax dollars, a system that mandates how these dollars are spent overrides local decision-making and does not solve a problem, it creates one. In essence, money from Cornish taxpayers would be supporting schools that our families and our districts have no say in. In New Hampshire, there are already laws and systems in place that allow districts to offer choice to families and students. In Cornish, like many small districts, we negotiate tuition agreements with other districts for options for high school. These agreements, together with New Hampshire's already existing open enrollment policy, best interest, manifest hardship, charter schools, and homeschooling, already provide mechanisms and solutions to situations given as reasons for changing the system by the bill's sponsor in prior hearings. If the goal is to increase performance, a study titled Effects of Open Enrollment on School Choice and Student Outcomes shows it does not. The study found that those students who opt out of their default public schools often perform significantly worse on standardized tests than similar students who stay behind. A student's well-being is a powerful motivation to their homeschool and district community because their success means the community health in the very own town and New Hampshire. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sydney. Next up is Heather Gilligan. Is Heather here? Not seeing Heather. John Kush? Nope, no John. Caitlin Martino? There's Caitlin. And on deck is Torrance Becker.
Can you hear me okay? Good evening, Senators. My name is Caitlin Martineau, and I'm here today to speak on the crucial role of the Office of the Child Advocate and how they keep New Hampshire kids safe. My entire career has been in the field of working with victims of sexual and physical abuse here in New Hampshire, the last 11 being a forensic interviewer with the New Hampshire Child Advocacy Center Network. I am currently a forensic interviewer at the Merrimack County Advocacy Center, where it is my role to hear firsthand from children about the concerns of abuse and neglect that bring them to our center. For those of you who are not familiar with the Child Advocacy Center model, it is a child-focused, facility-based program where representatives from many disciplines collaborate to make decisions about investigations, treatment, intervention, and prosecution of child abuse cases. The CAC's multidisciplinary team comprises all the professionals and agencies needed to offer comprehensive services to child victims and their families, including law enforcement, child protective services, prosecution, mental health, medical, and victim advocacy. As I often explain to kids when they ask me questions about my role, my answer is, it's too big of a job for one person or one agency. That's why I work with a team. The Office of the Child Advocate has a role on that team. As you can imagine, every case that comes through our center is unique. Each has its own concerns, strengths, challenges, and needs when it comes to determining next steps in any assessment on a child's safety, oftentimes with multiple systems working in tandem. That is the hope. Part of the Office of the Child Advocate's role is to listen to all concerns about children's services and respond to complaints with a credible review process. They act as an independent and impartial system when reviewing those concerns, and at the center, what is best for each particular child. This office is also a resource to all, whether it's someone who works in the systems like myself, a worried parent or caregiver, a member of the public, or from the child themselves. The Office of the Child Advocate will listen and assess. I can tell you in the past year, I've personally called the Office of the Child Advocate several times when certain concerns arose for child's safety. I was able to speak with an advocate directly, confidentially, and express what I knew and my apprehensions in certain cases I saw. Although due to the nature of my work with open investigations and our agency's own confidentiality, I can't go into detail about these cases, but what I can say is each of those calls resulted in children being safer. I will also tell you I've had their office as a resource for parents who call our office concerned that their voice is getting lost in the system. I'm able to give them their number, and they are listened to, and their concerns are reviewed thoroughly. I've read there are some concerns that the Office of the Child Advocate is a duplicate service in our state. I can assure you, as someone who has worked over a decade with many of the child protective services systems here in New Hampshire, it is not, and it's extremely necessary. It is on all of us to make sure kids in New Hampshire are safe, and I implore you to give funding to the Office of the Child Advocate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next up is Torrance Becker. Is Torrance here? Not seeing Torrance. Emily A., and I apologize, I can't read your last name. Emily A. Next up is Meredith Hatfield. Emily A., and I can't read the last name. Okay. That's okay.
And me. Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chairman Gray and Senator.
A little closer to the mic.
Is this better? Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman Gray and members of the New Hampshire Senate Finance Committee. My name is Emily Kudamarsh, and I am a resident of Plymouth, New Hampshire, and I'm a recent graduate of Plymouth State University. I currently serve as a young professional as a service coordinator at Lakes Region Community Services. I work with children with developmental disabilities and acquired brain injuries. The individuals and families I support critically depend on services funded through Medicaid and other supported services. I'm going to tell you that I am a success story, as throughout my time at Plymouth State University, I was a double major and I worked as a licensed nursing assistant who has seen various agencies and insides of people's homes and facilities that were not funded or staffed correctly. When my parents turned 65 years old, I was off their insurance and put on Medicaid. I found myself without access to situations and the needs that needed to be funding my daily living, and I had to survive on my own and was almost homeless. I depended on health, dental, vision, and food stamps that now the people that I serve critically depend on. This brought me to my job because I wanted to help serve people. Cuts to Medicaid developmental disabilities and acquired brain injuries, in-home supports, and university funding would have devastating consequences. Families are already stretched thin, and many caregivers are unable to work due to their loved ones' needs. They rely on Medicaid not only for medical coverage, but also for food assistance and being awesome citizens of New Hampshire. To address these challenges and avoid this strain, I personally and respectably are saying, please reinvest in community-based care. It's so much better than institutionalizations. Expand Medicaid flexibility with the waivers. This allows tailored coverage that would help those with developmental disabilities. Create public and private partnerships, as we have heard over and over again tonight, that many organizations are willing to step in with the right incentives and to help share the burden of care costs while maintaining quality of service. Audit and relocate inefficient spending. Strengthen workforce. Please invest in our state vulnerable populations and the university systems to keep young professionals like me in the state to care for others. We are here, we are resilient, and thank you so much for sitting here tonight and greatly appreciate all that you do. We are here to support your futures, our grandchildren, and elderly, and hopefully others to come in the future. Thank you again.
Thank you, Emily. Next up is Meredith Hatfield, and behind Meredith will be Sandra Whipple.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Meredith Hatfield, and I'm here to express the Nature Conservancy's concerns with certain proposals in House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. Since 1961, TNC has been working in New Hampshire to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. The first topic is regressive energy policies in House Bill 2. This has already been covered, so I'll say that we agree with Representative Wendy Thomas, Nick Krakoff from the Conservation Law Foundation, and Jason Stock of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association in urging the committee to please remove House Bill 219 and House Bill 224 from House Bill 2. These provisions would undermine the state's long-term stability and growth of our clean energy economy. The next issue I'd like to raise is the raid on the Renewable Energy Fund. This has also already been covered, and we agree with prior speakers that this is illegal and unconstitutional raid. Please do not empty the Renewable Energy Fund. Instead, we urge you to direct the Department of Energy to spend the funds that they have allowed to accumulate on the many eligible energy projects as required by statute that would benefit a broad range of ratepayers, including cities, towns, counties, businesses, institutions, and residents. The third topic relates to the permitting streamlining that is proposed in House Bill 2. This includes provisions in sections 1 through 7 that would streamline environmental permitting in the name of addressing the state's housing crisis. We agree that the state urgently needs more housing, particularly workforce and affordable housing, but we urge you to proceed cautiously in reducing environmental reviews of all types of development. In the House, DES stated that new housing only makes up about 30% of alteration of terrain permits and only approximately 10% of wetlands permits. However, the proposed changes to these permitting processes would apply to all development. The Fish and Game Department and the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources play important roles based on their deep expertise in ensuring a proper balance is struck between development and protecting important resources. We are concerned that the proposed streamlining proposed in House Bill 2 that consolidates staff and duties within DES will be detrimental to these two other agencies as well as to the environment of New Hampshire. We are pleased that House Finance Divisions 1 and 2 adjusted permit fees to ensure that these agencies have resources for expeditious and thorough permit reviews. We hope that the Senate will support these changes. Lastly, the 5% fee on dedicated funds, we urge you to please exempt the funds at Fish and Game. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Sandy Whipple. Is Sandy here? She left. Phil Desmond. Is Phil here? Not seeing him. Lisa Bowden. There we go. And on deck right behind Lisa is Bonnie Dunn.
Good evening, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. Thank you for your attention. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I'm a disability policy professional who owns Strategies for Disability Equity, and I'm the mom of a young man who is on Medicaid's developmental disability waiver. It's easy to imagine I oppose HB1 and HB2. I'm starting my testimony with what originally was my concluding paragraph, and you've heard it a couple times tonight. I want to share that I believe it's morally reprehensible that New Hampshire cut business taxes and has altogether eliminated the interest and dividends tax, while austerity is being hoisted onto the backs of Medicaid recipients for the express purpose of offsetting the state's decision to reduce tax obligations for those with portfolios. For those of you who may not know, in 2024, that interest and dividends tax was $184 million, 7% of general funds, now off the table in revenue. I would like to know which of you has the moral fiber to submit an amendment on HB2 to reinstate the interest and dividends tax, because I find it to be a false, specious narrative to say that the only tool to balance a budget is to decide what needs to be cut and what is the balance in cuts in order to balance the budget. Revenue cannot be left off the table when we are creating a budget. That's the Granite State way. I'd also like to politely remind the body that New Hampshire has a legal obligation under RSA 171A, which mandates that the New Hampshire legislature fully fund the adult developmental disability service system. In simple terms, this means no wait lists for services. There's a lot more I could read. I will just give a number to institutional care. Group homes average $115,000 a year and $225,000 a year. I will also say that when services aren't adequately funded, families are forced to step up as unpaid caregivers, which at this point, the math is $339 million a year that families give, $339 million in uncompensated care. No rate cuts, no premiums, no work requirements. Medicaid needs more funding, not less, senators. It would be far more prudent to request that DHHS conduct a cost-benefit analysis, as every other state that has implemented premiums or work requirements has found that administrative and implementation costs far outweigh any projected savings. And what are we going to do about the serious effort at the federal level to cut Medicaid? Please press
Your time is up.
I will submit my written testimony.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Next up is Bonnie.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Dunham. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. I'm going to tell you my story, but there are thousands of others that are similar. So I'm the mom of a wonderful 44-year-old son who has developmental disabilities. Sean's funny, determined, and charming. He's a taxpayer and a consumer. He's worked at Wendy's for 24 years, and he spends part of his paycheck in local stores and restaurants. When he was a baby, he received early intervention services. He then received regular and special education through the public school system, you know, the one that takes all kids, that prepared him for life after high school. Both were partially funded by Medicaid. Sean is now a fully participating and contributing member of his community. He has a good life, but that quality of life is not assured. It's dependent upon the supports he receives from us and the services he gets through Gateway's Community Services, through the Medicaid Home and Community-Based Services waiver. Sean needs full-time one-on-one support. He lives at home, and my husband and I are his primary 24/7 caretakers. Sean's long-term direct support provider, an amazing person, retired last year. Now, while we compete with McDonald's and Target to try to find a new DSP, my husband and I, we're both in our 70s, are supporting Sean at Wendy's 4 mornings a week, and then I go to my actual full-time job and in his community-based activities. We do it because those things are important to Sean and we love him, but we can't do it forever. Funding to pay DSPs a living wage is essential in addressing the current workforce shortage. My husband and I adore our son, but without the services we receive through Gateways, including respite so that we can get an occasional break, we can't continue to support him in our home and community at a tremendous savings to the state. You all seem like really nice people, so I hope that you recognize how including tax cuts in the budget while cutting Medicaid and other essential services hurts people like my son. For us, those cuts wouldn't be inconvenient, they wouldn't be a hardship, they would destroy the life that we've worked so hard to make for Sean. Please don't let that happen.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next up is Anna O'Hara, and followed by Jeremy Miller.
Good evening. Before I begin, I would like to ask for the committee's full attention to my testimony. My name is Anna O'Hara, and I am a constituent from Newport, New Hampshire. I am here today because I am angry, and I am not alone. I am speaking not just for myself, but for the countless people across New Hampshire who are watching this budget process in disbelief. HB1 and HB2 are not just bad bills, they are an insult to the people you were elected to serve. These budgets slash healthcare, gut education, eliminate watchdog agencies, and expand giveaways to private interests, all while fast-tracking tax breaks for the wealthiest Granite Staters. This isn't responsible governance, it's deliberate neglect. Medicaid cuts, co-pays for the poorest families, less support for mental health and substance use programs at a time when our communities are already struggling. Massive cuts to higher education and the elimination of scholarships when we are already losing young people to other states. Elimination of the Office of Child Advocate, the Human Rights Commission, the Art Council. What message does that send about what and who this government values? And what's maybe most upsetting is this. Many of us tried to speak up. We showed up, we wrote in, we called, and yet the process felt rushed, closed off, and frankly, designed to keep public voices out. That's not democracy, that's damage control. So let me be very clear, if you vote for this budget, we will remember, we are paying attention, we will organize, we will speak out, we will bring this to the ballot box, because these aren't just line items on a spreadsheet. These are people's lives. This budget abandons them, and we will not forget who turned their backs. You still have a choice to choose a budget that works for all of us, not just the wealthiest, not just the loudest lobby. Now is the time to stand with the constituents you were sworn in to serve, vote no on HB1 and HB2, and demand a better budget.
Thank you, Anna. Next up is Jeremy Miller. Is Jeremy here? Patsy Thayer. Is Patsy here? Ken Phillips. Ken is here. Following Ken is going to be Bridget Pitts.
I didn't know we'd be closing this tonight. Thank you all so much for your time in service, not just tonight, but always. I just wanted to share a quick story. I'm here basically as a dad tonight. A little over a year ago, my youngest daughter was looking at colleges, and she was absolutely paralyzed. She was looking at basically the same financial offering from schools in Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Vermont, and one in New Hampshire, which was UNH. I know a lot of folks have already talked about how much money we put into UNH. The fact that, frankly, it was equal to those out-of-state schools, I think puts that in perspective. And honestly, I didn't think she'd stay in New Hampshire. But when she went to the open house, she was absolutely inspired. The professors, the administrators, they sold it. Their passion just came through. She was impressed. My wife and I were really impressed. And when she decided to go to UNH, we thought, wow, it's going to be great because she'll be right down the road. We'll actually get to see her occasionally. Coincidentally, a few days ago, we talked with her. She just finished her first year. She had an absolutely exceptional experience, and she's actually sad to see her first year ending. And the thing that struck me as her dad was she said, "Dad, I learned so much about learning that I didn't expect to get this year." I share that story for just a few reasons. The first is I think we can all be very proud of our university system here in New Hampshire. The second reason I share it is because we talk a lot, particularly in small towns like my town of Peterborough, about trying to keep our kids here in New Hampshire. Now, granted, I wanted my kid to choose wherever she wanted to go to school. If she wants to spread her wings and fly, that's fine. That's great, actually. But we definitely want to keep our talent here. We don't want to lose it to Massachusetts, to Vermont, to Pennsylvania, to New York, wherever it may be. The third reason I mention it is because her experience and the experience of so many other kids from Pittsburgh to Nashua and so many other families will not and cannot happen if we cut this university's budget by $30 million. It's just flat out not feasible. Tonight, of course, we've heard about other very drastic cuts that go way beyond education. And what I'd like to say to that is that I think as, not just as Granite Staters, but as Americans, we are defined by how we help those who need help the most. I hope the Senate and the governor keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken. Next up is Bridget Pitts. Is Bridget here? Not seeing him. Representative Jerry Stringham is next. And on deck is Louise Spencer. I don't see her here, but maybe she.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Jerry Stringham, member of House Finance Division 3, to talk about 5 simple things to increase revenues. How does an extra $500 million sound? The first source of additional revenue from a better budget comes from video lottery terminals, or VLTs. The governor's budget authorized a revenue distribution of VLTs at 55% to casino operators and 45% to the state. The House budget is built on 30% to the state. A better budget takes into account some of the concerns in the House, but by providing operators 65% of the revenue for the first year, but returning to the governor's 55-45 split after that. This change brings an additional $72 million into the State Education Trust Fund. Second source from revenue comes from rolling back the expansion of EFA vouchers. A compromise would keep the EFA eligibility the same as it is today, funding the program at the governor's fiscal year 26 level both years, and reducing the budget that the House previously adopted by $32 million. See how quickly we came up with $100 million? Third, a compromised budget restores cuts to economic drivers like tourism development and the arts, continuing what is working to stimulate New Hampshire's business growth. Doing so allows us to use revenue projections between the governor's and the House amounts, reducing her business growth from her 11% over the next years to a more conservative 4%, even though she still supports the 11% number. But this would bring in an additional $285 million over the biennium as compared to the House budget. Fourth, and this is entirely new, tobacco taxes are being raised substantially in neighboring Vermont and Maine. I suggest that New Hampshire follow the recommendations and requests of the American Heart Association and the American Cancer Society by raising the cigarette tax by $1 per pack. We would still have by far the lowest cigarette tax in the Northeast. The increase would only represent a cost of living increase since it was set at $1.78 per pack in 2008. And even if the tax isn't raised, the actions of Vermont and Maine should raise our tobacco forecast for the upcoming biennium. But the COLA adjustment would raise $50 to $90 million for the biennium. House Finance voted down the increase in subcommittee on a 5-4 vote, but that was before what we knew what was going to happen in Vermont and Maine. And finally, the budget should include a new revenue source, the sale of the Sununu Center. The budget should provide for a sale-leaseback arrangement of 150-acre property that the Sununu Center sits on, allowing the state to sell the property this term and then lease it. So, all told...
Representative, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Louise Spencer. Is Louise coming back in the room? I don't see her. Norm Turcott. Norm here. Julie Gottebun. Janet Perkins. There she is. All right. So Janet's up next, and Patrick Eggleston is on deck.
Good evening. Thank you, Senators, for your service, and I admire your stamina. My name is Janet Perkins Howland. I've been an OBGYN in New Hampshire for almost 30 years. I'm here with my strong support of Momnibus 2.0. As an OBGYN, I have firsthand experience of what happens when we take good care of moms. And unfortunately, what happens when we don't. I think one of the greatest values of this bill is something that doesn't cost anything, which is to bring awareness to some of these issues. And I think many of us are unaware of a couple things that I'm impressed with in the bill. One is that we have a lot of rural counties in New Hampshire. I do some locums work up in the North Country, and I had one patient who was pregnant, and to get to her OB appointment in the wintertime told me that she needed to use a sled to get to a snowmobile to get to the main road for her OB appointment. So the EMT and emergency services training is a really valuable part of this bill. The other thing that's been mentioned before is the huge problem, which is in plain sight all over the place, hidden in plain sight. It's perinatal mental health. Is some patients with gripping isolation and the morbidity and mortality of anxiety and depression is a lot. And I just will bring to light one patient that I'm thinking about that that I helped take care of that had a psychotic break and unfortunately didn't end well. And I'm thinking back to some things about Momnibus that maybe could have helped her. One is maybe the screening, especially at the pediatrics office, because a lot of OB patients don't take the time to go to their own postpartum appointment, but they will actually bring the baby to the pediatrics. So doing the perinatal and mental health screening at the pediatric office is really, really valuable. And then the hotline, I would find very, very valuable, especially for complex psychiatric patients. So this Momnibus is pro-family, it's pro-New Hampshire, it's fiscally responsible, prudent, and supporting this bill, New Hampshire will benefit in droves. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Next up is Patrick Eggleston. Patrick here? Not seeing him. Benny Griffin. Ellie Henderson, maybe. Michaela Demeter. There's Michaela. Following Michaela will be Doug Marino.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Michaela Demeter. I'm a Dover School Board member, and I'm on staff for the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. But today I'm sharing a small portion of testimony from 4 people who couldn't be here today. All 5 of us are signers on the locally elected leader letter you received earlier. Jenna Hardy from the Merrimack School Board says, I am grateful for the increase in special education aid in this budget, but it is not nearly enough to meet the need. I am also thankful that the House removed the school budget tax cap provision, defending local control of school district budgets. These are meaningful steps in the right direction. As a school board member, I spent last night cutting $1 million from our school district budget after cutting $2 million last year. The state's inadequate funding for education is impacting local public schools, individual community members, and senior citizens who want to be able to retire here, but are finding their property taxes so high that they can't see how. It is profoundly disappointing that this budget does not address this ongoing lack of state revenue. Janine Lesser on the Conval School Board says, open enrollment creates winners and losers and pits towns and communities against each other in a zero-sum game where there are not enough resources for anyone except the wealthiest to succeed. In an open enrollment system, lower-rated schools, no matter their overall quality, will lose enrollment and risk closure, while higher-rated schools attract open enrollees and the additional per-pupil funding that accompanies them. While this looks like an argument to improve quality, in reality, the higher-rated schools are more highly rated because the community in which it is located is well-resourced, and the population has a higher socioeconomic status. 2 well-researched indicators of higher student outcomes. The public schools in New Hampshire are already divided by equity. Open enrollment will make inequality exponentially worse without solving the problem of the under-resourced schools and their communities. Curtis Hamilton, the vice chair of the Conval School Board, says, open enrollment allows students to transfer to any district in the state and will divert local tax dollars away from their political subdivisions, all the while only affording opportunity to those families with the means to transport their children to their desired school. Further, this legislation fails to consider the ramifications of open enrollment on a district's ability to provide, plan, and budget for special education services. Capacity is not defined by a receiving district's ability to provide services. Rather, capacity here is simply an open seat. If a receiving district cannot support the transferring student's needs without diverting resources from existing students, the services will ultimately be contracted out, thus dramatically increasing the costs. And I'll conclude with one line from Curtis Register, Durham Town Council. He says, please take into consideration that the budget is required to work for all residents, not just the ones currently in power. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Next up is Doug Marino. On deck is Michelle St. John.
Thank you so much, Chairman Gray and honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Doug Marino. I have the honor of serving on the Brentwood Planning Board, and I represent Brentwood on the Rockingham Planning Commission as well. I'm also wrapping up grad school, so I'm broke. So I'm one of your broke constituents. But I want to be clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of the Planning Board or the RPC. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I respectfully urge you to preserve funding for our state's regional planning commissions, which the House budget cut. The work that these commissions do is critical as we plan for our state's economic future. Regional planning commissions help our communities anticipate housing and transportation needs, as well as several other critical priorities, including coastal resilience for our seacoast communities. The long-term economic benefits of having robust regional planning organizations far outweighs the short-term savings that may result from this particular cut. On the Rockingham Planning Commission alone, our small appropriation, our share of the appropriation, I believe, is roughly $11,111.01. And with that money, we help serve the communities of Atkinson, Brentwood, Danville, East Kingston, Epping, Exeter, Fremont, Greenland, Hampstead, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Kensington, Kingston, Newcastle, Newfields, Newington, Newton, Northampton, Plaistow, Portsmouth, Raymond, Rye, Salem, Sandown, Seabrook, Southampton, and Stratham. These are really important metropolitan planning organizations. It's a relatively small appropriation to restore for long-term economic gain. I really appreciate your time and attention today, not just to the honorable members of the Senate, but as a former Senate staffer, I want to shout out Deb and Tricia. I see Jessica was here, Grant was here, but he, I think, just stepped out. But thank you to everybody. You're all great, and have a great night.
Thank you, Doug. Michelle St. John. Is Michelle here?
Yes, thanks.
And on deck is Kelly Twiss.
Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the New Hampshire Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for being here so late. Who knew that when I arrived here at 12:15 today that I'd still be standing here at 10:30 waiting to testify. So I appreciate those that stayed and am disappointed in the ones that have left. My name is Michelle St. John, and I'm here today to present the written testimony from families who receive services and supports from Northern Human Services. It's a dual state agency, state-designated not-for-profit agency that provides developmental disability service programs and supports and serves the community mental health center for the most vulnerable residents in Carroll, Coos, and Upper Grafton counties. And I could go on and on about all the things that I've written. I've sat here all evening rewriting my testimony, trying not to duplicate. You know what the big issues are, that 3% Medicaid cut, fully funding the wait list. There's so many more things I can say, fully funding community mental health and behavioral health in our community. So I won't go into more detail than that. But I will say that in addition, I'd like to say something personally, not representing Northern Human Services. Speaking personally, in addition to my full-time job, I provide housing, nutrition, and activities of daily living for my 87-year-old mother with very limited mobility for the past 12 years, keeping her safe and cared for instead of living in a long-term care facility. So for her and others who are elderly, medically fragile residents, I urge you to ensure funding for long-term supports and services, including Medicaid, for our oldest and most medically vulnerable senior citizens. And the last thing I'd like to talk to you about is not about funding, but it could be policy that ends up in HB 2. And I would like to urge you to treat every resident of our state as individuals who deserve equal rights to health care, housing, public bathroom access, team sports, safety, education. New Hampshire's LGBTQ community should not be subjected to legislation that marginalizes them or takes away their rights as human beings. I urge you not to include any policies in HB 2 that would take away their rights. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up is Kelly Twiss.
Hi there. Let me see. My name is Kelly Twiss, and I'm from Kingston, New Hampshire. I came here today with a completely different testimony prepared. You probably would have liked that testimony better, but I feel badly for what I'm about to say because I recognize this is a really long day, and I do appreciate your commitment to be here. I was ready to plead with you to tell you my family's personal story, to ask for reason and compassion. As I've sat here listening and watching, it hit me. I'm not sure any of this even makes a difference. These cuts, no matter where the stories come from, no matter the pleas, no matter the clear irreparable harm these cuts will cause to real people across New Hampshire, you're probably going to plow ahead. And for what? To give away over $1 billion in tax breaks to big corporations? To eliminate the interest and dividends tax, $185 million a year, mostly benefiting the top 1%? To let wealthy families use public money for private and religious schools while slashing public education and eliminating scholarships for low-income students? And how will you pay for all this? By cutting Medicaid, cutting higher education, eliminating services for children, people with disabilities, and those in crisis. Let's be clear, you are taking from the poor and middle class to give to the rich. And as if that isn't bad enough, we have HB 148 in this budget, a deeply discriminatory bill straight out of the far-right playbook in states like Florida. This bill will harm people
and you're trying to sneak it in there. Stop trying to Florida our New Hampshire. We are not a state that targets our people to score political points. Executive orders do not override the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. Let me be clear, your constituents are watching, and when we see our representatives choose the top 1% over the other 99% of us, when we see that you gutted healthcare, education, and civil rights so the wealthy could walk away with more, and you can score points, we will remember. And in the words of Donald Trump, enjoy your life after this, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics. This is not a budget, it's a betrayal of the people you were elected to serve.
Thank you, Kelly. Next up is Casey Christensen. Is Casey here? Don't see Casey. Sandy Hoyt. Lisa DeFore. Moving on to page 18. Mackenzie Nicholson. Mackenzie's here, and right behind Mackenzie will be Annie Hopkins.
Okay, great. I'm going to take this down. Lots of people have been messing with this mic tonight. I promise I'm not going to do karaoke. I know we all need to get woken up, but I'm not the best on pitch. So anyways, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you so much for having us all here today and for listening to this. We really appreciate you. My name is Mackenzie Nicholson, and I'm the Senior Director of Moms Rising in New Hampshire. We are a statewide community of moms, parents, and caregivers who are deeply invested in the future of our workforce and our economy. We've said it before and we'll keep saying it. Budgets are moral documents. They should and must reflect our values. But right now, this budget doesn't reflect our values or the values of the families that I'm talking to every single day. The version passed by a House wasn't a budget, it was a policy bomb. It includes bathroom bans, rollbacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and attacks on LGBTQ+ granite staters. These culture wars distract us and divide us, while families are out here scrambling to find childcare, struggling to afford their grocery bills, and rationing their medications. Let me be clear, this budget does nothing to address the real problems that working families are facing. It proposes deep cuts to healthcare, mental health, and housing. It flat funds childcare and public schools, even as costs soar. It eliminates all state funding for family planning right when access to reproductive and preventative health care is under attack. And it sets us up in many ways for an even bigger school funding disaster by expanding education freedom accounts to every kid in our state, pulling public tax dollars away from the schools that serve the vast majority of our kids. Meanwhile, this budget would make it more expensive to be poor by introducing new Medicaid cost-sharing copays and premiums that act like a tax on our most vulnerable granite staters. We are putting health care out of reach for the families who need it the most. And we're already seeing families pushed to the brink. And this budget does nothing to stop the bleeding. Further, it doesn't do anything to prepare us for what could be coming, like looming federal cuts that could leave thousands of granite staters without care, coverage, or support. Rather than cutting these programs the families rely on, shouldn't we be strengthening them? Shouldn't we be preparing for the storm, not pretending it doesn't exist? Because here's the truth, it doesn't have to be this way. We are not broke. We are underfunding the systems that families rely on because for years we've handed out policy and choices made in this building. We've handed out tax breaks to businesses and the ultra-wealthy, and now we act surprised that we can't fund the basics? That's not budgeting. That's disinvestment. We need bold, clear investments in childcare, investments that lift up both families and providers. We need to protect Medicaid and recognize that these new premiums are a tax with devastating consequences. We need to invest in public schools and not starve them and then pretend it's their fault that they are struggling. New Hampshire families did not ask this budget. They're speaking out online.
Your time is up, ma'am.
The moms are watching.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Next up is Annie Hopkins, and on deck is Jody Langaletti.
Good evening, everybody. I also extend my gratitude for sticking around so late.
My name is Annie Hopkins. I live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire with my family. I also own a small business there. And I'm here to share my story and ask for your support on Momnibus 2.0. So I've struggled with depression for most of my life. So when we got pregnant, I planned carefully. We moved in with my in-laws for the first 3 months postpartum, and we rented out our home. That rental income was the only paid leave that I have access to as a self-employed person. The birth of our son went smoothly. I felt great at 6 weeks. I felt good at 3 months, and I thought all my planning had paid off. But at 4 months, we moved from my in-laws' house back to our home in Portsmouth, and that's when everything fell apart. I was hit with depression, anxiety, rage, and panic attacks. Uncontrollable rage. I had never experienced anything like this before in my life. I work in perinatal health care as a pelvic floor physical therapist, and I had never even heard of anyone describing what I was experiencing. I was ashamed. I blamed myself. I couldn't access the usual supports that help me manage my mental health, exercise, socializing, self-care, because we too struggled to find consistent childcare for my son. Behind closed doors, I was spiraling, but if anyone had asked me, I'd say, oh yeah, we're fine. At my son's 6-month pediatrician visit, they had me fill out the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale. And I filled it out honestly. Many women don't for fear of stigma or being called an unfit mother. And my score was high. The pediatrician's office reached out and they said, hey, we're gonna send this score to your OBGYN. No one followed up. Nobody called. I was left on my own, but now at least I had the knowledge that it was a mental health struggle that I could face. I don't know if any of you have ever struggled with mental health, but if you have, you'll know how hard it is to even make a phone call or find these resources or even get out of bed some days. But with my husband's help, I eventually got a prescription from my PCP and I found a perinatal mental health therapist, which also was a struggle due to what everyone has expressed here tonight. Mental health needs more practitioners, more funding. But because of this hole in the system, I struggled for 2 months, battling my symptoms on my own. I will always be grateful that my son's pediatrician screened me for my mental health, and that's what saved me. But I'm not their patient. My postpartum visit that focused on my health missed what was happening entirely. You have the opportunity in front of you to close these dangerous gaps. Mothers deserve to be held and supported during this tender, difficult time as we transition into motherhood. Momnibus 2.0 will provide that support. Please prioritize it in the budget for the sake of mothers across our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Next up is Jody Langaletti.
Mr. Chairman and the committee, thank you so much for providing an opportunity for me to speak this evening. This is actually my first time here in Concord. I usually provide online testimony as my work and family obligations, like so many Granite Staters, make it really difficult to get here. So while I am sure you are exhausted after this very long day of hearing from Granite Staters, please know that your being here and truly listening to your constituents is deeply appreciated. My name is Jody Langalotti from Dover, New Hampshire. I stand before you today sharing my opinions and experiences as a mom to a 5th grade kid who's finishing her first year of middle school, as an engaged public school parent, and as a residential property taxpayer. We've owned our home for 9 years. In that time, the assessed value of our home has nearly doubled, and our property taxes continue to increase annually. Our property taxes are nearly $10,000 this year. I know, we are lucky it is so low. And nearly 40% of that is going to the local schools. Well, maybe it won't all go to local schools, because for the last few years, some of it has been going to reimburse folks who were already sending their kids to private school. Education freedom accounts were created despite significant public opposition, and I believe it was through the budget that they came to be. Now, once again, we have legislation worked into a budget that not only seeks to cut social services and health care from those that need it most, but to also remove the income cap from the EFA program, as well as allow any family to send their student to any public school in the state without any concern for the additional costs to the receiving district or property taxpayers. Here's the reality. As a middle-class family, we cannot even dream of sending our kid to private school, even with an EFA. I can't magically create the additional $8,000 to $35,000 annually that her tuition would cost. If we can't afford it, a lower income family probably can't either without significant scholarship. You know who can afford it? the folks this budget is trying to open up public dollars to through the guise of school choice. As an involved Parent-Teacher Association parent, I have seen funding requests for things like updated recess equipment, classroom furniture, microphones, gym equipment, and nurse supplies come across the table. These are things that my tax dollars should be funding, but instead we are selling wrapping paper and baked goods to help support teachers in providing meaningful experiences to our kids. Just last night at our monthly PTA meeting, I learned that the middle school hasn't updated their furniture in 25 years. So as my property taxes continue to skyrocket, while the ultra-wealthy and multinational corporations get tax breaks and those that are already sending their kids to private schools get a kickback of thousands of dollars, my kid is attempting to learn and create a successful future in furniture that is a quarter of a century old. As elected officials, you have taken an oath to serve the people of the Granite State, not through advancing your own agenda or a party agenda, or a free state movement, but through actions and legislation that will make the lives of all Granite Staters better. This budget is the antithesis of that. And by the way, wearing the ranking of 50th in the nation for state funding of public education as a badge of honor is the antithesis of that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jody. Next up is Todd Ayer. Is Todd here? Not seeing Todd. Joseph Modello. Not here. Anya, I don't know how to say your last name, I apologize. Anya's not here. Elena Pham. Is Elena here? Lucas Cordery? Lucas, there you go. You're up next. On deck is Bridget Powers.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for your ongoing attention. Remainders. Senators and stragglers, I stand before you deeply concerned about the proposed budget cuts, particularly surrounding Medicaid and social services, but I rise today to address the nearly $50 million in cuts to UNH, which will become my alma mater in a little over a week. I've attended public, private, and charter schools here in New Hampshire, and though I've seen the good intentions of folks who run those schools, I'm concerned that state funds are being funneled to parents who are already well off and programs unbound by proper curricular standards. I've been told that government efficiency is a priority of the majority party, and I implore the state Senate to view the voucher program under this lens. I have a line that says, fully understanding that you've heard this before, so I'm not going to say it. I worry that political narratives, like those who paint schools like UNH as some sort of Marxist cesspool, unworthy of current levels of funding, may be affecting the flippantness and the ability to take out so many millions of dollars from our premier research school. To those folks, I'd like to say, please come to Durham, meet the future engineers, lawyers, teachers, and entrepreneurs I live and study with, and the faculty that teaches and supports us. 50% of us to 60% of us will stay in state and be productive workers and raise families here. And I fully intend to remain a Granite Stater. I hope to raise a family here. And the choices made in the coming weeks will greatly impact the quality of education provided to generations of students that succeed me, as well as the cost of attendance. On behalf of myself, my peers, my professors, and those who will be detrimentally impacted by these cuts, I humbly ask that you restore as much of this funding as you possibly can to the university system of New Hampshire. It is incredibly disheartening to witness the ongoing dismantling of social services, both locally and nationally. And I constantly look for a glimmer of hope that our leaders care just a little bit more than they let on. It is not too late to ease my generation's disillusionment, and I hope to be surprised by your courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Next up is Bridget Powers. Is Bridget here? Not seeing Bridget. Laura Davies. Is Laura here? Not seeing Laura. Nancy Brennan. Not seeing Nancy. Sienna Hallberg. There she is. And on deck is Lisa DeFore.
Good evening, everyone, Chairman Gray and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Shauna Hallberg. I come to you from Dover, New Hampshire. Hello, Senator Waters. I'm not just a constituent, I'm also here as a mother, a mental health counselor, and a disability advocate. Both my husband and I have spent most of our lives undiagnosed, neurodivergent. We're now working through the process of stopping generational trauma with a history of substance abuse on both sides of our family. And that journey is truly difficult enough. Together, we're raising children who face challenges that the system has historically failed to address. Our adult son is now attending Landmark College, a specialized college for students with disabilities. It took years of fighting and advocating to get him into the school that could meet his needs. The tuition at Landmark is significant, and while we managed to secure some financial aid through vocational rehab, the cost is still burdensome. And without his Medicaid, which helps meet his needs while in college, we would not be able to afford the specialized services and accommodations that are critical to his success. Now we're about to send our second son to the University of New Hampshire, an in-state university, which we're all familiar with, for him to study mechanical engineering like his engineering father. The tuition for us in-state is over $40,000 with him receiving the merit scholarship. He's number 40 in his class of almost 400 students at the Dover High School. This New Hampshire budget strips vital resources to our universities, as we just heard, while also dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's everything my family embodies. Families like ours are already struggling to access the resources, services, and educational opportunities that our children need to succeed. Without Medicaid and funding for an out-of-district placement, families like ours are left to fight for the support that should be readily available. The burden of trying to provide for my family's future while barely surviving financially and emotionally is completely overwhelming. This budget will not only make matters worse, but these cuts will strip away crucial resources that make it possible for families like mine to give our children the chance they deserve. We're already doing the hard work of navigating systems that are not designed for us, and we're barely holding it together. These proposed cuts will not just harm families, they will deepen the struggles we face daily. 2 out of the 3 of my children couldn't access public school because of their unique learning and social emotional needs. They needed an out-of-district placement. Our daughter is now thriving because we fought tirelessly for this appropriate placement that serves her needs. Her outcomes due to this placement has set her up for a lifetime of success while protecting her mental health and well-being.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Yes, I'll turn in my testimony. Thank you
Sienna.
very much.
Thank you, Sienna. Next up is Lisa DeFore. Is Lisa here? Not seeing Lisa. Miriam Levy? Miriam's here. There she is. And on deck is Jennifer Smith. Miriam, go ahead.
Hey, good evening. My phone died, so I'm going to use this. I just want to say that I am really moved by the people in this room who clearly are really invested in our state and in our communities. And I feel a little disappointed that there was only one hearing scheduled for this and that 2 members of the Senate Finance Committee are not here to hear this testimony. My name is Mariam Levy. I live in Exeter, New Hampshire. I'm a mom. I have 3 kids in the public school. And I just want to speak to one thing that I feel like has not really been highlighted enough, which is the language that got added to the budget very late in the game around prohibiting DEI in schools. The language reads, in case people don't know, no public school shall implement, promote, or otherwise engage in any DEI-related initiatives, programs, trainings, or policies. I just want to remind everybody what DEI actually stands for, which is diversity, acknowledging and celebrating the ways that we're different. Equity, which is the basis of special education, which means we give people what they need based on what they need to access education. And inclusion is including people. It feels really hard to justify how this doesn't belong in our schools. I just want to also note that while the language added to the budget does list a few specific prohibited items, it also says that it's not limited to these items, which just leaves it wide open to all kinds of things. I actually am a consultant and do some work in schools, and I work in elementary schools, and I go in and I talk to students about what are they worried about, how do we problem solve, and most of the elementary kids say, I'm not included, I don't feel included at recess or other places, and I can't imagine passing this legislation that would make a teacher feel afraid to have that conversation with their elementary students about inclusion. I also just want to name that since this has been put in the budget in the House, there have been 3 federal judges who have struck this down as unconstitutional because it's vague, because it curbs the First Amendment rights of teachers. And so I don't know why we would put language in our budget that not only serves no purpose, doesn't seem to help anyone, has a chilling effect on our education system, and also has been ruled unconstitutional now in 4 different court cases. I also want to say that the penalty is that if you're accused of this, is not whether you do it knowingly or unknowingly, that you get all federal funding and all public funding cut immediately. So that's a really harsh punishment for a vague thing that has been ruled unconstitutional. So I ask you to please, it costs no money to just remove this language from the budget and protect our schools to be able to really serve the needs of the students who sit there right in front of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Next up is Jennifer Smith. And on deck is Mark Compton.
Thank you for taking testimony. I think the budget that was sent to you from the House is very penny-wise and pound-foolish. And you've heard a lot about that tonight, and I'm really concerned about how we move forward from here. I'm a retired physician. Everything you've heard about how hard it is for the lower parts of the socioeconomic ladder and people who have differences in this state has always been true, and this is just going to make it a whole lot worse if it doesn't get fixed. So how are we going to fix it? I think the first thing is to recognize we're not a state that is in dire straits financially. If you look out at what our employment level is, what our income level is, it's not that. We need to raise the funds that we need to do the things we need to do. And then I want to just switch and say, don't raise the funds by raiding dedicated funds. Those dedicated funds serve good purposes. And I'm on the Energy Advisory Committee in Pembroke, where I live, have been for quite a long while, and I'm looking forward to trying to figure out what to do to help support community solar with grants that I know our Department of Energy wants to put out once again. There have been a few already. I'd like our community to do that. Don't raid those funds, and don't raid the alcohol funds. Don't raid any other dedicated funds. And, you know, pound foolish means that we're going to pay for the cuts down the road, and I think you've heard that from people. There will be problems caused by that. I spent 6 years after I retired from medicine, mostly caring for lower socioeconomic, boy, it's way past my bedtime, sorry. The lower socioeconomic strata of people in the state, I just don't see that the way forward is to start doing this kind of cutting. And the last thing is, for God's sake, take out all of this policy language that has no real relevance to the budget. You've got enough of those bills. I was kind of late signing up. That's why I'm so late speaking, because I was sitting in judiciary to testify against HB 148 about the 10th bill this year that I've testified against that damages my LGBTQ community. And I just take all of those kinds of things out of the budget. And I worry that you're not going to have much success unless you craft this very well to get the House and the governor on board to some kind of compromises. I hope you can do that. You're going to have hard work in front of you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up is Mark Compton. Is Mark here? Not seeing Mark. Moving on to Alexis Wilbur. Is Alexis here? Not seeing Alexis. Brian Harlow. There's Brian over there. And I apologize, everybody, for my sniffling. We're past 12 hours. My allergy medicine wore off.
No. Good evening, Chairman Gray, Senator Lang, and members of the committee. My name is Brian Harlow, and I'm a proud member of Moms Rising, and I'm also here to support a fully funded alcohol fund included in the state budget, as it is vital to parents, advocates, and those of us in recovery. The Alcohol Abuse Prevention and Treatment Fund, Alcohol Fund, was established in law in 2000. Historically, however, the Alcohol Fund has been tragically underfunded. The creation of the Alcohol Fund was to direct 5% of gross profits of alcohol sales to substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery. It's administered through the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs. That 5% of liquor gross profits is estimated in this year to be $12 million. In March, I celebrated my 32nd continuous year of sobriety, and I'm 52 years old. I can tell you that evidence-based treatment works, and I'm living proof. When I was desperate to live and needed treatment, my parents' health insurance was the key to getting me into expedited treatment and rehab. Today, the Alcohol Fund is trying desperately to meet the needs of those not so lucky as I was to enter treatment. They need to return to their families' lives and our workforce. Please ensure that New Hampshire remains committed to prevention, treatment, and recovery by fully funding the Alcohol Fund. It's not only the fiscally sound thing to do, but it's also the law. And I'd also like to say that we can't say we support our veterans returning from war. We can't say we support victims of childhood sexual abuse, of neglect, victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, our first responders. When they need help, when they are self-medicating, we need to be there for them. We can't say we support people if we're not going to support them when they dearly need us. We can't say we support victims of anything when they're just trying to survive. And thanks for listening.
Thank you, Brian. Next up is Ty Thompson. Is Ty here? On deck is Senator Deborah Altshuler.
Good evening, and thank you for persisting. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Step to the microphone just a little more.
For the millionth time, I'm sure you've said today. My name is Ty Thompson. My pronouns are they, them. I'm adding my voice to the opposition request for reconsideration of the proposed budget bills. By reducing Medicaid provider payments for individuals with disabilities, eliminating family planning programs, abolishing the Office of Child Advocate, the Commission on Aging, and significantly cutting community mental health centers, we cut the systems that sustain the most vulnerable members of our communities. The proposed budget bills fail to support education, including cutting yet more funding for the University of New Hampshire, capping budgets to local school districts alongside legislation expanding access to education freedom accounts. We are effectively taking taxpayer dollars from public education and giving them to the wealthiest families in our communities with an impact that will only increase property taxes. The overall proposed budget systematically cuts essential services rather than putting the needs of New Hampshire people at the forefront. I'm also here to speak against the inclusion of language that impacts the civil rights of transgender members of our communities as an add-on to a fiscal plan. Changes reducing civil rights protections of members of our New Hampshire community through legislation is a serious matter. I am beyond saddened by the decisions taking place in New Hampshire legislative sessions this year, with the sheer volume and scope of proposed legislation that targets transgender youth and adults in New Hampshire in ways that effectively curtail safe access to employment, recreation, education, and healthcare. I am alarmed and horrified when that same language impacting civil rights protections and access to medical care, or language prohibiting DEIJ efforts gets added to fiscal planning documents as mechanisms of influence of policy through fiscal processes, as has been done here. For all of these reasons, I'm opposed to the proposed budget bills in their current formats. They are incongruent with my values as a New Hampshire citizen and contrary to the New Hampshire that I know. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ty. Next up is Senator Deborah Altshuler.
Good evening, colleagues. Thank you very much. It's chilly, and I appreciate you hanging tough tonight. Truly. For the record, my name is Senator Deborah Altshuler, representing the Seacoast District 24. Like you, my phone and email inbox has been inundated with Granite Staters alarmed by this current frightening budget proposal. A number of my constituents were unable to make the trek up here to the state capitol from the Seacoast, and I'm bringing you their testimony and mine tonight. Danielle is outraged by the idea that we would even consider expanding the voucher program when we aren't adequately funding public education in the first place. Deborah is alarmed by the proposed cuts to our university system, a short-sighted effort to save pennies while missing the opportunity to invest in growing a younger demographic of the Granite State workforce. And Betsy, who shared that just one of our county action partnerships served 20,000 of our neighbors, families working hard to make ends meet, and seniors trying to stay in their homes. Maria, whose 32-year-old daughter Sam has Down syndrome. Sam is from my hometown of Stratham, and she, like many other Granite Staters, depend on support professionals to work, live, and contribute to our communities. Cuts to the Medicaid programs hurt people like Sam and Simonita, in addition to the alarm she feels at looking at cuts to the housing supports, university system, and inadequate funding of public schools. She is as concerned as I am that this committee would seriously consider abolishing the Office of the Child Advocate. The independent watchdog agency created in 2017 because children under state care, our care, died. The Child Advocate has been on the front lines in reviewing the use of restraint and seclusion of our children, reviewing and responding to abuse happening to our children and out-of-state placements, and is the independent oversight of the system we designed to help children when the adults in their lives have failed them. Eliminating this critical oversight office will take us backwards. The children of New Hampshire deserve the eyes and ears and oversight of this office. And finally, the 1,300 former child detainees at the Sununu Youth Development Center who were viciously, sexually, and physically abused while in state custody cannot be zeroed out of this budget. There are 800 survivors who have claims pending before the settlement fund. Zeroing out the fund doesn't erase the horrors these real people survived. The lawsuits will come, and if the Meehan trial showed us anything, it's that crimes happened at the YDC for decades, and without the fund, we will pay, one way or another. We can't balance this budget on the backs of vulnerable children, sexual abuse survivors, Medicaid recipients, and public schools. We can make better choices, and we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next up is Representative Jonah Wheeler.
Thank you very much, members of the Senate Finance Committee. As I understand it, I am your last testifier today, so I will try to keep it as one more.
One more speaker after you.
One more.
Please start.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gray. I'm here today to testify against HB 1 and HB 2, but I think everyone else has done a very good job at doing just that, so I'd like to testify against the process, which I, as a member of the House, have seen.
Representative, that's not appropriate. We're here to hear testimony on the bills.
HB 1 and HB 2 in the House, when they slashed the budget of the Department of Corrections didn't even reach out to Commissioner Helen Hanks. That's unacceptable. They didn't have but one public hearing on a budget where all of these cuts, which affect people in the numerous amount of ways that we heard from all the people who were sitting in these 400 seats and the 100 seats up in the gallery and the many people who were out in the hallway, no but one public hearing for them. That's unacceptable. We are elected as legislators to handle a $16.5 approximately $billion budget. $billion budget. Those are these people's tax dollars. And they deserved more than one 8-hour-long hearing here in the Senate. 8 hours. I remember an 8-hour-long hearing my first 2 months as a freshman member on criminal justice sitting in this exact same room. 8 hours. We are elected for 2 years to serve these people as their representatives. And if we can't do that by holding hearings throughout the state or treating them respectfully when they take the time out of their day to come tell us how these cuts are going to affect them, then we are going to fail them. I'm speaking about the budget, Chairman Gray. You're in the people's house. And this budget
you are in a
is
Senate hearing.
And this
and
budget
I am
is
the one who gets to decide who's talking, who's not talking, Representative.
Chairman Gray, you're
back to the bill.
Chairman Gray, I think you're
Would you cut his
illustrating
microphone,
exactly
please?
why people are so
Cut
upset.
his microphone, please.
And
thank you very much. Andrew Bernard.
Last speaker of the night is Andrew Pinard.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the Senate
2
Finance
minutes.
Committee. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll do less. First off, I want to thank you all for your commitment to your communities and the state at large. This is not an easy process, and it is deeply appreciated. While I have not sat in your seat, I have sat as an elected official on a school board for 12 years and on the select board. So I'm very familiar with the budget process at the local level, and I deeply appreciate how difficult this process is, seeing that you're starting with a budget that was handed to you. So thank you for your dedication and for your efforts. 4 days ago, a young cousin of mine who was suffering from mental health vanished. She disappeared. She had been struggling for some time, and we are grateful to say that today, while I was sitting here hearing testimony, that they have been located and they are safe. But it just reveals how important it is that funding is there to support mental health and to support organizations like organizations in the arts who provide a home for individuals, youngsters who are looking for a place to find their way in the world. Places like Ava Gallery and Art Center that I work for in Lebanon, and many, many, many other organizations in this state that rely on state funding to help provide the neediest of individuals with a place that they can explore themselves and the world around them and to find meaning. I am deeply grateful for support from the State Arts Council in the past, and I hope that the Senate Finance Committee will continue that support. Thank you so much for your time and effort, and please get some well-needed rest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we have reached the end of the list.
I'm going to give Representative Wheeler a chance to come back. Give me 30 seconds as long as he talks on the bill.
I was originally going to testify to revenue and the fact that we can get revenue here in this budget in a way that doesn't drastically raise taxes in any way. A 0.5% raise in the rooms and meals tax could bring us $50 million. An equalization of the property tax, the statewide education property tax at $5 per thousand could raise an additional $1.26 billion. We could bridge the gap here in this budget by finding solutions and talking to each other in a very respectful way, which I didn't do here tonight. But it's because people felt unheard, Mr. Chairman, and I, as a representative of the people of Peterborough, who wanted a chance to be here tonight to speak on this budget, felt that I needed to speak very passionately to that.
Your time
and I
is
don't
up,
apologize
Representative.
at
Thank
all
you.
for doing that.
Okay, the committee will meet on Friday. You have an email about the bills that were sent over from the House and some of the retained bills. Please make sure that you review that, and we will be looking at other things at that time. So with that, our business of the day is complete. We are adjourned.